Chen Ran was dead. Killed by a car. Then he appeared in a secret room. The room had no doors and no windows. It was brightly lit, yet there was no visible light source. Ahead of him, a dozen or so people were lined up in a long queue, and someone at the very front was processing registrations. The judge handling the registrations was a heavily bearded man. He wore a black leather jacket on his upper body, but his lower half was hidden behind the desk's modesty panel. An A4 piece of paper was plastered onto the panel, displaying 3 prominent words, Ghost Gate Pass. On both sides of the long queue, Oxhead and Horseface patrolled back and forth, each hefting a spiked mace as if to maintain order. Seeing Chen Ran's bewildered expression, Horseface called out, "Another newcomer. You in the front, tell him where we are." An older woman at the back of the line turned around. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered with terrified eyes, "This is the Yellow Springs Road. Go get in line." Horseface pointed his spiked mace at Chen Ran, silently warning him that a beating awaited if he refused to comply. Chen Ran fell in at the end of the line with a bitter expression. "I really must be dead," he thought to himself. Name: Li Chang. Age: 30. Hometown: Northern Shaanxi. Did you commit any evil deeds while alive? The judge handling the registrations revealed a chilling smile, baring both rows of his teeth. Perhaps, to him, the various pieces of gossip from these souls' past lives were the only source of amusement in his endless work. And no. Li Chang stuttered, clearly guilty. His eyes darted around erratically. "Go face the wall over there." The judge sounded disappointed as he casually pointed to the wall opposite him. Only then did Chen Ran notice that there were a few people huddled in the shadows in front of the opposite wall. They were all facing the wall, crouching down with their hands clutching their heads. Next. Reporting to the organization. My name is Matthew, 35 years old, from Sichuan, Chongqing. When I was alive, I served hard time for robbery and embezzlement. Before the judge could even begin his questioning, Matthew blurted out a full confession. His posture was upright, showing the clear practiced ease of an experienced smooth talker. "Ah, you are an interesting one." The judge looked pleased, then asked, "Do you want to go to heaven?" "Yes, yes, yes." Matthew nodded frantically. "All right, let me ask you a question. Were these crimes you just mentioned committed of your own free will?" Matthew hesitated for a second, but catching the hint of a smile in the judge's eyes, he immediately realized the magistrate intended to let him off the hook. He quickly feigned indignation, "My supervisor forced me to do it all." "Ah, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, sometimes you just have no choice. Back in my day, I was also." The judge trailed off, pointing to the wall behind him. "Go. Stand over there. Stand, not crouch." Wild joy erupted on Matthew's face. He bowed deeply over and over to the judge, as well as Oxhead and Horseface. "Thank you, leaders. Thank you, organization. I promise to turn over a new leaf in heaven." As the people in the queue witnessed this scene, their anxious hearts settled slightly. As long as we confess our past sins, the magistrate will show mercy, they thought. Sure enough. During the subsequent interrogations, as long as someone confessed to their crimes, the judge would ask if they wanted to go to heaven. "My mom forced me to do it," declared a middle-aged man who had murdered his wife, his face a mask of utmost sincerity. "The school bullies forced me to do it," claimed a youth who had bullied a classmate to death, looking entirely innocent and naive. Without exception. Those who confessed and shifted the blame onto others were permitted to simply stand while facing the wall, spared from having to crouch with their hands over their heads. They chatted and laughed with Matthew in front of the wall, casting disdainful glances at those crouching down. It was as if they had suddenly transformed into the most benevolent saints on earth, possessing an innate moral superiority over those guilty of heinous crimes. At that moment, a woman appeared out of thin air at the end of the line, looking just as bewildered. Oxhead repeated Horseface's earlier words, "Another newcomer. You in the front, tell her where we are." Chen Ran turned his head. Perhaps paralyzed by fear, he opened his mouth several times before finally managing to choke out, "The Yellow Springs Road." "Get in line," Oxhead ordered, pointing his spiked mace at the woman. Staring at the razor-sharp spikes on the weapon, the woman highly cooperatively took her place at the back of the queue. However, she cast a profound look at Chen Ran's back, who was standing right in front of her. As time passed, Chen Ran noticed that no new people had appeared in the secret room for quite a while. Counting the judge handling the registrations and Oxhead and Horseface maintaining order, there was a total of 18 people in the room. Soon enough, it was Chen Ran's turn. Name: Chen Ran. Age: 26. Hometown: Jiangzhou. Did you commit any evil deeds while alive? He had been too far away to notice before, but now he saw that when the judge asked this question, his face showed anticipation, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sense of boredom and apathy. Chen Ran briefly organized his thoughts before replying, "When I was alive, I had an argument with my girlfriend." Perhaps feeling a bit apprehensive about confessing his own misdeeds, he paused for a moment before continuing, "I buried her. The police still haven't found her body." After speaking, he noticed the judge frowning slightly, seemingly ready to probe further. He quickly scrambled to defend himself, "Since they never found the body, I didn't commit a crime. Therefore, I never killed anyone while I was alive." "Ha ha ha, you certainly have a silver tongue. Murder is murder, cut the nonsense." The judge's expression softened considerably, and he abandoned any intention of pressing the issue. Seeing this, Chen Ran grew anxious. He looked at Oxhead and Horseface on either side. "I don't want to go to hell. I really never killed anyone." "You are a murderer," Oxhead stated coldly. "That's right. Honestly, a kill is a kill. No one who ends up here was a saint in their past life," Horseface chimed in. Perhaps because only Chen Ran and the woman were left and their shift was ending, Oxhead and Horseface seemed a bit more humane. "Enough, go face the wall." Chen Ran wanted to argue further, but seeing the judge's face darken, he obediently went to face the wall. It was finally the last woman's turn. "Name?" "I don't want to tell you," she said, stubbornly refusing to cooperate. Bam! The judge slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, roaring, "Don't bring your living world attitude in here. You answer whatever I ask, so be honest." The judge's sudden outburst of rage startled everyone. Oxhead and Horseface quickly rushed over to placate him. "Boss, calm down. Don't lower yourself to a newcomer's level. Speak. Did you commit any evil deeds while alive? Why should I answer your question? What's in it for me? If you're a magistrate of the Underworld, my entire life is recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Go look it up yourself." The woman refused to be intimidated, putting on the haughty, entitled airs of a princess. His authority challenged, the judge flew into a blinding rage. He actually drew a pistol from his waist and pressed the muzzle squarely against the woman's forehead. "Are you going to speak?" Feeling the intense murderous intent radiating from the judge, the surrounding crowd instinctively shrank their necks back in fear. Matthew, on the other hand, couldn't help but secretly marvel upon seeing the pistol. The Underworld really keeps up with the times. They even use pistols for law enforcement now, he mused. His eyes darted around shiftily before he trotted forward, barking at the woman like a loyal lapdog. "Do you still think you're in the living world? When the magistrate tells you to speak, you speak." The judge ignored Matthew. He narrowed his eyes, staring dead at the female ghost, looking fully prepared to pull the trigger. The woman remained silent. She tilted her chin up, adopting an arrogant "shoot me if you dare" posture. Just when everyone thought the woman was about to be executed, the judge, Oxhead, and Horseface suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter of the three echoed throughout the secret room, bizarre and spine-chilling. The judge turned his head to count the number of people facing the wall, muttering to himself, 13 it is, then. Matthew was just about to say something when the judge abruptly swung the muzzle around, aiming it directly at Matthew's forehead. He spoke in a flat, indifferent tone. "You lied." Bang! With the crack of the gunshot, Matthew's sycophantic expression froze instantly on his face, and his body tipped over backward, hitting the ground like a stiff board. Matthew was dead. The moment the gunshot rang out, everyone present froze in shock. Following a sudden, piercing scream from an unseen source, the crowd scattered like startled birds, fleeing in every direction. However, the secret room had limited space. Where could they escape to? Ultimately, they all huddled in the corners. One by one, they desperately squeezed into the deepest parts of the corners, terrified that they would be the next to suffer. Since Chen Ran was the last one facing the wall, he had preemptively seized a favorable position and was squeezed into the innermost part of the corner. Seeing the judge raise his pistol again, Li Chang, who was at the very front, protested, "You guys in the underworld are resorting to vigilantism. I am going to file a complaint against you." "Yes, yes, yes. You said that as long as we confessed the crimes from our past lives, we could go to heaven. We don't have to go to heaven, but you can't kill us either. We never did any bad deeds while we were alive." They grew increasingly agitated as they spoke, the crowd's emotions flaring. However, the response they received remained exactly the same. "You lied. You lied. You lied." Every time the judge fired his gun, he would repeat those same words as corpse after corpse fell to the ground. The eyes of the survivors were filled with despair and terror. Someone lunged forward to snatch the pistol while the judge was shooting someone else, but the moment they made contact with him, an invisible force repelled them. Some fell to their knees and begged for mercy, some confessed every sin they had ever committed in life, some cursed and others wept until their tears fell like rain. The judge resembled a cold killing machine, the pistol acting as a death knell that snatched away life after life. As the saying goes, good and evil will eventually face their due karma. Just as Horseface had mentioned earlier, the people who arrived here were not good people in life. They had escaped the laws of the living world, but they could not escape judgment in the underworld. Before long, the only ones left alive in the secret room were the judge, Oxhead, Horseface, Chen Ran, a woman, and the youth who had not spoken a single word from beginning to end. The judge swept his gaze over the three of them before finally locking his eyes onto Chen Ran. He raised his hand, aiming the muzzle squarely at him. "You lied." Click. The bullet jammed. Under the judge's horrified gaze, the pistol slipped uncontrollably from his grasp and dropped to the floor. Oxhead, Horseface, the youth, and Chen Ran all widened their eyes. Almost simultaneously, the four of them charged forward like madmen, desperate to snatch the fallen pistol. Beta. Horseface ran the fastest. He was just about to touch the pistol when a fair, slender hand beat him to it. Baishutzi scooped up the pistol, looked at the charging Horseface, and fired instinctively. Click. The bullet jammed. But strangely, the pistol did not fall this time. It remained firmly gripped in her hand. Unable to halt his momentum, Horseface was about to crash right into Baishutzi when an invisible force violently repelled him. He flew backward and slammed heavily against the wall. "Give the gun to me." Oxhead stretched out his hand, his eyes brimming with urgency. He wanted to snatch it by force but feared being knocked away by the mechanism. "Little girl, it seems you are the person of destiny meant to restore the underworld. Give the gun to Oxhead, and we will introduce you to the underworld emperor," the judge said, feigning pleasant surprise. "Don't give it to him." Chen Ran and the youth shouted in unison. They both stepped behind Baishutzi, staring warily at the big man trio. "Then who should I give the gun to?" Baishutzi turned to look at Chen Ran and the other man, acting as if she had no mind of her own. "To me. To me." Seeing that both Chen Ran and the youth wanted the gun, Baishutzi dropped the timid expression from her face. She swept her gaze over the five of them and sneered, "So, why exactly should I give the gun to any of you?" The five of them suddenly realized they had been played. Sure enough, anyone who ended up here was no saint in life. Baishutzi looked at Chen Ran. "I don't believe a word the big man trio says. You must have figured something out." "What do you mean?" Chen Ran frowned. "Still playing dumb? I used to work at a deaf school when I was alive, so I know a little lip reading. Earlier, you mouthed several words before finally saying, 'Yellow Springs Road,' aloud. But in reality, your original sentence was, the person in front of me told me that this is the Yellow Springs Road. Aside from the words, Yellow Springs Road, you deliberately made no sound for the rest of the sentence. Hearing this, Chen Ran remained relatively calm, but the judge, Oxhead, and Horseface glared at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Speak. What did you discover? Faced with her question, Chen Ran pulled a cigarette case from his pocket. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said nothing. He simply pointed his finger toward the desk where the judge had been registering them. On the front of the desk, the words, Ghost Gate Pass, were incredibly conspicuous, so eye-catching that anyone could easily read them. It clearly says Ghost Gate Pass right there, yet the people in line claimed this was the Yellow Springs Road. It was an absolute bold-faced lie. Chen Ran then pointed at Oxhead and Horseface. Furthermore, there was a flaw in what those two said. They could have directly informed the newcomers where we were, but they insisted on doing something entirely unnecessary by having the person in front pass the message along. Hearing Chen Ran's explanation, Bai Xiuzi recalled the words the judge repeated every time he fired his weapon. Realization dawned on her, and she asked hesitantly, "Are you saying they were deliberately leading the people in line to lie?" Exactly. Lying is likely forbidden here. They set it up so that the first person would lie to the second would lie to the third, and so on, causing everyone in line to lie. Even if someone managed to slip through the cracks, the judge's interrogation during registration served as a second trap to guide people into lying. Bai Xiuzi nodded. During the interrogation earlier, the judge had intentionally led the people in line to answer with lies about being forced to commit evil deeds. And every time he pulled the trigger, he declared, "You lied," which further proved Chen Ran's deduction. Lying was strictly forbidden inside the secret room. At the same time, it could be deduced that the pistol was a crucial item used to pass judgment on whether each ghost was lying or not. Liars would be shot. For those who told the truth, the bullet would jam during judgment, indicating that the judgment had failed. Consequently, the shooter would lose their right to judge, which was why the pistol would drop from their hands. This pistol was a liar slayer. Having figured this out, Bai Xiuzi was left with only one final question. She stared sharply at Chen Ran, but considering that she herself could not lie, she took a moment to organize her words mentally. When you were registering earlier, your words also sounded like a lie. Yet when the judge passed judgment on you, the bullet jammed. That proves you were telling the truth at the time. I want to know why that is. This was also exactly what the judge couldn't figure out. Chen Ran claimed he had an argument with his girlfriend and then buried her, which meant he had indeed killed someone when he was alive. But then he had argued that he didn't murder anyone. It was clearly a lie, so why had the judgment failed? Facing the inquisitive gazes of the five people, Chen Ran leisurely took a drag from his cigarette before finally flashing a toothy grin. Take a guess. Bai Xiuzi paused for a moment, then relaxed. Fair enough. You were just judged to be someone who tells the truth. As long as you don't spout any lies from here on out, even with the gun in my hand, I can't do anything to you. She looked around at the others. Chen Ran was not a liar. The judge and his two companions knew the rules of the secret room, so they wouldn't be stupid enough to lie either. However, when the judge demanded the gun earlier, he said he would introduce her to the 10 Yama Kings. Those words had elements of a lie, but it was merely a suspicion. Ultimately, her gaze landed on the youth. Based on her earlier analysis, the people ahead of Chen Ran had all told a bold-faced lie, and the youth was in line right in front of him. However, it was also possible that he had used the same trick as Chen Ran, mouthing words without making a sound so that the person behind him would only hear the words, Yellow Springs Road. Therefore, the youth was also a suspect. Wait. Bai Xiuzi suddenly remembered something. She recalled what the judge had said earlier, 13 it is, then. Earlier, there were 18 people in the secret room. I refuse to answer the judge's questions, which rules out the possibility that I lied. Oxhead and Horseface are in cahoots with the judge, so they can naturally be ruled out as well. In that case, according to the judge's assessment, myself, Oxhead, Horseface, and he himself did not lie. Aside from the four of us, all 14 remaining people including Chen Ran had lied. Yet he said, 13 it is, then. It was obvious that among those 14 people, one other person had not lied. Who was this person? The big man trio wanted to set everyone up to lie, meaning the first person in line was the key. Only by tricking the first person into lying could the falsehood be passed down the line. There were two possibilities. First, the person at the front of the line was in on it with the big man trio and lied voluntarily to mislead everyone behind them. Second, someone among the big man trio was lying. Just now, Chen Ran was huddled in the deepest part of the corner, and the youth had been standing in front of him. Yet, the judge bypassed the youth and chose to pass judgment on Chen Ran first. That points to the first possibility. The youth was the first person in line, and he had lied. How should I pass judgment on him? When I fired at Horseface just now, the bullet jammed, yet I didn't lose the right to judge. That means that judgment hadn't actually started at that moment. Wait. Every time the judge fired the weapon, he would utter a specific phrase, "You lied." That was the command to initiate the judgment. Realizing this, Bai Xiuzi sneered. She raised her arm, leveling the muzzle at the youth. Although I don't know how to leave the secret room, the fact that you all chose to guide people into lying and then gun them down proves that the method to leave this place involves killing. I didn't lie. Seeing the muzzle pointed straight at him, the youth panicked. You lied. Having said that, Bai Xiuzi slowly pulled the trigger. However, the bloody scene of a bullet blasting through a head did not occur. Click. It jammed. Following that, her gun-wielding hand was overtaken by an invisible force, forcing her fingers to slowly uncurl. No. Bai Xiuzi's eyes widened in absolute horror. Judgment failed. The pistol fell. Bai Xiuzi reacted incredibly fast. She bent down to grab the gun, but the moment she touched it, she was repelled backward. She crashed right into Chen Ran, who was standing behind her, and both of them tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap. The youth picked up the pistol and smiled at the two of them. It seems Lady Luck is on our side. Why didn't you lie? Bai Xiuzi demanded, furious and exasperated over losing control of the pistol. He should know, the youth replied, ignoring her question and pointing at Chen Ran, who was unsteadily getting to his feet. His intention was obvious. Chen Ran had not lied yet, so the youth wanted him to speak more. After all, people always tended to slip up and lie when they were caught off guard. Chen Ran felt like his bones were about to fall apart from the collision just now. Too lazy to waste words, he simply pointed at the registration desk a short distance away. Bai Xiuzi was confused at first, but then her pupils abruptly shrank. She stared intently at the three words, Ghost Gate Pass. In myths and legends, passing through the Ghost Gate Pass led to the Yellow Springs Road. In this secret room, the desk represented the Ghost Gate Pass, and beyond the desk was the Yellow Springs Road. If the youth stood behind the desk and told the second person in line, this is the Yellow Springs Road, then the youth would not be lying. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Xiuzi glared viciously at Chen Ran. You never asked. Moreover, I felt that there might be a flaw in your deduction. The youth was clearly a contingency plan for the big man trio, specifically designated to save the situation. Bai Xiuzi's anger gradually subsided, and Chen Ran's words brought her to a stark realization. If the judge lost his right to pass judgment, the youth would be the turning point for the big man trio. As long as the one holding the pistol failed to realize that crossing the desk meant stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road, any hasty attempt to judge the youth would end in certain failure. As the saying went, one must calculate defeat before calculating victory. This allowed them to advance and attack, while ensuring that retreating would not result in total annihilation. Bai Xiuzi calmed down. Chen Ran has not lied from the very beginning. To him, it does not matter who holds the power of judgment. However, he had an even better option, which was to hand over the power of judgment to someone who knew the rules. When the person who knows the rules passes judgment, they will definitely reveal more information about the pistol and the secret room. That is why he did not warn me. No, wait. Bai Xiuzi suddenly realized something, trying desperately to suppress her inner terror. She knew that she was already out of this game of wits, but she wouldn't necessarily die, NS. Sure enough, after obtaining the pistol, the youth did not even spare her a glance. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Chen Ran. The youth held the pistol out to Chen Ran. He asked earnestly, "Do you want it?" Chen Ran replied with a question of his own, "Are you giving it?" "If you really want it, it is not impossible for me to refrain from giving it. If you truly give it, it is not impossible for me to refrain from taking it. If you do not want it, I cannot force you to want it. Whether you want it is up to you, and whether I give it is up to me. If you do not say you want it, you will never know that if you do want it, I might not give it. If you do not give it, it isn't impossible for me to not want what you give. To give or not give is up to you, to want or not want is up to me. If you do not say you will give it, you will never know that I won't want it when you aren't incapable of not giving it." The youth paused for a moment and said, "What if I give it?" Chen Ran pondered for a second and replied, "What if I want it?" Bai Xiuzi pondered over their conversation. One was saying, "If you want it, I won't give it," the other was answering, "If you give it, I don't want it." This showed that the youth knew Chen Ran was highly intelligent and would definitely understand what he was saying. Therefore, the youth was playing with words to trick Chen Ran into telling a lie. After all, understanding something in your head was one thing, but being able to express it flawlessly was another. Smart people were often arrogant. Since the youth used convoluted logic, Chen Ran would naturally follow suit and reply with equally tangled phrasing. However, carefully analyzing what the two had just said, one would realize the youth had dug a trap in his words. What he really meant was, if you want it, I won't give it, and if you don't want it, I still won't give it. So, here came the problem. Did Chen Ran truly not want the gun? The answer was no. He needed the gun, but not right now. If he simply answered that he wanted it, he would be lying. If he simply answered that he didn't want it, he would also be lying. Therefore, Chen Ran's only possible answer was, if you give it, I don't want it, if you don't give it, I still don't want it. Put simply, regardless of whether the youth offered him the gun or not, he would refuse. This deliberately avoided the question of whether Chen Ran would want the gun if the youth failed his judgment. Expressing this answer in a convoluted, tongue-twisting manner meant that a single slip-up would convey the wrong meaning, resulting in him being judged as a liar and executed by the youth. Bai Xiuzi felt that there was absolutely no need for Chen Ran to entertain the youth's questions. Yet, he still answered, proving that Chen Ran also wanted to trick the youth into lying. Chen Ran lit a cigarette and said slowly, "This secret room is completely sealed. Although 12 people have already died, the oxygen still won't last much longer." "And you are still smoking?" Bai Xiuzi asked, utterly speechless. "Shut up." The youth glared at her, then turned back to Chen Ran. "Keep talking. I was killed by a car. Logically speaking, I should be a soul right now. However, looking at the corpses on the ground and feeling the pain from when she crashed into me just now, I can tell that I am still a person of flesh and blood. By the way, making a flawed deduction should not count as lying, right?" "In your case, no," the youth shook his head. Chen Ran continued, "This indicates that we were transported to this secret room by some kind of unknown power. If we want to leave the secret room, we might also need to use that power, or perhaps fulfill a certain condition." The youth cast a surprised glance at Chen Ran. In his speech, he had heavily utilized words like, some kind, if, might, and perhaps euro, terms perfectly chosen to avoid making absolute statements and lying. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "What I am trying to say is that since you set a trap to make us lie, the method to leave the secret room is very likely tied to judgment. However, if I never tell a lie, none of us will be able to leave alive. Rather than dragging this out until we suffocate to death, we might as well just have a head-on sniping duel." "How exactly do you want to duel?" The youth could not have asked for a better opportunity. This was like a pie dropping from the sky. "We will each ask questions. The person asked must answer, and they cannot say they don't know, nor can they answer with something irrelevant to the topic." Chen Ran proposed the rules for the head-on sniping duel, and all the youth had to do was find the traps Chen Ran had buried within those rules. He said we will each ask questions, but he did not specify asking only a single question. That means both of us can ask multiple questions. He said the person asked must answer without saying they do not know or going off topic, but if Chen Ran asks a personal question about himself, I will have no way to answer it. Agreed, but I have a supplementary condition, the youth said. The question person must finish answering a question before the next person can ask one, and the questions cannot involve one's own past personal matters. Deal. I will go first. Chen Ran stubbed out his cigarette, looking entirely confident. The youth shrugged indifferently. My question is, since the gun wielder has the authority to pass judgment on others, then conversely, can others question the gun wielder's authority to judge? Yes, the youth blurted out. He hadn't expected Chen Ran's trump card to be such a moronic question. It was the youth's turn. The youth sneered, suddenly baring fangs like a docile kitten turning into a tiger. I am currently lying. Is that the truth or a lie? Bai Xiuzi's expression changed drastically. A few words automatically surfaced in her mind, liar's paradox. Liar's paradox. No matter how it was answered, it would be wrong.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I am lying. Is that the truth, or a lie? If Chen Ran answered that it was the truth, yet the youth had already stated he was lying, then Chen Ran would be lying. If Chen Ran answered that it was a lie, it meant the youth had just spoken the truth. Since he spoke the truth, yet Chen Ran claimed he was lying, then Chen Ran would still be lying. This was an unsolvable trap. Hearing this, the judge's trio, who had intentionally lowered their presence earlier, could not help but burst into laughter. He finally fell for it. I have to admit, he is smart, but he ultimately suffered from a lack of experience. He is dead for sure. Hearing their words, Chen Ran seemed to realize his mistake. His face instantly turned pale, and he closed his eyes in despair. Seeing his reaction, the youth revealed a victor's smile, thinking to himself, I almost blew it just now. To avoid any further complications, he raised his arm, aimed the gun at Chen Ran's forehead, and enunciated every word clearly. You lied. Amidst the smiles of the judge's trio and the despairing gaze of Bai Xiuzi, the youth slowly pulled the trigger. Click. The click of the jammed bullet was exceptionally piercing in the quiet secret room, and the heavy clatter of the pistol dropping to the ground rang out like a massive bell, jarring the minds of the 5 people present. The smiles froze on the faces of the youth and the judge's trio, their eyes locked blankly on Chen Ran as he bent down to pick up the gun. You lied. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ran raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet struck right in the center of the youth's forehead. Why? The youth died with his eyes wide open. Even as he drew his last breath, his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Chen Ran. He needed an answer. Chen Ran wore a peculiar expression. I haven't even answered your question yet, and you already claimed that I lied. So, are you lying, or are you lying? At this moment, Bai Xiuzi recovered from her shock. She finally seemed to understand exactly what kind of pit Chen Ran had dug in his verbal agreement with the youth. Bai Xiuzi looked at Chen Ran and asked uncertainly, did you know about the liar's paradox right from the beginning? Of course I did, Chen Ran said, lighting a cigarette. So that was it. Chen Ran's rule, each side asks a question. The person asked must answer and cannot say they do not know, nor can they answer with an irrelevant topic. The youth's supplemental rule, the next person can only ask a question after the respondent has answered, and the questions cannot involve past personal matters. In Chen Ran's rules, he deliberately did not specify how many questions each person could ask. If he asked 80 or 100 questions in a row, how would the youth answer? Thus, the youth added a supplemental rule, the next person can only ask a question after the respondent has finished answering the previous one. This supplemental rule was the root cause of the youth's ultimate judgment failure. Looking at the rules stated by both of them, neither specified a time limit for answering the questions. Chen Ran deliberately left it out, while the youth's judgment was clouded by the phrase, must answer, in Chen Ran's rule. Must answer does not mean answer immediately. In other words, when facing the youth's liar's paradox, as long as Chen Ran kept his mouth shut, he was technically just thinking about how to answer. Since there was no time limit in their rules, he could wait 100 years to answer without breaking the rules, provided he did not speak during that time. Chen Ran's silence misled the youth into thinking he could not answer and had violated the must answer rule. Therefore, he determined that Chen Ran lied when proposing the rules. As a result, the youth initiated a judgment against Chen Ran. The outcome was obvious: the judgment was doomed to fail. So, here is the question. What if the youth's supplemental rule had placed a time limit on answering? Chen Ran would have stated the liar's paradox first. What if the youth had not underestimated his opponent and insisted on fighting over who got to ask the first question? Then they would have argued endlessly until there was no conclusion, and the proposal for the head-on sniping duel would have been rejected. This meant that the very moment the youth agreed to the head-on sniping duel, Chen Ran was already in an invincible position. What an absolute monster! The judges' trio stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The three exchanged glances, and Horseface immediately shouted at Chen Ran, "You lied." Earlier, Chen Ran had asked the youth if others could question the judgment qualifications of the person holding the gun. The youth had answered, yes. Horseface was in the same group as the youth, so he naturally knew that the youth's answer was the truth. If the gun holder lied, others could question them, and the holder would lose their judgment qualifications, causing the pistol to drop. Just now, when Chen Ran executed a judgment on the youth, he had to speak the judgment command, "You lied." However, at that time, Chen Ran was still facing the liar's paradox proposed by the youth. His speaking was both initiating the judgment and answering the youth's question at the same time. According to the liar's paradox, the moment Chen Ran opened his mouth, he was already lying. Therefore, Horseface questioned his qualification to continue the judgment. However, the expected scene of the pistol dropping did not occur. It remained firmly grasped in Chen Ran's hand. "Why didn't you lose your qualification?" Horseface asked in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chen Ran lit another cigarette. "The answer is very simple. Take a guess. Why did I call my showdown with the youth a head-on sniping duel?" Chen Ran lit another cigarette. "The answer is very simple. Take a guess. Why did I call my showdown with the youth a head-on sniping duel?" A head-on sniping duel is a gaming term. In shooting games, two players shoot at each other through the middle doors until one snipes the other dead. The youth died, so the game is over. "You lied." Chen Ran raised his hand and fired another shot. Horseface froze in place before slowly collapsing to the ground. Chen Ran glanced at the hole in the shattered Horseface mask torn open by the bullet, revealing the face of a middle-aged man underneath. He sneered, "Just as I thought, you were only playing pretend." He shifted the gun, pointing it at the judge who had been in charge of questioning and registration earlier. The judge was so terrified that his legs went soft and numb. He hurriedly cried out to stop him, "I haven't told a single lie. If you execute a judgment on me, you will lose your judgment qualification." Chen Ran did not speak. He merely pointed at the youth's corpse. Seeing this, the judge slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. When executing a judgment, the gun holder needs to speak the "you lied" command. But if the judgment fails, then the command the gun holder just spoke becomes a lie. "You lied." Chen Ran fired once more, and the judge dropped dead instantly. At this point, only 3 people remained in the secret room. Chen Ran, Bai Xiuzi, and Oxhead. Oxhead threw away his spiked mace and pulled off his mask, revealing the panicked and terrified face of the elder. "I have never lied, but I know I am not your match. Let's team up, and I will tell you how to escape this secret room." "You haven't lied?" Chen Ran asked in return. Seeing the elder's dumbfounded expression, Chen Ran felt it was necessary to help him jog his memory. Earlier, when the judge was questioning me, what did I say to all of you? The elder's pupils contracted sharply. When Chen Ran was being questioned by the judge, he had yelled at them, I don't want to go to hell, I really haven't killed anyone. The response of Ox Head, who was actually the elder, was, You killed someone. Chen Ran hadn't killed anyone, and he had stated that he hadn't killed anyone. Yet Ox Head, who was the elder, claimed that he did. Wasn't this a bold-faced lie? You lied. Bang! Chen Ran fired his fourth shot, and the elder fell dead. Bai Xiuzi's heart pounded wildly. Her previous judgment had failed, which meant her command was no longer just a command, but a lie. Seeing Chen Ran kill 4 people in a row, she was so terrified that she hurriedly changed the subject. How should we leave this secret room? Since the youth knew that a failed judgment by the gun holder meant they were lying, why didn't he kill you? Under Bai Xiuzi's horrified gaze, Chen Ran slowly raised the gun and aimed it right at her. Bai Xiuzi hurriedly dodged the muzzle of the gun, forcefully suppressing the terror in her heart. You can't kill me. Chen Ran pondered for a brief moment and lowered the weapon. Crouching down, he began to rifle through the pockets of the corpses one by one. Give me a reason. Earlier, the elder mentioned that if he teamed up with us, he would tell us how to escape. Because of that, I think leaving the secret room might be tied to forming a team. Unmoved, Chen Ran retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the youth's body, slipping them into his own pocket. Go on. The youth and the big man trio were in cahoots, yet they still plotted to kill all of us. Combined with my previous reasoning, the condition to escape the secret room must be this: only one team can remain. Chen Ran picked up a spiked mace. Upon gripping it, he noticed it was incredibly light, as if made of papier-mâché. Frowning slightly, he spoke without looking back, that's not the answer I want. I'll give you a hint, start with the only clue in the secret room. Hearing this, she watched as Chen Ran walked over to the desk and lifted it with effortless ease. It seemed that the desk the big man had used for registration was also made of papier-mâché. It was all just smoke and mirrors. However, aside from those props, Bai Xiuzi simply could not fathom what other clues could possibly exist in the secret room. The desk, the spiked mace, the ox head and horse-face masks, they were all just deceptive props used by the big man's team. In this secret room, apart from these items, there are only the surrounding walls. The walls have no writing and no patterns, so they can't be a clue. Then what is the only clue? Wait. The people. It's the people. There were a total of 18 people in the secret room. This is the only clue provided here, but why exactly 18? What is the significance behind this number? The rule we deduced is, lying is forbidden in the secret room. 18, lying is forbidden. Reaching this conclusion, Bai Xiuzi felt a chilling dread wash over her. Are you implying that this is the hell of tongue ripping? Keep going. Chen Ran did not deny it. Rumor has it that the first layer of the 18 levels of hell is the hell of tongue ripping. Those who are habitual liars in life are sent to this level after death to suffer the agony of having their tongues torn out. From this, we can conclude that those who lie in the secret room meet the conditions to remain in the hell of tongue ripping and therefore cannot leave. By the same logic, those who do not lie fail to meet the conditions to stay, meaning they are allowed to leave. At this point, Bai Xiuzi paused. The pistol acts as the magistrate of this hell. Only those who have undergone judgment can have their honesty verified. Those judged as liars will inevitably die, their corpses remaining here forever. However, those whose judgments fail, as well as those who have not been judged at all, are considered truthful. They do not meet the criteria to stay and can leave the secret room. Having finished her deduction, Bai Xiuzi looked at Chen Ran. If he spared her, the two of them could form a team. All she needed to do was showcase her intellect to the best of her ability. Chen Ran, having finished looting the bodies, walked toward her. He slowly raised his arm, aiming the muzzle of the gun directly at her. You are not fit to be my teammate. Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger, Bai Xiuzi took a deep breath. At least let me die understanding why. The only clue is related to numbers, which means the method to escape the secret room must also involve numbers. You've already deduced that this is the hell of tongue-ripping, the first of the 18 levels of hell. The hidden numbers here are 18 and 1. 18 people entered, and either one person or one team gets to leave. Those are the two actual methods to escape the secret room. The youth didn't kill you because he knew that, due to my setup, the big man trio had already lied. If his judgment had failed again, they would have been completely wiped out with zero chance of making a comeback. He had to leave behind a hidden card. A with ring above NB. You were his hidden card. Your survival was meant to mislead me into making an erroneous judgment about the escape plan. Following his logic, I was supposed to wonder why he spared you unless you served another purpose. This would have led me to the false conclusion that the room is cleared when exactly one person and one team remain. One person or one team. One person and one team. With just a one-word difference, the resulting deductions created two entirely divergent escape plans. So that was it. Bai Xiuzi gave a self-deprecating smile. When she had realized that her failed judgment essentially meant she had lied, she foolishly believed she might still survive as long as no one noticed. Little did she know, the youth intentionally refrained from judging her solely to manipulate Chen Ran's judgment. If Chen Ran had concluded that one person and one team was the way out, then Chen Ran would have joined the youth's team. They would have been in the same boat, ensuring Chen Ran wouldn't pass judgment on the youth's group of 4. The youth could then reveal the true answer to Chen Ran. At that point, Chen Ran would have judged and killed Bai Xiuzi, allowing their 5-person team to escape the secret room. I trust my deduction. The first layer signifies that either one person or one team can clear it. If it required one person and one team to clear it, there would be 2 ones, contradicting the fact that there is only a single number 1 associated with the first layer. This was also exactly why Chen Ran, the moment he acquired the gun, executed the youth without a second thought. I just have one last question. When you faced the judge's inquiry, how did you manage to clearly tell a lie, yet not be deemed a liar? This was the one puzzle she still couldn't crack. I argued with my girlfriend. I buried my girlfriend. Those are 2 independent events with no causal relationship. No wonder. I was previously puzzled as to how someone as rational as you could bury their girlfriend over a simple argument. It turns out they were entirely separate incidents. You 2 argued first, and then she passed away for some unknown reason. You simply helped her parents bury her, meaning you never actually killed anyone. Sigh, I was quite happy when I realized I wasn't dead yet. In the end, it was all just a fleeting illusion. Having said her piece, Bai Xiuzi closed her eyes. You lied. As Chen Ran uttered the judgment command, he immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet burst from the chamber. In the next moment, Bai Xiuzi collapsed into a pool of blood. Just as she breathed her last, several lines of bloody text suddenly surfaced on the opposite wall. Emotional lie: when manipulated by emotions to utter a falsehood in a state of anger, the speaker is deemed a liar. Common sense lie: by ignoring basic common sense and making statements that contradict it, the speaker is deemed a liar. Sentimental lie: whether speaking out of familial affection, romantic love, or friendship, uttering a falsehood for any underlying motive deems the speaker a liar. Chen Ran stared at the bloody lines of text. He understood that this was a detailed categorization of the criteria used to judge lies. After all, many statements were inherently difficult to classify as true or false. For example, emotional lie: if provoked into a rage, you might hurl a curse at your provocateur, such as, "fuck your ancestors." Since their ancestors are already dead, you theoretically cannot perform such an act. In this scenario, you have lied. Common sense lie: in the realm of basic common sense, everyone knows there is the sun in the sky. If you alone happen to be ignorant of this fact, and someone asks if there is a sun above, replying with either, "I don't know," or "no," will result in you being judged as a liar. Sentimental lie: if your friend is physically unattractive, but you comfort her by saying she is beautiful, you will be judged as a liar. Gazing at the strict boundaries defining emotional, common sense, and sentimental lies on the wall, Chen Ran fell deep into thought. He recalled the 3 states of the human psyche in psychology: the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID controlled emotions. The ego governed common sense. The superego dictated sentiments. Could these three boundaries of lying somehow be connected to the three psychological states? Aside from the three aforementioned categories, Chen Ran drew upon his past experiences navigating society's harsh realities to summarize the three most common ways people lied: lying about the past, lying about the present, and lying about the future. Lying about the past, boasting. Lying about the present, fabricating on the spot. Lying about the future, making empty promises. All of these would be deemed as lying. However, making an erroneous deduction while attempting to solve the secret room's puzzles did not constitute a lie. He felt that the very existence of this secret room was strictly to familiarize novices with the mechanics of lying and how to judge whether an opponent was doing so. Did this mean the true secret room hadn't even appeared yet? As he pondered this, the bloody text on the wall dissolved. Then, the entire wall began to slowly ascend until it completely vanished into the ceiling. Behind the newly opened pathway, Chen Ran saw an even larger secret room. The second chamber. Chen Ran slowly regained consciousness. Just as he had stepped out of the first secret room, a wave of dizziness had washed over him, and he had fainted immediately after. He looked around. This chamber was about the size of half a football field, and the floor was entirely covered in sand. Aside from him, there were 9 other people in the room, all looking as though they had just woken up. What surprised him was that all 9 were male, and every single one of them was gripping the exact same type of pistol he held in his own hand. In the center of the chamber sat a table about half a meter long. The 10 men approached to inspect it. The items on the table were simple: half of a torn photograph and a plastic shovel. The torn half of the photo depicted a father and his daughter. The father appeared to be around 30 years old, while the daughter looked to be about 2. Both wore faces filled with joyful smiles. That was all the information the table provided. The 10 men then shifted their collective gaze toward the eastern wall, simply because there was a door. The door was currently shut, but everyone noticed it was secured by an electronic lock. In other words, as long as they could figure out the password, they could escape the room. Those were all the clues available in the chamber. The 10 men remained completely silent. They scattered, maintaining a wary distance from one another. Some absent-mindedly played with the sand, some puffed on cigarettes, and others fell into deep thought. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Ran pinched a small amount of sand from the floor and placed it in his mouth. He tasted it carefully, then quickly spat it out. It was far too salty. Seeing that no one was going to speak, a pot-bellied middle-aged uncle standing near the center of the room stepped forward. "Gentlemen, I assume there are no novices among us here. The rooms we just individually cleared were the novice tutorial rooms. They were incredibly simple and held absolutely no real challenge. All you had to do was play a few tricks to deceive a newbie into lying, and you could pass." At this point, the middle-aged uncle changed his tone, his expression turning grave. "But the tutorial is over. This current room is a novice instance. It consists of 2 side quest chambers and 1 main story chamber, making its difficulty practically indistinguishable from a 1-star instance. My proposal is that we don't need to fight to the death just yet. Let's work together to solve this chamber first. As for the reward in the main story chamber, we can rely on our own individual skills when the time comes. How does that sound?" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 players stood up and walked over to the middle-aged uncle. It appeared they already knew each other. It was highly likely these 4 were part of the same team. The remaining 5 men considered this for a moment before they too stood up and gathered around the table in the middle of the room. All 9 of them then turned their gazes toward the only person who hadn't moved, Chen Ran. Under their varying expressions, Chen Ran took a deep drag from his cigarette. "I want to know, why would a bunch of veteran players like you join a novice instance?" The moment those words left his mouth, the 9 men reacted as if they had just seen a ghost. They all stared at Chen Ran in absolute shock. The middle-aged uncle swallowed hard and asked, clearly uncertain, "You are a novice? A with tilde omicron B?" Chen Ran nodded. Seeing this, the middle-aged uncle lost his composure. Well, you really do see everything if you live long enough. I can't believe someone actually threw their own life away just trying to grief newbies. After his lament, he explained, the gun in our hands is called the Liar Slayer. You probably already deduced its function back in the novice tutorial room. There's no need for me to elaborate on that. The reason us veteran players shamelessly participate in a novice instance is mostly because clearing it offers a small chance of obtaining a special reward that grants a skill to the Liar Slayer. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Chen Ran didn't hesitate any longer. He stood up and joined the others at the table in the center of the chamber. He noticed something peculiar about how the 9 men were standing. The middle-aged uncle and the 3 who had supported him earlier were huddled closely together, clearly marking them as a single team. Among the remaining 5, 4 of them stood relatively close to one another, yet meticulously maintained a half-meter distance between themselves. This indicated that while they were collaborating, they were also guarding against each other. Chen Ran looked at the youth who was keeping his distance from both factions. The youth was about the same age as Chen Ran, and though his gaze seemed firm and unwavering, Chen Ran suspected the guy was probably so awkward on the inside that he was practically cringing out of his own skin. It was obvious that the youth was also a novice. He couldn't integrate into the middle-aged uncle's team, and out of fear of being betrayed, he didn't dare join the 4-man alliance either. Yet, he still wanted to pretend to be a veteran player, which resulted in him standing awkwardly right between the 2 groups. Chen Ran walked over, gave the youth a subtle smile, and then brazenly took a spot right next to him. The middle-aged uncle didn't seem to notice the youth's true status as a novice. Seeing that all 9 had gathered at the table, he said, "All right everyone, let's talk. How should we go about solving this chamber?" From within the 4-man cooperative team, a yellow-haired youth stared at the torn photograph on the table. This half of the photo shows a father and his daughter. The daughter is sitting on her father's lap, and both are smiling brightly. This implies the complete picture was a family portrait. Therefore, we can deduce that the mother is on the torn half. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Ran suddenly interjected. "I have a question. Does a novice instance have a fixed number of participants?" "Yes, 18 people. And not just for a novice instance, the starting number for all instances is 18. He paused mid-sentence. As if suddenly realizing something, the middle-aged uncle scanned the people in the room, his face turning an ugly shade. "There are only 10 of us in this chamber. We are missing 8 people. So, our immediate priority is figuring out exactly where those 8 people are," Chen Ran suggested. The words had barely left his lips. The lights in the chamber abruptly vanished, plunging everything into pitch blackness. In the dark, the group heard the mandatory phrase. "You lied. You lied. You lied." 3 people had spoken the judgment command, yet strangely, there were 4 gunshots. This was immediately followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. After that, the chamber descended into a terrifying silence. About 10 seconds passed. The lights in the chamber flickered back on. Everyone was prone on the ground, cautiously lifting their heads. The sight that greeted them was bone-chilling. The yellow-haired youth was dead, his corpse bearing 3 bullet holes. In the southeastern corner of the room, 8 people had appeared out of nowhere. They were all female, varying in age from young to old. These 8 women stood at a fair distance from the 9 surviving men, surveying the chamber with expressions of utter bewilderment. One of them, a curly-haired woman, looked toward Chen Ran, who was relatively close to her, and asked, "How strange. We were just in another room. How did we end up here in the blink of an eye?" Chen Ran did not answer. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the middle-aged uncle, whose eyes were wide with pure terror. Something was very wrong. Seeing that he wasn't going to reply, the curly-haired woman walked over to the group alongside the other women and looked at the torn photo on the table. The complete picture must be a family portrait. The torn portion shows the daughter's mother, the father's wife. Hearing this, Chen Ran tightened his grip on his Liar Slayer. Like a predator lying in wait in the jungle, he was ready to strike at a moment's notice. When the lights had gone out, the yellow-haired youth had taken 3 judgment bullets from the Liar Slayers. That alone was enough to explain the entire situation. The yellow-haired youth's deduction. was a common-sense lie. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. A man stood up from the floor, aimed his gun squarely at the curly-haired woman, and declared, "You lied." Beneath the curly-haired woman's eerie, twisting smile, the man who had stood up pulled the trigger. Click. The bullet jammed. He snapped his head around in sheer panic, only to find 3 pitch-black muzzles pointed directly at him. The people holding those guns were the middle-aged uncle, Chen Ran, and a bald man from the temporary 4-man alliance. "You lied. You lied. You lied." Bang. 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 3 shots. One precisely struck between the eyebrows, one hit the temple, and one pierced the heart. The man who failed the judgment collapsed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Perhaps even up to the very end of his life, he couldn't figure it out. The curly-haired woman and the yellow-haired youth had said the exact same thing. So why was the yellow-haired youth considered to be lying, but the curly-haired woman was not? After his death, his liar-slayer vanished into thin air. Noticing this detail, Chen Ran turned his gaze toward the corpse of the yellow-haired youth and discovered that his liar-slayer had disappeared as well. It seems that after the novice tutorial room ends, the liar-slayer becomes personal property. When the owner dies, the liar-slayer disappears with them. The curly-haired woman gave Chen Ran a thumbs up. "Young man, you are truly impressive. You hit him right between the eyebrows with a single shot." Chen Ran scratched his head with a hint of shyness. "I only fired 1 shot just now. A bullet struck him between the eyebrows, and he died. I am not nearly as impressive as you say." After he spoke, he noticed that a bizarre smile had once again surfaced on the curly-haired woman's face. Chen Ran returned her bizarre smile with one of his own. The moment he turned his head, he found a pitch-black gun barrel aimed squarely at his forehead. Before the weapon's owner could utter the judgment command, he preemptively asked, "Are you sure you want to pass judgment on me?" The owner of the gun was the bald man's last surviving temporary teammate. He was just about to retort when the bald man stopped him. "He didn't lie. But I clearly saw you shoot that guy between the eyebrows just now." "He fired a shot too, there's no way he didn't see it," the gun owner argued. The bald man's face darkened. The bullet that had struck between the eyebrows was indeed fired by him, but there was a catch in this newbie's answer. He had said, "I only fired 1 shot just now. A bullet struck him between the eyebrows. He died. I am not nearly as impressive as you say." This was a classic montage lie. Every single sentence he uttered was the truth, but when strung together and heard by others, it created a lie. If someone tried to pass judgment on him for this, they would inevitably fail. After all, he hadn't lied, it was simply a flaw in the listener's comprehension. Logically speaking, this type of situation should be categorized as a common-sense lie and deemed a falsehood. However, the concept of a montage lie was a theory summarized by a foreigner. It was an obscure piece of trivia, not common sense. The bald man carefully organized his words. "Just remember one thing, every single sentence he said just now was true. If you try to pass judgment on him, you will definitely fail." Seeing the solemn expression on the bald man's face, his last surviving teammate reluctantly put his gun away. Chen Ran met the bald man's chilling gaze. "I thought you were going to say that phrase." A montage lie wasn't technically a lie, but whoever uttered that phrase would be the one actually lying. "You underestimate us veteran players too much. I'm in no rush. Besides this secret room, there are 2 more. We have plenty of time to play around," the bald man threatened, laying down his harsh words. "A Nigerian Naira Omicron." Chen Ran ignored him. He swept his gaze across the group and said coldly, "Even though there are some rules I don't know yet, you shouldn't embarrass yourselves with such petty tricks." He was, of course, referring to the 8 women. Obviously, there was something deeply wrong with the appearance of those 8 women. He didn't know which player in the room was responsible, but someone was trying to trap him here and get him killed. Left with no choice, he had used the montage lie to show off his capabilities and issue a warning. It had to be said that this display of skill was beautifully executed. Now, not only the bald man but even the middle-aged uncle was looking at him with deep apprehension. Was this really a newbie? Seeing that his desired effect was achieved, he found a random corner and plopped down onto the sand. Refusing to participate in the puzzle solving any longer, he adopted a posture that clearly said, "I'm not playing your games anymore." Lin Feng, who was also a newbie, quietly witnessed this entire theatrical display of back-and-forth schemes. At the same time, he was making his own calculations in his head. The position of the daughter in the torn photograph is wrong. According to common sense, if she were an only child, the daughter should be sitting between her parents. If there were two children, one would sit on the father's lap, and the other on the mother's. In the torn half of the photo, the daughter is sitting on the father's lap. Therefore, in the missing half, there should be a child sitting on the mother's lap as well. The complete picture is a family portrait of four. The yellow-haired youth's analysis triggered a common-sense lie, so it makes perfect sense that he was judged and killed. The crucial point is the curly-haired woman. Her analysis was exactly the same as his. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say she was mimicking the yellow-haired youth word for word, yet the judgment on her failed. Then, there is only one possibility. The curly-haired woman is not human. Someone lost their composure and passed judgment on the curly-haired woman, resulting in a failed judgment. The smoking newbie, the middle-aged uncle, and the bald man were the fastest to react and say the judgment command. All three of them fired their guns, which proves they had already deduced that the curly-haired woman wasn't human long before this. I remember that right before the curly-haired woman and the other 7 appeared, the secret room briefly plunged into darkness. This might be some kind of signal. The middle-aged uncle and the bald man are veteran players, so it's understandable that they could read this signal. But how did that smoking newbie know? Wait. When the secret room went dark, 4 gunshots rang out, yet there were only 3 bullet holes on the yellow-haired youth's body. Furthermore, only 3 voices had spoken the command at the same time. So where did the 4th shot go? A skill. The middle-aged uncle mentioned that most of the veteran players who come to the novice instance do so to bestow a skill upon their liar slayer. In other words, among the players here, one of the handguns one of the liar slayers already possesses a skill. The momentary loss of light in the secret room was a warning to the players present that someone was using a liar slayer skill. A warning? Hell, isn't that kind? It must be a form of camouflage, making it impossible to determine who exactly is using the skill. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Feng looked at the curly-haired woman walking toward him. He sneered internally but maintained his facade of naive confusion. "Young man, I didn't lie earlier either. Why would someone want to pass judgment on me?" Lin Feng flashed a brilliant smile, revealing 2 rows of perfectly white teeth. "No, you lied just now." This answer caused the smiles to instantly freeze on the faces of the few people who had been waiting to see him get trapped and killed. Someone had just failed to pass judgment on the curly-haired woman, which proved that she hadn't lied. However, the curly-haired woman had indeed lied just now. If someone hadn't grasped the layer of truth that she wasn't human, virtually any other response they gave would likely lead to their doom. Another freak. This was the collective thought of the 6 veteran players present. Having one smoking newbie was enough of a headache, they hadn't expected to encounter another newbie this formidable. The middle-aged uncle stopped pretending. He raised his handgun, aiming the barrel at the curly-haired woman and the other 7. In an instant, the 8 of them were sucked right into the gun barrel and vanished completely. No wonder you 2 were able to kill a veteran player in the novice tutorial room. You really are impressive. What should I call you? Lin Feng. Chen Ran. The middle-aged uncle deliberately straightened his clothes. I am Bailey Qiangsheng, and that bald guy over there is Zhang Yuan. These are my 3 teammates, Lu Changsheng, Li Anan, and Ma Wenjie. Offering one's name was the greatest sign of respect toward an enemy. Chen Ran and Lin Feng's hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. Their expressions were taken in entirely by the bald man, who licked his lips. Staring at them as if evaluating his prey, he said, "Our purpose in coming to the novice instance is to bestow a skill upon our liar slayers. According to the rules passed down in hell, the more newbies you kill in a novice instance, the richer the final reward. UT. The sand is very salty, which means it has been soaked in seawater. Taking all this into account, we can draw a conclusion: a divorced couple brought their 2 children to play at the beach. The missing half of the photo features the wife and the child living with her. Hence, the final deduction is that this divorced couple brought their 2 children to the beach for an outing, but for some reason, the wife and the child with her left early, ending the gathering. Bailey Qiangsheng gave him a thumbs up. Even though they were veteran players, they had made thorough preparations before entering the instance. Everyone had a different role, some excelled at puzzle solving, some at infighting, some at scamming newbies, and some were just fools acting as bait. Zhang Yuan was a police officer in life, highly skilled at analytical reasoning and solving cases. With him around, cracking the secret room would be much easier. Bailey Qiangsheng pointed at the shovel on the table. Going to the beach obviously implies playing in the sand. But why is there only one small plastic shovel here? Zhang Yuan had imagined many possibilities regarding this question, but none of them had direct evidence. At that moment, a sudden, cold voice chimed in. Is it possible that there is a flaw in the logic of your earlier deduction? The 6 men looked toward the sound and saw Chen Ran leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette with an amused expression. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan asked, his face darkening. The photo was torn in 2, with one half missing. Out of 2 children's beach shovels, one is missing. The answer is already obvious. The correct explanation is that the wife and the child living with her were absent from this beach outing altogether. Evidence. Zhang Yuan would not rashly overturn his own judgment just because of a few words from Chen Ran. This secret room was supposed to have 18 players, yet there are only 10 of us. 8 people are temporarily absent. Such a glaring clue is right in front of you. Could you not think of it, or were you trying to use this puzzle to trick the rest of them? You. He swallowed the curse that almost escaped his lips, instead just glaring fiercely at Chen Ran. What do you mean by temporarily? Bailey Qiangsheng caught the keyword in Chen Ran's sentence. Answer a question of mine first. Ask, he replied. Are there any conditions or limitations to casting the Liar Slayer skill? Chen Ran had no intention of helping for free. Yes. You have to sacrifice one guaranteed successful judgment opportunity by firing a shot into the air. Before firing, the Liar Slayer will block out all light sources in the secret room, are Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. So that is how it is. No wonder the secret room suddenly went dark earlier, and no wonder 4 shots rang out in the darkness, yet the yellow-haired youth only had 3 bullet holes in him. Having figured this out, Chen Ran held nothing back. The fact that the initial 10 people in this secret room are all men is also a clue. Out of the family of 4, 3 genders are confirmed, the husband, the wife, and the daughter. The only one whose gender cannot be determined is the child living with the wife. However, it does not matter if we cannot confirm it. In my earlier deduction, the wife and her child skipped this gathering, leaving only the daughter and the husband to play at the beach. But there is a problem here. Since the wife and the other child missed the gathering, why did the father and daughter still come to this beach? His words sent the group into deep thought. It was true. Since 2 people were absent, why did the father and daughter still come to the beach meant for their gathering? Unless something clicked in Zhang Yuan's mind. It means the 2 absent individuals will show up eventually. No, it is the wife who will come. The family portrait missing a half symbolizes a broken marriage, while the disappearance of one shovel symbolizes, something happened to the child with the wife. They are either dead or lost. Hearing this, everyone looked down at the table. Half a photo symbolized a broken marriage, that was indisputable. From the photo, it could be deduced that this former couple had 2 children. But the clue provided on the table was only a single plastic shovel meant for a child to play in the sand. The missing one symbolized that something had happened to the child accompanying the wife, just as Chen Ran said. Either dead or lost. Therefore, the wife did not want to attend this gathering, but the father and daughter's arrival proved that the wife would eventually show up. Wait, Ma Wenjie interjected, his brain cells struggling to keep up. He stopped them to ask, "You analyzed all this, but you still did not explain why the 8 players are temporarily absent." Dealing with this kind of person gave Chen Ran a headache. They just had to interrupt perfectly good reasoning and break everyone's train of thought. In the family of 4, the only confirmed male is the husband. Since the 10 of us are all men, wouldn't you say we are playing the role of the husband? The 8 missing players should all be women, acting as the wife. Since the wife is bound to show up, what we need to do now is summon those 8 missing women. These words brought absolute clarity. Exactly, the wife did not want to come but was forced to by the husband. By the same logic, the 8 missing players could be summoned over through some specific method. How do we call the wife over? Lin Feng, who had approached the table at some point, asked curiously. Since the marriage has collapsed, it cannot be out of love. That only leaves the familial bond between the wife and the daughter. The group suddenly turned around, their gazes collectively falling on the child's small shovel resting on the table. The beach, playing in the sand, family bonds. The answer was that the daughter built a sand sculpture in the shape of her mother, and the husband used this to call the wife over. However, the daughter was only 2 years old and knew nothing. Therefore, the real answer was, the husband sculpted the sand into the shape of his wife, claimed that their daughter made it, and used that to summon her. But we do not know what the wife looks like. How are we supposed to sculpt the sand? Someone asked. Lin Feng, Bailey Qiangshen, and Zhang Yuan glanced at the speaker as if looking at an idiot. Wouldn't randomly sculpting an adult figure with female characteristics suffice? Ma Wenjie felt embarrassed under their stares, but quickly recovered. He picked up the children's sand shovel and began piling up the sand on the floor. Gradually, a female sand sculpture with blurred facial features, long hair, and breasts appeared before them. Is this good enough? The moment he spoke, the female sand sculpture seemed to come to life. It blinked its eyes and, amidst the dumbfounded stares of the group, slowly transformed into a woman of flesh and blood. The woman opened her eyes and looked at the men in confusion, murmuring, "How strange." After the novice tutorial room ended, I felt like I slept for a very long time. My name is Cheng Si. She kept it concise by way of greeting. Without asking what had happened, she simply glanced at the items on the table, then at Ma Wenjie, who was holding a children's sand shovel, before stepping aside on her own. Just as Ma Wenjie was about to continue piling up sand, Cheng Si spoke up, "Do you want to practice polygamy?" "What do you mean?" The novice instance consists of 3 secret rooms. This is the first side quest chamber. The subsequent chambers might require cooperation between a husband and wife. If you continue building sand figures, it definitely won't be allowed. The crowd marveled at her deduction. Just by looking at the items on the table, she had figured out what they were trying to do and even offered advice. Everyone turned to look at Chen Ran, as if asking for his opinion. Chen Ran furrowed his brows. If I remember correctly, we aren't exactly in a cooperative relationship, are we? Bailey Qiangshen put on a smiling face. You're a newbie, so you don't understand the Hell Dungeon survival code. There are many Hell Dungeons, and every instance varies in plot and difficulty. But without exception, they are all tales of extreme wickedness. Every instance deconstructs its overarching story into 3 secret rooms, 2 side quest chambers and 1 main story chamber. If we can't clear all 3 secret rooms, everyone will die. Because of this, veteran players summarized a set of rules called the Hell Dungeon Survival Code. In the first 2 secret rooms, even if you catch someone lying, refrain from judging them if possible. Only when you're absolutely sure you can clear the main story chamber should you start judging people one by one. Simply put, the first 2 secret rooms operate on the law of the Bright Ocean Mutual Assistance and Cooperation. The 3rd secret room operates on the law of the Dark Forest. Anyone could potentially judge you, and no one's words can be trusted. As he spoke, he pointed at the youth who had tried to judge Chen Ran earlier and said, "Take him for example. When he was about to declare the command to judge you, you interrupted him. I didn't understand why you did that at the time. Now I have my answer. I'm guessing that back then, you already knew how to find the 8 missing players. If he died, we'd only have 7 people left and could only summon 7 players. The eighth couldn't be summoned, which means everyone would be forever trapped, unable to clear the secret room. Initially, there were 10 people in the secret room. 2 had died, leaving 8. If even one more person out of these 8 died, they wouldn't be able to summon all 8 missing players. This meant they would never clear the game and would end up dying here. To be completely honest, putting their conflicting stances aside, Bailey Qiangxing greatly admired Chen Ran. When a person entered an unfamiliar environment, their heart would naturally be filled with fear. This fear often led newcomers in the novice instance to instantly judge anyone they caught lying. Such an approach was extremely dangerous, as many secret rooms had strict requirements regarding the number of participants or their genders needed to clear the stage. Furthermore, solving a secret room involved a vast range of accumulated knowledge. Killing indiscriminately could easily result in the secret room becoming permanently unsolvable, dooming everyone inside to death. Chen Ran was a newbie. Despite not knowing the Hell Dungeon survival code, he managed to control his murderous desires. Not to mention, he seemed to be an expert puzzle solver. Talents like him were incredibly rare. I understand now. We join forces to solve the puzzles first, and once we're certain we can clear the stage, it will be time for settling scores later. Exactly, Bailey Qiangxing nodded. At that moment, Lin Feng voiced his doubts, that's not right. If that's the case, during the judgment of the yellow-haired youth just now, aside from this newbie Chen Ran firing a shot, 2 veteran players also fired their guns. Moreover, you even used a liar hunter skill. Our new BS. Zhang Yuan sneered. Isn't that obvious nonsense? We understand the survival code, but the newbies don't. To us, every newbie is a ticking time bomb. The best solution is to kill the newbies first. Chen Ran had no objections to this logic. When the yellow-haired youth lied, if the veterans hadn't fired, a newbie still would have. They might as well fire at the same time to steal the kill. However, he felt that the survival code wasn't quite so simple. For example, since I am useful to you all, does that mean I can lie blatantly, and you wouldn't dare judge me? At the same time, I can solve the secret room while you cannot. Does this mean I can secure a future lie? For instance, I lied, but I know how to solve the secret room. However, I'm afraid you might discard me after use. I need a promise, and the terms are, in this instance, you cannot judge me. With this promise in place, if you dare judge me in the future, it means you lied about your past promise. When that happens, I can question your right to judge. If both of us can question each other's right to judge, it equals neither of us having the right to judge. Reaching this point in his thoughts, Chen Ran asked, what happens if everyone loses their right to judge? Bailey Qiangxing gave him a profound look. Have you seen gunfight movies? A liar and another liar can fire their guns at each other at will. The prerequisite is that they must first judge or question each other. Only when it is confirmed that both are liars can they do this, otherwise, the bullet will jam. Chen Ran wanted to ask more, but seeing Bailey Qiangxing turn his head away, he stopped probing. The lovely Qing Si is absolutely right. The 8 of us essentially represent the 8 husbands. Each person can only build one sand figure to summon the corresponding wife. Hearing this, Bailey Qiangxing took the children's sand shovel from Ma Wenjia's hands and built a sand sculpture. Just like before, the sand figure gradually morphed into a flesh and blood woman. She looked around at her surroundings with the same bewildered expression. She was also a player, having lost consciousness right after completing the novice tutorial room. Before long, all 8 missing players had been summoned by the 8 men, and all of them were women. The 16 individuals collectively stared at the electronic door on the wall. Having lost face earlier, Zhang Yuan was the first to deduce, the electronic lock requires a 6-digit password. We can figure it out based on the changes in the number of people inside the secret room. First, there were originally supposed to be 18 players in the secret room, so the first 2 digits of the password are 18. Second, at the very beginning, there were only 10 players present, making the middle 2 digits 10. Finally, there are 8 men and 8 women in the secret room, so the final 2 digits are 88. The password is 181,088. Saying this, he stepped forward and pressed the password sequence. As a result, the password was incorrect, and immediately after, the group heard the sound of rushing water. They focused their gazes and were nearly scared to death. From beneath the 4 surrounding walls, water was continuously seeping into the secret room at a staggering speed. The crucial part was that the water was only flowing in, with no way to drain out. In mere moments, the water level had already reached their ankles. If they couldn't figure out the correct password in time, they would all drown once the water rose to the ceiling. The water is rising so fast. At this rate, we'll probably be completely submerged in less than 5 minutes. What do we do? Hurry up and deduce the new password. Panic erupted within the secret room. Everyone was gripped by terror as they scrambled to figure out the correct password. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, the first 4 digits, 1810, definitely aren't wrong. The starting secret room had 10 people, but to summon the 8 missing ones, only 8 people were needed. There are 2 extra, so my answer is 181,028. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who was closest to the door, immediately entered the password. To everyone's horror, the password was incorrect yet again, and the speed at which the water was seeping in was getting faster and faster. The water level had already risen to their waists. Cheng Xi's expression remained calm. We might as well analyze this based on the changes in the number of people in the family of 4 involved in this story. First, when the husband and wife were newly married and had not yet had children, there were only 2 people in the family, so the first digit of the password is 2. After giving birth to their first child, the number of family members became 3, so the second digit is 3. After giving birth to their second child, the number of family members became 4, making the third digit 4. Then the couple divorced, each taking 1 child. The single family split into 2 families, making the 4th and 5th digits, 2 and 2. She spoke slowly, so slowly it was maddening. Lu Changxing couldn't help but urge her, "Listen, lady, can't we just spit out the password already? The more anxious you are, the more you need to slow down." "You are distracting me," she replied. Lu Changxing was left speechless. He turned his head to ask Chen Ran, only to see him slowly taking a drag from his cigarette, his brows tightly furrowed, lost in thought. In the secret room, Cheng Xi's murmurs of deduction echoed once again. Whether the wife's child passed away or went missing, it counts as a reduction in personnel. So the 6th and 7th digits should be 2 and 1. The password would be 234-2221. However, the password only has 6 digits, yet we deduced 7. This indicates that the 2 children were twins. The step where the wife gave birth to the first child, making the family 3, can be omitted. The correct password is 242221. Zhang Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, hastily entered the password. However, it was still incorrect. With the error, the speed of the water seeping in accelerated, and the water level rose at a visible rate. Cheng Xi looked slightly surprised. Chen Ran raised his cigarette case above his head. He definitely did not want to be left without smokes in the upcoming secret room. Beautiful Cheng Xi, the earlier analysis should be correct. The couple was newly married, just the 2 of them in the house, so the first digit is 2. Lu Changxing was hopping mad with anxiety. Seeing Chen Ran begin his deduction, a glimmer of hope had just risen in his heart, but hearing him repeat Cheng Xi's words made his mindset completely collapse. Look, since Cheng Xi's earlier deduction was correct, let's not repeat it, alright? Look at you, getting anxious again. Lu Changxing. His train of thought interrupted, Chen Ran switched the cigarette case to his left hand, continuing to hold it high. Giving birth to the first child, the family size became 3, making the second digit 3. Giving birth to the second child, the family size became 4, making the third digit 4. Then the couple divorced, each taking 1 child. Logically, with the change in members, the 4th and 5th digits should be 2 and 2. However, there is a problem here. Essentially, the two children are still the father's and the mother's children. The total number of immediate family members does not actually change. Alpha Nu S. The divorce phase can be ignored, or it can be represented by the number 3. The number 3 sounds like the word for breaking up, and visually, the shape of a 3 looks like an 8 split right down the middle. Therefore, I am more inclined to believe the fourth digit is 3. Everyone's eyes lit up. Previously, they had been puzzled. The total number of people in the secret room was 18, so 9 people should have disappeared, yet only 8 vanished. Looking at it now, the number 8 was a hint for the password. If you split an 8 in half, doesn't it become a 3? They then heard Chen Ran continue, since it is calculated based on the number of original family members, then when a problem occurred with the wife's child, the number of people in the original family became 3. The fifth digit is also 3. The key lies in the sixth digit. There is a question here. At this point, Chen Ran looked at the submerged table. Tell me, did the wife die in the end or not? This question made Cheng Si pause for a moment. She abruptly looked at the half photograph on the table and muttered, the photo was torn in half, symbolizing the couple's divorce. However, out of these two halves, one was kept by the husband and the other by the wife. Yet, only the half kept by the husband is here. This means there are 2 missing items. The first is the second children's sand shovel, and the second is the half of the photo kept by the wife. This means that both the wife and the wife's child are dead. Since they both died, only the husband and daughter remain. The sixth digit is 2. The password is 234,332. Without waiting for Cheng Si to finish, Zhang Yuan followed Chen Ran's line of thought, deduced the final password, and entered it. The door clicked open. The password was correct. The water inside the secret room poured out like floodgates opening. The group slumped onto the floor, panting heavily, overwhelmed by the feeling of surviving a disaster. The exit was right before their eyes. What lay beyond it, or where it led, was unclear, and no one knew. However, none of them rushed to leave. Click, click, click. Chen Ran wanted to smoke a cigarette, but his lighter had been soaked in the water and wouldn't spark. He couldn't help but secretly curse himself for only focusing on protecting his smokes earlier, completely forgetting that this kind of lighter wasn't waterproof. Bailey Qiangsheng pulled out his lighter and generously tossed it to Chen Ran. Mine is a waterproof lighter. Thanks. Chen Ran lit his cigarette and, with practiced ease, slipped the waterproof lighter straight into his own pants pocket. Bailey Qiangsheng. Sure enough, no matter the smoker, they would always pocket your lighter. Lu Changsheng leaned in closer. Brother, what did you do before this? Your deduction skills are amazing. Chen Ran froze in place. He suddenly seemed to understand why he had been sent to hell. Before becoming a full-time novelist, he had worked at a fertility preservation center. Due to a mistake at work, the tadpoles at the center. These tadpoles were different from the ones some people usually aimed at the wall. The tadpoles that made it here had an extremely high probability of evolving. Chen Ran hurriedly changed the subject. According to what you said, the novice instance has 3 secret rooms, and this is the first side story secret room. Now we need to summarize. What kind of story did this side plot actually tell? Lin Feng pondered. A divorced couple took their respective children to the seaside for a trip. However, the wife's child was either abducted or drowned in the sea. Cheng Si picked up the thread. The wife was completely devastated and refused to join this seaside trip, afraid that the familiar sights would trigger her grief. But the husband felt the wife needed to face reality. So, he built a sand sculpture in the wife's likeness, claimed their daughter made it, and used family ties to lure the wife over. Chen Ran made the final summary. But, due to some reason, the wife still died in the end. The word for sand person sounds exactly like murder. I think it's highly likely the wife died because she committed a murder. If this conclusion stands, we can deduce backward. The child who had the accident was most likely kidnapped by a human trafficker, and the wife ultimately killed the human trafficker while searching for her child. The group fell silent. Since the first secret room was explaining the prelude to the tragedy, then the next secret room should be the confrontation between the wife and the human trafficker. Zhang Yuan's gaze darted back and forth between the three who had spoken. Chen Ran and Lin Feng were newbies. Cheng Si, however, managed to state that the novice instance had 3 secret rooms without having communicated with anyone. It also couldn't be ruled out that she was a veteran player, or perhaps she had heard a veteran player mention it in the novice tutorial room. In other words, of the 3 people best at deduction here, 2 were newbies, and 1 was potentially a newbie. In the 3rd secret room, would they, the veteran players, be able to outsmart these 3? The summary was complete. The 16 people stood up and looked toward the door. Chen Ran and Lin Feng didn't move, looking toward the veteran players instead. Bailey Qiangsheng and his crew knew they were being cautious and didn't mind too much, stepping through the doorway. Stepping through the door. The group entered a classroom. Inside, 15 desks and chairs were arranged neatly. 14 of them were pushed together in pairs, sitting flush against each other, leaving only a single desk completely isolated in the very front row. An examination paper rested on every desk. Beyond that, there were also people in the classroom. 2 masked men. One stood at the very back of the room, while the other stood at the podium. Various items were displayed on the podium, including a baseball bat, scissors, and a hammer. All of which were highly offensive weapons. On the wall above the blackboard, 2 motionless clocks hung on the left and right sides. Left, all 3 hands of the clock pointed to 6 o'clock. Right, all 3 hands of the clock pointed to 12 o'clock. Interesting. We have 16 people, yet only 15 desks, Chen Ran muttered. Hearing this, the veteran players immediately jogged over to claim a desk for themselves. Lin Feng hesitated for a brief moment before following their lead to secure his own spot. Very quickly, everyone except Chen Ran and Cheng Si had claimed a seat. The 2 exchanged a glance. Chen Ran made an inviting gesture, and Cheng Si walked rather helplessly to the very front row, taking the single unoccupied desk. Slam! The moment Cheng Si sat down, the classroom door automatically slammed shut. The masked man at the podium glanced at the seatless Chen Ran, flames erupting from his eyes. Just as everyone thought Chen Ran was going to be burned to ashes by the twin jets of fire, the flames bypassed him completely, igniting the wall behind him and continuing to spread rapidly. In an instant, the entire classroom was engulfed in a raging inferno. Yet, strangely enough, a fire in such an enclosed secret room should logically have produced thick, choking smoke. However, the group only felt the scorching heat of the flames roasting their skin and the intense thermal waves washing over them. Not a single wisp of smoke was generated. Reino Thailand bot S. The heat prompted Chen Ran to strip off his jacket, revealing the tank top underneath. He then pulled a cigarette from his cigarette case and used the ambient flames in the classroom to light it. Seeing everyone else staring at him, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, the corners of his lips curling up. Why are you all looking at me? I am just an outsider here. What is that supposed to mean? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. Before Chen Ran could even answer, Cheng Si's icy voice rang out. Are you all stupid? The previous secret room told us that 8 married couples lost their child. Out of these 8 couples, who is the only person confirmed to be alive? Where did 8 couples come from? Lu Changsheng's brain failed to process the information in time. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, darkened his expression. As if realizing something, he shot a vicious glare at Chen Ran. He explained, the condition for clearing the first secret room was, 8 men and 8 women. And it was always the men summoning the women. Since the husband in the first secret room used a sandman to call his wife, our group of 8 men and 8 women symbolizes those 8 couples. Cheng Si continued, exactly. The only individual among the 8 couples confirmed to be alive is the husband who had a daughter in the first secret room. As for the evidence, these 15 desks are the best proof. 8 couples should equate to 16 desks, but there are only 15 here. This indicates that one person did not show up. Connecting this to the fact that the only confirmed survivor is that husband, the answer is obvious, that husband didn't come. Out of the 8 men here, whoever didn't grab a desk is playing the role of that husband. Cheng Xi's expression grew uglier as she spoke. If Chen Ran was the husband who never arrived, then the one who did show up had to be that husband's wife. The other 7 couples had all arrived in pairs, leaving only that particular wife to come entirely alone. Therefore, whoever sat at the isolated desk was playing the role of that wife. And based on their deductions in the first secret room, that wife was doomed to die. Conclusion: Cheng Xi was that wife. You were tricking us earlier. The youth who had previously wanted to invoke judgment on Chen Ran ground his teeth in rage. The response he received was, "I've been tolerating you for a long time." Chen Ran drew the liar slayer tucked into his waistband. You told a lie. The instant he uttered the command, he pulled the trigger without a second thought. In the next moment, a bullet struck the man squarely in the forehead, sending his body toppling stiffly to the floor. Dead. 3 members of Zhang Yuan's temporary alliance were already dead, leaving him as a commander without an army. He was utterly speechless. What a fucking idiot. Just because Chen Ran didn't warn us earlier doesn't mean he was lying. Claiming he tricked us was a blatant lie. Whatever, good riddance. If he stayed alive, that moron would have gotten me killed sooner or later. Since that wife died, there is a high probability that the remaining 7 couples here are also dead. We are players. We can avoid a scripted kill by solving the puzzles. In other words, escaping this secret room alive depends entirely on our individual capabilities. That means there's no limit on the number of people who can clear this secret room, which is why Chen Ran dared to initiate a judgment. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Yuan's face turned grim. He turned to look at Bailey Qiangshan, only to see that the old fox was acting as if he hadn't noticed a thing. As the only person among us who possesses a liar-hunter skill, he definitely isn't this incompetent. When exactly is he planning to make his move? At the podium. The masked man walked over to the youth's corpse. Hoisting the body up with one hand, he snatched the examination paper from the youth's desk with the other and tossed both into the roaring flames. It wasn't long before the youth and the paper were reduced to ashes. Bailey Qiangshan paid no mind to any of this. At this moment, he was staring fixedly at his examination paper. The paper was actually blank. Classroom plus examination paper equals an exam. Submitting the paper means finishing the exam and being allowed to leave. Conclusion: to escape this secret room, one must complete the exam. But the problem is, what is being tested? Bailey Qiangshan wasn't the only one to notice this detail. Upon seeing the blank test papers, the other players flipped them over in suspicion before plunging into deep thought. Mustering her courage, Cheng Xi stood up, noting that the masked man at the podium completely ignored her. It seems that during this exam, not only can we whisper to each other, but we can also move around freely. Even though Chen Ran has a death exemption pass, if no one solves the secret room, he won't be able to leave either. He doesn't have the right to take the exam. What he's doing right now is watching us slaughter each other or get killed by the masked men. Only when there are 1 or 2 players left will he help deduce the solution and have them take him out. Until then, not a single word Chen Ran says can be trusted. Everyone, I assume you've all looked at your papers by now. Since there are no questions, we must first deduce what the exam is actually about, Cheng Xi proposed. Exactly, Lin Feng agreed. Truthfully, there are clues we can follow to figure out the exam topic. As he spoke, he pointed at Chen Ran. You want him to help us deduce the answers? A female player looked at him as if he were an idiot. Anyone with half a brain knew that Chen Ran was sitting firm on the fishing platform right now. Why would he possibly help them? No, what I mean is, since Chen Ran is playing the husband who never arrived, why is he still appearing here? If we can figure out the answer to that question, we might be able to deduce the exam topic. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The fire in the classroom seemed to be burning even hotter than before. Unable to endure the sweltering heat, several people took off their jackets and casually tossed them onto the floor. I agree with his perspective. Bailey Qiangshan partook in the deduction, a rare occurrence. Chen Ran is the only husband who is confirmed to have survived. Why is he here? Why didn't he save his ex-wife? Pausing at this point, Bailey Qiangsheng pulled out a cigarette and patted his pockets, only to remember that Chen Ran had swiped his lighter. Lowering the cigarette, he continued, there are two possibilities. First, that husband was in cahoots with the human trafficker from the very beginning. Second, that husband was entirely incapable of saving his ex-wife. Let's use the process of elimination. First scenario, if the husband chose to collude with the human trafficker, and he could instruct his accomplices to abduct the child taken by his wife, why wouldn't he have them abduct the child he took as well? Bailey Qiangsheng's reasoning was truly difficult to find convincing. Unsurprisingly, Lin Feng immediately voiced his rebuttal. Your hypothesis is hard to justify. The daughter was raised by the husband, so naturally, they share an inseparable familial bond. Abducting the child the wife took, but not the one he took, makes perfect sense from a logical standpoint. Bailey Qiangsheng sneered. Have you ever considered which of the two children is older? Lin Feng paused, slightly stunned. In the first secret room, the half-torn photo on the desk showed that the daughter who stayed with the husband was about 2 years old. If the daughter was the older of the two children, then the child who went with the wife would still be an infant. According to our previous deductions, the child who stayed with the wife was abducted. Logically speaking, since the child was an infant, the wife should have been holding it at all times. It would be impossible for the child to be abducted without the wife also being taken. Therefore, the child who stayed with the wife must be older than the daughter who stayed with the husband. The divorce must have occurred after the daughter was born. Even if they divorced immediately after her birth, the two of them would have jointly raised the first child for at least a year. The husband would have developed affection for the first child as well. If the husband was truly heartless and decided to collude with the human trafficker, both children would have been abducted. But since only one child was taken, it proves there is no possibility the husband could collude with the human trafficker. Bailey Qiangsheng's hypothesis was correct. Seeing that Lin Feng no longer argued, he continued his analysis. Since the first possibility has been eliminated, let's look at the second. The husband simply couldn't save his wife. Everyone, did you notice that there are two clocks hanging on the wall above the blackboard? Both clocks had stopped ticking. Left, all three hands were stopped at 6 o'clock. Right, all three hands were stopped at 12 o'clock. 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock, a difference of 6 hours. What does that mean? The pockmarked woman player asked in confusion. The two clocks are 6 hours apart. Could it mean that a 6-hour story played out in this classroom? The seductive woman player also voiced her doubts. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, Lin Feng, and Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted as they took a deep look at Bailey Qiangsheng. Bailey Qiangsheng smiled. Do not be surprised by my insight. According to the clock effect, when there is only one clock, people can rely on it to determine the time. When there are two clocks showing different times, it becomes impossible to determine the exact time. We can draw this conclusion: temporally speaking, this classroom does not exist. Since the time does not exist, it indicates that it is formed by a time superposition of multiple timelines. This explains why Chen Ran, who symbolizes the sole surviving husband and logically shouldn't be here, is present. This conclusion undoubtedly overturned the understanding of many players present. The gazes they directed at Bailey Qiangsheng were filled with dread. As expected, a player possessing a liar-slayer skill was by no means ordinary. Bailey Qiangsheng crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back in his chair, and calmly said, "Here's the question, under what circumstances would a time superposition occur, AO?" The crowd could only look at each other in dismay. Seeing their inability to answer, Chen Ran simply spoke up. In psychology, the time superposition effect refers to multiple pieces of information mutually inhibiting and interfering with each other in one's memory. Oh. You actually know about this? Bailey Qiangsheng cast a surprised glance at Chen Ran. I know a little, Chen Ran shrugged. He ignored Chen Ran and enunciated every word to the crowd. The final conclusion is this: someone is reviewing what happened in this classroom, and we are currently inside that person's review. Who would review it? The husband is in the review, the human trafficker is in the review, and the 7 couples along with the lone wife are also in the review. All of these people can be ruled out. Connecting this to the classroom catching on fire, there is only one final answer. At this point, he paused and looked at the solemn-faced Chen Ran. Both men had their fingers resting on the triggers of their guns, seemingly engaged in some sort of psychological warfare. Suddenly, Bailey Qiangxing revealed a sinister smile. "Rookies, the game begins now." Chen Ran's pupils contracted. Just as he was about to draw his gun, all the light in the classroom vanished entirely, including the raging flames. The classroom plunged into pitch darkness. "You lied." The voice belonged to Chen Ran, yet 2 gunshots rang out in the classroom. From within the darkness, they also heard the sound of footsteps. Soon after, the classroom regained its light. The blazing flames, too, reappeared before everyone's eyes. Cheng Si immediately counted the number of people present. Just now, there were 2 gunshots, but only one person spoke the judgment command. That means, Chen Ran fired to pass judgment, and Bailey Qiangxing activated his Liar Slayer skill. According to their previous statements, Bailey Qiangxing's Liar Slayer can create phantom images. Cheng Si counted heads. Including Chen Ran, there were exactly 15 players present, no more, no less. Previously, when the youth was shot and killed by Chen Ran, the masked man tossed his corpse into the fire. Those footsteps in the darkness just now must have been the masked man returning to throw the corpse of the player Chen Ran had judged to death into the flames. Well, this is problematic. With the corpse disposed of by the masked man, it is even more impossible to determine whose phantom image Bailey Qiangxing's Liar Slayer skill created. Among the players present, only Chen Ran knows who he killed. Whoever Chen Ran killed, Bailey Qiangxing must have created a phantom image of them. Who lied just now? The pockmarked woman player and the seductive woman player. They committed a common-sense lie. The clock's hands pointing at 6 could mean 6 a.m. or 6 p.m., yet they spoke with certainty that it was a 6-hour difference from 12 o'clock. That was the first lie. Furthermore, all 3 hands pointing at 6 is absolutely impossible on a real clock. When the minute hand points to 6, indicating the half-hour mark, the hour hand would be halfway between 6 and 7. Therefore, the pockmarked woman player and the seductive woman player managed to tell 2 common-sense lies in a single sentence. What absolute geniuses! Chen Ran only fired 1 shot just now, which means only one of these 2 women was judged and killed. Conclusion: between the pockmarked woman and the seductive woman, one is a real player, and the other is a phantom image created by Bailey Qiangxing's Liar Slayer skill. How do we determine who is who? That's it, the examination papers. When the masked man disposes of a corpse, he burns the examination paper on their desk along with them. Thinking up to this point, Cheng Si immediately looked toward the 2 women, only to see that there was still an examination paper on both of their desks. On the contrary, the examination paper on Zhang Yuan's desk had vanished. Could it be that Bailey Qiangxing had stolen Zhang Yuan's examination paper in the darkness? Give me back my examination paper. Zhang Yuan glared at Bailey Qiangxing. In this secret room, submitting a test paper was the only way to escape. Without one, the consequences would be. He dared not think about it. Ignoring Bailey Qiangxing for the moment, he stepped forward, intending to examine the 2 women to determine which one was the fabricated phantom image. Right at that moment, the advantage of having teammates became apparent. Lu Changsheng and his 2 companions quickly surrounded the pockmarked player and the seductive woman player, preventing anyone from touching them. Moreover, the examination papers of these 4 individuals and the 1 phantom image were all in Bailey Qiangxing's custody. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. With the protection mechanism of the Liar Slayer in place, I cannot touch them at all. I am incredibly confused. In this classroom, there are 3 players who know who the phantom image is: Bailey Qiangxing, Chen Ran, and the real player between the pockmarked one and the seductive woman player. Chen Ran keeping his mouth shut is understandable, he wants to watch us kill each other. Bailey Qiangxing remaining silent also makes sense, since he is the mastermind behind this setup. But why would the surviving woman out of the 2 actively choose to stand in the middle of Lu Changsheng and his group? Wait. I think I understand. The surviving woman has already told a lie. She is terrified that exposing her identity will lead to others bringing a judgment upon her, so she needs to seek the protection of Bailey Qiangxing's team. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan knew he could no longer get his own examination paper back. He swept his gaze across the room. Wherever he looked, the other players immediately clutched their examination papers tightly to their chests. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The props on the podium must have some sort of use. If I do not get a test paper back soon, something terrible might happen. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. He looked at Bailey Qiangxing and said with extreme reluctance, I will use a future lie to exchange for a test paper. Bailey Qiangxing nodded. Deal. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately declared, within this instance, I will never initiate a judgment against Bailey Qiangxing or his teammates. A future lie was a promise. If the promise was broken, it meant that at this very moment, the person making the promise was lying. In the Hell Dungeon, such future lies were the most taboo. Once a promise was made, the person was entirely at the mercy of others, completely stripped of any room to resist. Alpha and Omicron Thailand Bot S. Furthermore, it could trigger a chain reaction. Bailey Qiangxing casually pulled a test paper from the stack in his hands. This one is yours. That one is not mine. Zhang Yuan frowned, pointing at the one at the very bottom. That one is mine. Their exchange left the crowd stunned. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of a female player. She drew her liar slayer, aimed it at Bailey Qiangxing, and said coldly, You lied. Click. The bullet jammed. The female player's expression shifted from excitement to dismay, and finally to pure terror. In an instant, a dozen gun muzzles were trained on her. Everyone shouted the command. You lied. You lied. You lied. A dozen people fired simultaneously. The female player was instantly riddled with holes. 3 bullets struck her skull, scattering brain matter across the room. But it was not over. Just as Chen Ran and the others lowered their guns, several players abruptly pivoted and aimed their weapons at Zhang Yuan. Since Bailey Qiangxing had not lied, it meant the paper he handed over was indeed Zhang Yuan's original examination paper. Yet Zhang Yuan had denied it. He was lying. You lied. You lied. You lied. These people recited the judgment command without hesitation, however. Click, click, click. Their liar slayers all jammed. In the conversation between Bailey Qiangxing and Zhang Yuan, neither of them had lied. This was actually a trap. Sure enough, when they looked toward Bailey Qiangxing, they saw his gun muzzle was already aimed right at them. You lied. You lied. Bailey Qiangxing spoke incredibly fast. With every command, he fired a shot. Several bullets were discharged in a mere 3 seconds. Chen Ran and the others, who had just lowered their guns, did not even get a chance to raise them again to steal the kills before those players collapsed in pools of blood. At this moment, the remaining players alive in the classroom were Bailey Qiangxing and his 3 teammates, Zhang Yuan, Chen Ran, Cheng Si, Lin Feng, and either the pockmarked player or the seductive woman player. 16 people had drastically dwindled down to 9. Watching the masked man toss corpse after corpse into the flames, Lin Feng fell deep into thought. This is yours. That one is not mine. That one is mine. There was a trick in the conversation between Bailey Qiangxing and Zhang Yuan. Translated literally, it meant, this is the one I am giving to you. This is not my original one. That one is my original one. Neither of them lied. The first female player to draw her gun falsely judged Bailey Qiangxing of lying. When the judgment against Bailey Qiangxing failed, the second wave of female players naturally assumed Zhang Yuan was lying, so they turned their guns on him. I can understand all of this. But Lin Feng stared intently at Bailey Qiangxing. I would like to trade the exam question in exchange for a question of my own. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Feng. The biggest issue they currently faced was that the examination papers were completely blank, there were no exam questions. Seeing that Bailey Qiangxing neither answered nor refused, Lin Feng pointed at the corpses being thrown into the fire by the masked man and said, "From the known rules, as long as one does not speak and does not initiate a judgment, it is actually quite difficult to die." These people seemed incredibly anxious. The moment they thought someone was lying, they drew their guns to cast judgment. "I want to know why that is." The one who spoke up was Cheng Si. "There is a reward for a successful judgment. It will be given out during the settlement when the instance ends." They would throw their lives away just for a reward? Lin Feng continued to press. However, the next scene took him completely by surprise as Cheng Si nodded without any hesitation. "If you fight for it, you might die; if you do not fight for it, you will die sooner or later. Better short-term pain than prolonged agony. Therefore, once a player confirms that clearing the secret room has no conditions regarding headcounts or genders, they will instantly initiate a judgment upon discovering a lie. If they are even half a beat too slow, someone else might beat them to it." Lin Feng caught an extremely useful piece of information from Cheng Si's answer. "Fight for it, and you might die; do not fight, and you will die eventually." Did this mean that players without rewards in hell would find it difficult to survive? Alright, now let's talk about the exam question. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and said, "To deduce what the exam question is, we first have to figure out who is reviewing everything that happened in the classroom." First, a time superposition occurred in the classroom. This indicates that the person reviewing the events knows what happened in here, but does not know the exact chronological order of each event. So we can be certain that the person reviewing the case is not anyone present at the scene. Second, the husband portrayed by Chen Ran appears in this review. This shows that the person reviewing the events believes the husband is connected to what happened in the classroom. Finally, the classroom is located within a school, and there are definitely people living near the school. If the classroom caught on fire, the nearby residents would certainly see it. In summary, the person reviewing the case must meet the following criteria: they know everything that happened in the classroom, they are not one of us, they suspect the husband is heavily involved in this incident, and they are the first people the local residents would think to call upon seeing the fire. Who is this person? Zhang Yuan seemed to have already known the answer, blurting out, "It is the police." Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. Only the police fit all of those conditions. Residents witnessed a fire breaking out inside the school and called the police. Through on-site investigations and autopsies, the police gained a general understanding of the situation in the classroom, but they do not know the exact details. For example, did the 15 grieving parents kidnap the human trafficker and bring him to the classroom for execution, or did the human trafficker kidnap the 15 parents who had been tirelessly searching for their child, bringing them to the classroom to execute them? Regardless of the scenario, the police do not know the exact process or the chronological order. Therefore, when writing their report, multiple pieces of conflicting information flooded their minds, mutually inhibiting and interfering with each other. This is what we call time superposition. In other words, this secret room exists entirely within the mind of the police officer as he mentally reconstructs the entire case. Why is the police officer reconstructing the case? Because he needs to write a report, and the content of that report is the exact question on the examination paper for this secret room. Therefore, the objective is to deduce the cause, the process, and the outcome of the entire case. Lin Feng's words sparked a sudden realization. Everyone quietly pondered the validity of his deduction. For a long time, no one spoke. None of them could find a flaw in his logic, indicating that Lin Feng's train of thought was correct. Consequently, someone retrieved a gel pen from a desk, preparing to write the cause on the examination paper. They had already deduced the cause back in the first secret room, concluding that the human trafficker had abducted the children of 8 couples. "Hold on," Bailey Qiangxing said, interrupting Ma Wenjie just as his pen was about to touch the paper. The flames in the classroom burned ever more intensely. Everyone present sensed that in half an hour at most, they would be swallowed by the inferno and reduced to ashes. "Hurry up, will you? Stop dawdling," Chen Ran urged anxiously. No one paid attention to him. The pressing question they faced was, what exactly happened in this classroom? Cheng Si mused thoughtfully. First, we need to deduce whether the 15 parents kidnapped the human trafficker, or if the human trafficker kidnapped the 15 parents. That's simple. The fire in the classroom was set by the masked man, which implies that the masked man kidnapped the 15 parents and intends to burn them to death right here. Zhang Yuan offered his own perspective. He quickly added, this is a classroom, which indicates that during the search for their missing children, the 15 parents locked onto a suspect their children's teacher. The teacher noticed this and kidnapped the 15 people, bringing them to the classroom to murder them. How did he manage to kidnap all of them? Lin Feng countered. By using the children's belongings to lure them here, naturally. Cheng Si was not satisfied with this answer. She felt something was inherently wrong. 15 people searching for their children, only to end up lured to a classroom and murdered by the human trafficker. That is way too stupid, isn't it? Besides, if the human trafficker had even an ounce of intelligence, he wouldn't commit the murders in his own classroom. However, she kept her doubts to herself. At that moment, someone voiced a doubt. But there aren't any children's belongings in the classroom. The speaker was the pockmarked woman player, which instantly put Chen Ran, Lin Feng, and Cheng Si on high alert. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment, looked at the pile of items on the podium, and replied, do you see those scissors and that hammer? They symbolize the children's belongings. N beta epsilon. Suddenly, the pockmarked woman broke into a bizarre smile, drawing her lyre slayer and aiming it squarely at Zhang Yuan. She enunciated every word. You lied. Seeing this, Chen Ran, Lin Feng, and Cheng Si immediately realized that the pockmarked woman was the surviving one of the two women. The three drew their weapons without hesitation. The secret room plunged into pitch darkness once more. You lied. You lied. You lied. 4 gunshots rang out in the darkness. Amidst the echoes, everyone heard the distinct sound of the masked man dragging a corpse, followed by the crackle of a body being thrown into the flames. Light and flames returned to the room. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Lin Feng maintained their aiming stances, though large beads of cold sweat now dripped down their foreheads. They silently counted the number of people remaining in the classroom. 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, 9. If the pockmarked woman and the seductive woman were counted as one person, there were still 9 people in the classroom. The three couldn't suppress a shudder. Just moments ago in the darkness, 4 gunshots had rung out, yet only 3 voices had spoken the command. That meant at least one person had been executed through a judgment in the darkness, corroborated by the horrifying sound of the masked man disposing of a body. That was proof enough that someone had indeed died. But there had been 9 people before. If one died, how could there still be 9? This meant that at least one more person had been created by a liar hunter skill. Who could it be? The trio looked toward Bailey Qiangsheng, only to see the corners of his mouth curling upward. Are you rookies having fun? He taunted. Cheng Si holstered her liar slayer. In the secret room, Bailey Qiangsheng previously used his liar hunter skill to create a phantom image. Just now, he created at least one more. In that case, at this very moment, there are at least 2 people in this secret room created by the liar hunter skill. I didn't pull the trigger, but those 3 commands were shouted simultaneously. I can't be sure if Chen Ran and Lin Feng fired their weapons. This is getting tricky. Chen Ran and Lin Feng might both be dead, or perhaps only one of them was killed. I can't believe a single word they say from here on out, or I'll easily fall into a trap. It's alright, just a bit of a brain teaser. Can we put a pause on the infighting for now? The fire in the classroom is only growing stronger. Chen Ran said helplessly, rubbing his temples. Cheng Si and Lin Feng stared coldly at Chen Ran. At least one person had died in the darkness moments ago, and that person might very well be the real Chen Ran. Chen Ran paid no mind to their scrutinizing gazes. First of all, I completely reject Zhang Yuan's deduction. Speaking, he pointed to the 2 clocks hanging above the blackboard. Can someone help me take those down? A sharp glint flashed across Cheng Si's eyes. Why don't you get them yourself? She challenged. The phantom image created by Bailey Qiangsheng's liar slayer was intangible, it could not interact with physical objects. The fact that Chen Ran wouldn't retrieve them himself was highly suspicious. Seeing this, Bailey Qiangxing signaled Lu Changxing with a subtle look. The latter walked up to the podium, climbed onto the desk, and took down the 2 clocks. "Tell me, what exact times are the 2 clocks stopped at?" Chen Ran asked Lu Changxing. Lu Changxing sneered inwardly. "This guy wants to trick me into lying. Well, I'm not like those 2 stupid women," he thought. Thus, he replied confidently, "One is at exactly 12 o'clock, or 2400 hours. The other is at 6:30 and 30 seconds, or 18:30 and 30 seconds. Chen Ran's previously calm eyes suddenly erupted with a fierce, penetrating gleam. "You lied." Drawing his gun, raising his arm, voicing the command, and pulling the trigger, the execution was performed in one seamless, unhesitating motion. Lu Changxing's lifeless body hit the floor, dying with eyes wide open. Bailey Qiangxing and his teammates widened their eyes in fury. As a 4-man veteran squad, they could usually retreat unscathed even if they encountered a 2-star player in a 1-star instance. But now, one of their own teammates had actually been killed in a novice instance. The 3 glared fiercely at Chen Ran, their eyes overflowing with a murderous intent as if they wanted to devour him alive. Chen Ran calmly blew away the non-existent smoke from the muzzle of his gun. He was waiting for the trio to lose emotional control and slip up. The moment they opened their mouths to curse, they would likely be caught in a lie. The 3 watched helplessly as the masked man dragged Lu Changxing's corpse away and tossed it into the roaring flames. At that moment, Chen Ran turned his head, locking his gaze onto Bailey Qiangxing with a cold smile. "Having fun yet? The 18 levels of hell, lying is forbidden here. You." At this moment, Bailey Qiangxing felt like a seasoned hunter who had just gotten his eyes pecked out by his prey. "Do you know why I wanted to play the outsider?" Chen Ran sneered. Before Bailey Qiangxing could respond, he answered his own question. "It is quite simple. I needed to sort out the known rules and the information we had gathered. First of all, our lovely Ching Si pointed out that fighting might get you killed, but refusing to fight guarantees you will die eventually. So I started thinking. Since you lot can enter a novice instance to slaughter newbies, then by that exact same logic, players stronger than you can enter the higher difficulty instances you frequent to slaughter you. It is just like in certain strategy games where Season 2 players can register to return to Season 1 servers. It is an absolute, overwhelming massacre. By the same token, Season 4 players can drop down into Season 3, and Season 3 players can drop down into Season 2. And so on. To be completely honest, when I finally deduced this instance mechanic, I broke out in a cold sweat. Because no matter how strong you get, you will always encounter someone stronger in a normal instance who is there to crush you. At this point, Chen Ran took a deep drag from his cigarette, doing his utmost to suppress his inner fear. This instance mechanism was exceptionally cruel. It was like being at the chi condensation stage and running into an opponent at the foundation establishment stage, and then reaching the foundation establishment stage only to encounter an enemy at the core formation stage. There was absolutely no way out unless you kept getting stronger, stronger, and stronger. So strong that no one could possibly surpass you. Exactly. This is the most disgusting and vicious mechanism in the Hell Dungeon, downward compatibility. What else did you figure out? Bailey Qiangxing's face contorted into a ferocious scowl. If he had previously treated this as a playful game, he now viewed Chen Ran as a genuine threat. Downward compatibility? Chen Ran murmured. Because the downward compatibility mechanism exists, every player is forced to climb higher. Since executing a liar yields a reward, that reward must be the essential key to increasing a player's strength. Therefore, inside an instance, players not only have to speak up, but they must also bait others into lying. How exactly do you trick someone into lying? The novice tutorial room already gave us the answer to that. Emotional lies, common sense lies, and sentimental lies. Take the common sense lie, for example. I made Lu Changxing state the time on the clock. The hour, minute, and second hands were all pointing squarely at the 6. If it were truly 6:30 and 30 seconds, the hour hand should have been halfway between the 6 and the 7. But instead, it was pointing directly at the 6. Ab. This meant the hour hand was broken, rendering the clock utterly incapable of telling the correct time. Yet, Lu Changxing confidently stated a specific time, thus committing a common-sense lie. In summary, there are only 3 ways to force a person to lie. First, you manipulate their emotions until they say something false. Second, you use a flaw in common sense to trick them into uttering a lie. Third, you play on their personal attachments to coax a lie out of them. These 3 methods form the absolute core of the infighting among players within an instance. Beili Qiangsheng, Zhang Yuan, and Qing Si exchanged glances, their eyes filled with utter shock. He was completely right. Chen Ran's deductions aligned perfectly with the fundamental rules of hell. This guy. Was he really just a newbie? If they had to point out a single flaw, it would be that Chen Ran had not yet deduced the exact function of a liar-slayer skill. At that moment, Chen Ran suddenly spoke up, his voice turning ice-cold. Put away your cheap tricks. Did you really think I didn't know that the pockmarked woman, the seductive woman, and Lin Feng are all already dead? Right now, they are nothing more than phantom images you fabricated using your liar-slayer skill. Qing Si noticed that Chen Ran had spoken with absolute certainty. This meant that if even one of his deductions was incorrect, it would count as a lie. Meanwhile, the look in Beili Qiangsheng's eyes shifted from shock to pure horror. He gulped nervously and asked, "How did you know it was those 3? Isn't it obvious? Have you forgotten? The first time you used your skill in this secret room was right when I initiated a judgment against one of the 2 female players. Therefore, I knew the pockmarked woman player was a phantom image you had created. Qing Si and Lin Feng were also well aware that I knew this. So, when I deliberately aimed my gun at the pockmarked woman player just now, it was specifically to bait them into uttering the execution command. Clearly, Lin Feng took the bait while Qing Si did not. That is why Lin Feng died, and I was the one who actually shot the seductive woman player." Hearing these words sent a shiver down Qing Si's spine. The pockmarked woman player is a phantom image. Lin Feng died because he lied and was executed in a judgment. The seductive woman player was executed by Chen Ran's judgment. So, right now, all 3 of them are nothing but phantom images created by Beili Qiangsheng. Looking at the layout of this entire situation, Chen Ran first secured the position of an outsider. Using that as an excuse, he temporarily abstained from the deductions. But in reality, he was quietly organizing the rules of the instance and all the information he had gathered. He deduced the downward compatibility mechanism and figured out the 3 methods to force someone to lie. He then immediately applied it to actual combat by deliberately aiming his gun at the pockmarked woman. Lin Feng and I both knew that he was well aware of who the real player was. Seeing his actions, we mistakenly assumed the pockmarked woman was the real player. As a result, Lin Feng and I also aimed our guns at the pockmarked woman. However, Beili Qiangsheng was also fully aware that Chen Ran knew the identities of the real players. Beili Qiangsheng figured that Chen Ran would never initiate a judgment against the pockmarked woman, which meant the true target of Chen Ran's judgment had to be the seductive woman. Thus, Beili Qiangsheng immediately activated his liar-slayer skill, plunging the secret room into pitch darkness. This way, other than him and Chen Ran, no one would ever know that the seductive woman player had been killed in the dark. The final outcome was this: Chen Ran initiated a judgment on the seductive woman player and succeeded. Lin Feng initiated a judgment on the pockmarked woman player and failed, which resulted in Lin Feng being executed by someone else's judgment. The final outcome was this: Chen Ran initiated a judgment on the seductive woman player and succeeded. Lin Feng initiated a judgment on the pockmarked woman player and failed, which resulted in Lin Feng being executed by someone else's judgment. It wasn't even over yet. After eliminating the seductive woman player and Lin Feng, Chen Ran immediately inserted himself into the deductions. He forced Lu Changxing to state the time on the clock, tricking him into committing a common-sense lie before executing him with a judgment. What terrifying schemes and flawless calculations! His grasp over human nature and his mastery of psychological warfare have reached absolute perfection. He is completely on par with a 2-star player. This guy is an absolute monster. If I had known there was going to be a monster like this in the novice instance, I never would have participated. Bailey Qiangxing finally realized exactly how formidable his opponent was, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. "You are very good," he squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. He pointed his liar slayer at Lin Feng and the two women, retracting all three of their forms back into the barrel of his gun. Chen Ran completely ignored him. He walked straight up to the podium and picked up the two clocks, placing one directly above the other so that they were perfectly aligned. "What do you see?" When no one answered, he continued, "The three hands on these two clocks. In one, they are all pointing upward. In the other, they are all pointing downward. This is a mirror image. Which proves that whatever truly happened in this classroom is the exact opposite of what the police wrote in their report. Therefore, the true answer is this: the 15 people kidnapped the human trafficker, and the fire inside the classroom was started by those same 15 people." He then pointed at the pile of objects resting on the podium. "That pile of items right there represents the murder weapons those 15 people used to kill the human trafficker. According to the mirror principle, it is highly likely that those exact same weapons will be used to execute all of you." Hearing these words, Bailey Qiangxing's mind began to race with calculations. Two clocks hanging on the wall perfectly matched the clock effect, signifying the superposition of time. For the clock where the time cannot be determined, all the hands point downwards. For the clock where the time can be determined, all the hands point upwards. This symbolizes a mirror image. Chen Ran's deduction is flawless. According to the mirror principle, everything happening in this classroom right now is the exact opposite of what is written in the police report. Therefore, the answer to the examination paper is: 8 couples who lost their children identified a suspect during their search. The suspect was a school teacher. They kidnapped the teacher and brought him to the classroom, where the 15 people took out their concealed weapons and murdered him. Afterwards, they set a fire to destroy the corpse and eliminate all traces of their crime. At this thought, Bailey Qiangxing furrowed his brow, realizing there was a severe flaw in his deduction. In the very beginning, flames spewed from the masked man's eyes. According to the mirror principle, this was merely the scene the masked man witnessed right before his death. The ones who started the fire were the 7.5 couples, yet those same 7.5 couples were also swallowed by the flames. This obviously did not make any sense. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Bailey Qiangxing whipped his head around to stare at the masked man standing motionless at the back of the classroom. The masked man had an accomplice. The arsonist was this very accomplice, who burned the 7.5 couples and the teacher to death right here in the classroom. Therefore, the final outcome is, the 7.5 couples and the teacher all perished in the fire within the classroom. The deduction ended here. However, Bailey Qiangxing did not dare to put pen to paper. Scanning the classroom, he realized that everyone who could have served as cannon fodder was already dead. The only outsiders left were Chen Ran, Zhang Yuan, and Cheng Si. All three of them were experts at solving puzzles, extremely skilled in deduction, and virtually impossible to fool. Furthermore, Chen Ran was exempt from answering the question altogether. The only ones he could manipulate were Cheng Si and Zhang Yuan. The fire inside the classroom continued to spread. Yet, the atmosphere in the room had dropped to an absolute freezing point, with everyone harboring their own hidden agendas. First was Zhang Yuan. He had fed Bailey Qiangxing a lie about the future, but there was absolutely no way he would be the first to hand in his paper to test the validity of the answer. Next was Cheng Si. Right now, her only objective was to play dead. She could not trust a single soul, knowing that the slightest misstep would lead to her gruesome end. Reino Thailand bot epsilon s. Bailey Qiangxing's expression darkened. Fuck. 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 If I had known this would happen, I would have kept a few pieces of cannon fodder alive to test whether the answer was true or false. Wait. I remember when I encountered a 2-star player in a 1-star instance before, that person once said, when you feel conflicted over whether your deduced answer is correct, then the answer you deduced is definitely wrong. This is because the secret room is perfectly rigorous. By stringing all the clues together, you will arrive at one, and only one, singular answer. If I am feeling conflicted, it means my deduction is wrong. And if my deduction is wrong, it means I have not found all the clues. Bailey Qiangxing scrutinized the classroom once again. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto Chen Ran and the masked man at the back of the room. If I unfold this from their perspective. Very quickly. Bailey Qiangxing's eyes lit up. Wrong. It's wrong. It's all fucking wrong. Damn that Chen Ran, I was almost led to my death by him. Following that, he leaned over and whispered a few words into the ears of Li Anan and Ma Wenjie. In the next moment, holding his examination paper and a gel pen, Bailey Qiangxing walked over to the desk in the very back row. Without a shred of hesitation, he began to write down his answer. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie positioned themselves in front of his desk, forming a human shield to prevent anyone else from peeking. After Bailey Qiangxing finished, Ma Wenjie took over to copy the ready-made answer, while Bailey Qiangxing and Li Anan stood in front of him to block any prying eyes. Soon enough, all three of them had their answers written down. They rolled up their examination papers and strode straight toward the podium. As he brushed past Chen Ran, Bailey Qiangxing paused and coldly declared, "In the next secret room, we will have a proper showdown." The trio handed their papers to the masked man. The masked figure swept his gaze over the sheets, and immediately after, the tightly shut inner door of the classroom abruptly swung open. Without so much as a backward glance, Bailey Qiangxing and his two companions stepped out of the blazing classroom. Chen Ran sighed inwardly in admiration. Bailey Qiangxing was truly worthy of the title of veteran player. Even though Chen Ran had deliberately obscured a wealth of information, the man still managed to deduce the correct answer. With that thought in mind, Chen Ran also prepared to exit the room. Wait! Cheng Si called out to stop him, and Zhang Yuan was also growing anxious. Zhang Yuan had tried to dash out of the classroom, but the moment he got close to the door, he was violently rebounded backward. What is the answer? Cheng Si demanded. Chen Ran looked at her, finding the situation strange. In the previous secret room, Cheng Si had merely glanced at the items on the table and immediately deduced the answer. In this secret room, her performance had been absolutely dismal from start to finish. And yet, she was still able to see through his acting and refrain from passing judgment on the pockmarked woman. She is pretending. Chen Ran shifted his gaze, letting it fall upon Zhang Yuan, who had just scrambled up from the floor. So that's how it is. So, he organized his thoughts and explained, the biggest difficulty in this secret room lies in this question: why is there a mirror image element? Logically speaking, we are inside a scenario constructed in the minds of the police during their review of the case. The things happening to us and the actual truth, even if not entirely identical, should be more or less the same. However, it is the exact opposite. This proves that the information source used by the police was severely deviated from reality. Therefore, all we need to do is deduce who was still alive in the classroom. That person would be the sole eyewitness at the scene, and that person is the one who is lying. Cheng Si nodded. She adopted a thoughtful expression, while Zhang Yuan, who had been eavesdropping from the sidelines, found his eyes lighting up. The husband from the first secret room. Zhang Yuan became unusually excited. The husband from the first secret room was the only person confirmed to still be alive. Consequently, he hurriedly scurried back to his seat. Lifting his pen, he pondered for a moment. Since the police had obtained false information, then the answer should also be that very same false information. Or rather, the false confession. With this realization, he began to write. 8 couples lost their children. During their search, they locked onto their suspect, the school's teacher. However, during the course of their stalking, the teacher noticed that his actions had been exposed. Thus, deciding to go all the way, the teacher lured 7.5 of those 8 couples into the classroom and brutally murdered them. And then, he set everything ablaze. Writing up to this point, Zhang Yuan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He raised his head, only to find Chen Ran and Cheng Si watching him with expressions akin to spectators enjoying a good show. His heart skipped a beat. Right at that moment, the masked man on the podium suddenly sprang into action. Striding over, he grabbed Zhang Yuan by the throat in a single motion and hoisted him up onto the podium. With his other hand, the masked man picked up the scissors from the lectern and plunged them deep into Zhang Yuan's abdomen. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the classroom. It was not over yet. The masked man then picked up the hammer and smashed it mercilessly onto Zhang Yuan's left arm. The crisp sound of shattering bone rang out, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Next, Zhang Yuan was forced to taste every single murder weapon laid out on the lectern, until he was left on the very brink of death. Smash! The masked man raised the baseball bat and brought it crashing down onto Zhang Yuan's blood-soaked head, and yet he still clung to a single breath of life. His eyes stared blankly at Chen Ran and Qingxi, as if desperately begging for an answer. Chen Ran extended his index finger, pointing toward the masked man at the back of the classroom, and stated nonchalantly, "He did not die. Moreover, he was apprehended by the police, and during the interrogation, he fed them false information." Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yuan finally perished. Seeing that her goal had been accomplished, Qingxi ignored Chen Ran, returned to her seat, and picked up her pen to write. The informant's statement. 8 couples lost their children. During their search, they locked onto a target, who was a teacher at the school. I witnessed the entire process. I saw the 7.5 couples kidnap that teacher and drag him into the classroom. Using the murder weapons they had brought with them, scissors, hammers, baseball bats, and the like, they stabbed, pierced, bludgeoned, and smashed him, venting all the grief and fury of losing their children onto the teacher. The teacher died. He was tortured to death by them. They then poured gasoline all over the classroom, planning to destroy the corpse and wipe away all traces. However, right at that moment, they discovered me peeking from the back door. I was terrified. I was afraid they were going to kill me too, so I locked both the front and back doors and bolted. But what I didn't expect was that when they noticed me, they had already ignited the fire inside the classroom. Because I had deadlocked both doors, they couldn't get out, and all of them burned to death inside. Looking at Qingxi's answer, Chen Ran nodded in appraisal. This is the false information provided to the police by the masked man at the back of the classroom. Though it has a few minor flaws, it shouldn't be a problem for clearing the room. Qingxi remained noncommittal. Yeah, the actual truth is that the second masked man was indeed peeking from the back door. Upon hearing the teacher confess that he was an accomplice, he feared retaliation. That was why he chose to lock the front door, set the fire from the back door, and then lock the back door as well, causing everyone inside to burn to death. The very first thing he did after escaping was to call the police and confess his mistake. That was how the police ended up reconstructing a completely erroneous sequence of events based on his statement. In his statement, the arsonist became someone acting in self-defense, the twisted teacher became an innocent victim, and the 15 people seeking revenge became heinous murderers. This is the mirror image of the second masked man. And what we saw in the classroom was the mirror image of the police's interpretation of his statement. Reaching this point in the deduction, everything that followed was actually quite simple. Why did the husband, symbolized by Chen Ran, appear here despite being an outsider? The reason was very straightforward. Of the 8 couples, 7.5 died. Naturally, the police sought out the husband who hadn't come to the classroom, allowing him to learn exactly what had happened. As a result, the husband also reconstructed the events inside the classroom based on the police's flawed conclusion. Then, the main storyline for the third secret room was practically calling out its name. According to the statements, the second masked man was considered to have acted out of urgent self-preservation and would be acquitted and released without charge. Meanwhile, throughout the entire case, the 7.5 couples chose to kill the teacher rather than interrogate him about the whereabouts of the children. This implied that the children were already dead. The husband had lost his child. Though he had no lingering feelings for his ex-wife, she had died while hunting down the murderer. He had to do something about it. Thus, the third secret room would undoubtedly be a showdown between the husband and the second masked man. The third secret room. The group that had just entered stood at the doorway. Their eyes were closed as if they had fallen asleep. My dear enemies, welcome to my home turf. I hope you have a wonderful time. An excited voice echoed through the secret room, awakening the 6 individuals who had their eyes closed. These 6 were Qingxi, Chen Ran, Bailey Qiangsheng, Ma Wenjie, Li Anan, and Zhang Yuan. Chen Ran opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the players present before immediately looking away. Why is Zhang Yuan still alive? And moreover, I actually saw myself. The other 5 had similar reactions. Upon seeing everyone's faces, their pupils shrank drastically, and they immediately averted their gazes, terrified of making eye contact with themselves. A terrifying deduction simultaneously surfaced in all of their minds. I saw myself. This means someone else has currently occupied my body, while I have occupied someone else's body. Was it a direct swap between 2 people? Or were the souls of all 6 people randomly distributed into 6 different bodies? None of the 6 dared to reveal their true identities. The reason was simple: since such a bizarre situation had occurred, it was highly likely related to the upcoming puzzle-solving phase. At this moment, Bailey Qiangsheng spoke up. Did someone just speak? The other 5 instantly became vigilant. To any veteran player, encountering an NPC in an instance was a common occurrence they were long accustomed to. However, a newbie would not know this. Among the 6 present, everyone except for Chen Ran, who was a newbie, were veteran players. Therefore, the soul inside Bailey Qiangsheng's body was very likely Chen Ran. Are you Chen Ran? Cheng Si interrogated, staring intently at Bailey Qiangsheng. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes before he turned his head away, refusing to answer the question. The group fell deep into thought. The secret room was only around 50 square meters. In the center of the gambling table sat a gambling table surrounded by 6 chairs. Placed precisely in the middle of the table were the scales. On its 2 pans. The left pan held a pistol. The right pan held handcuffs. The group stepped forward, discovering a notice and a deck of poker cards stuck to the table. The notice read: Gameplay Instructions. Rule 1, the first gambler holds only 2 face-up cards, while everyone else holds 3 face-up cards. No one can see their own cards. Rule 2, starting from the first gambler and moving clockwise, each person will sequentially draw 1 card from the next gambler's hand. Rule 3, when the first gambler finishes drawing a card for the second time, the scales of judgment will conduct a settlement. When the scales of judgment tilt completely, the player with the highest score will receive the corresponding item, namely the gun or the handcuffs. Are with tilde nes. Rule 4, anyone who exposes their identity through language or body movements, as well as anyone who exposes the cards on another player's table, will lose their qualification to sit at the gambling table. After reading the notice, the 6 players plunged into thought. Judging from the rules, the 2 or 3 cards must be combined into specific patterns to score points. Then, the first step is to deduce what cards I am holding. Secondly, when drawing a card, I need to ruin the next gambler's hand without messing up my own, while also ensuring that the previous gambler draws a card that is useless to me. Having figured this out, the 6 players looked toward the 6 seats. According to the gameplay, if Bailey Qiangsheng and his trio sat next to each other, they could coordinate perfectly, leaving the others with no chance to play at all. Didn't the rules state it clearly? Using words or body language to expose your identity will disqualify you from the table. Right now, our souls are occupying other people's bodies. No one knows who is who. Aren't you all being far too cautious? Chen Ran lit a cigarette and spoke speechlessly as he watched the other 5 staring intensely at the seats. His movements while lighting up were comical, like someone who had never smoked a day in his life. It was obvious that the soul currently residing inside Chen Ran's body was neither Chen Ran nor the experienced smoker, Bailey Qiangsheng. Moreover, his words were incredibly naive. He actually thought they were just playing a simple game, rather than engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Every hidden danger had to be eliminated in advance. Everyone, how about this? We play rock paper scissors twice. The final winner of each round gets priority seating, Li Anan proposed. The crowd had no objections. Ma Wenjie suddenly declared, later, during the first round, I will throw scissors. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before chiming in, later, during the first round, I'll also throw scissors. Li Anan agreed, me too. Very quickly. The first round of rock paper scissors concluded. Chen Ran, Cheng Si, and Bailey Qiangsheng all threw rock, and in the end, Cheng Si emerged victorious. She casually picked a seat. The second round began. Ma Wenjie, Li Anan, and Zhang Yuan once again promised they would throw scissors. Soon, the second round of rock-paper-scissors ended. This time, Chen Ran was the winner. He chose to sit right next to Cheng Si, taking the seat next in sequence. This meant that when it was Cheng Si's turn to draw a card, she would be pulling from Chen Ran's hand. Shall we continue? Ma Wenjie asked with a beaming smile, looking at Bailey Qiangsheng's gloomy face. What a brilliant calculation. You deliberately gave up two positions just to confirm that the souls inside Chen Ran and Cheng Si are either Bailey Qiangsheng or his teammates. Next, you just need to block their adjacent seats, making it completely impossible for Bailey Qiangsheng's trio to secure 3 consecutive spots. Speaking of this, he scanned the 3 of them before changing the subject. I'm quite curious. Which 2 among the 3 of you will be the ones blocking them? The soul inside Bailey Qiangsheng's body was undoubtedly one of his teammates, this much was certain. Going 1 against 3 meant he only had a 25% chance of securing the next priority choice. Winning would be extremely difficult. Therefore, what he needed to do was provoke infighting among Ma Wenjie, Li Anan, and Zhang Yuan. How are you so sure that the 3 of us occupying me, Chen Ran, and Cheng Si are definitely Bailey Qiangsheng's trio? Is there a possibility that everything you've seen is just us pretending? Li Anan replied indifferently, then we can only admit defeat. However, since you put it that way, why don't we decide the remaining 2 priority choices all at once in this next round? It had to be said that Bailey Qiangsheng's psychological warfare was somewhat effective. By deciding 2 priority choices at once, he had at least a 50% chance of being one of the 2 winners. The third round of rock-paper-scissors concluded. Bailey Qiangsheng and Zhang Yuan stared at the scissors they had just thrown, their expressions turning exceedingly ugly. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie had thrown rock, ultimately securing the next 2 priority choices. Li Anan sat in the seat following Chen Ran. Ma Wenjie took the seat preceding Cheng Si. By blocking the 2 of them in, as long as Li Anan and Ma Wenjie weren't Bailey Qiangsheng or his teammates, the trio would find it impossible to secure 3 consecutive seats. Bailey Qiangsheng muttered to himself, so that's how it is. They kept repeating the word scissors earlier, causing me to throw scissors without a second thought during the last round. I was manipulated by psychological suggestion. Zhang Yuan must be in the same boat. When we threw our hands, the very first thing that popped into our minds was scissors. Since Li Anan and Ma Wenjie threw rock, they snagged an easy win. In other words, the ones feeding us those psychological suggestions were Li Anan and Ma Wenjie. Just who exactly are the souls residing inside their bodies? How are they this formidable? And moreover, I am the real Li Anan. Watching someone else control my body to flex their intelligence. It feels so damn frustrating. Zhang Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, immediately sinking into deep thought. I am Cheng Si. Through the reflections in their eyes, I can be certain that I have occupied Zhang Yuan's body. In the previous secret room, Chen Ran and I worked together to lead Zhang Yuan to his death. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Therefore, this Zhang Yuan is a fake. In that secret room, Zhang Yuan was the only person who submitted the wrong answer. And based on our previous deductions, the second masked man provided false information to the police. Thus, in this secret room, Zhang Yuan is an imposter. He is the second masked man. But now that our souls have swapped, whose body did the soul of the second masked man transfer into? At this thought, Zhang Yuan turned his gaze toward Li Anan and Ma Wenjie, who were already seated. Li Anan suggested playing rock-paper-scissors, and Ma Wenjie was the first to announce that he would throw scissors. These 2 colluded to subtly plant psychological cues in the rest of us, causing both Bailey Qiangsheng and me to throw scissors during the third round. Why would they do this? Wait, a person can disguise their identity, but they can never disguise their intelligence. Regardless of their motives, their intelligence is absolutely the highest among the 6 of us. Among the 5 players, the most intelligent must be Chen Ran, followed closely by me. If even I was played for a fool by those two, Bailey Qiangxing definitely couldn't have escaped their trap either. It is safe to draw this conclusion: between Li Anan and Ma Wenjie, one is Chen Ran, and the other is the second masked man. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Yuan saw that Bailey Qiangxing was sitting in the seat next to Li Anan in the sequence. Out of the 6 seats, only the one position before Ma Wenjie remained. He had no other choice. All 6 people were now seated. Zhang Yuan scanned the person in each seat. Assuming he was the first player. The card drawing order would be Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Cheng Si, Chen Ran, Li Anan, and Bailey Qiangxing. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie had not only broken up the trio of Bailey Qiangxing from sitting consecutively but had even prevented any 3 of the remaining 4 from forming a continuous sequence. Yes. The 6 of them simultaneously looked at the poker cards. According to the rules of the game, the settlement would only occur after the first player finished drawing their second card. In other words, the first gambler would have 2 chances to draw cards before the first settlement. However, the rules only explained how to play, not how to win. Therefore, who got to deal the cards was incredibly important. By dealing 2 cards to oneself, that person would become the first player. What do you all say? Li Anan asked the group with a bright smile, looking at the poker cards. How about we stick with rock paper scissors? Whoever wins gets to deal, Ma Wenjie suggested once more. The other 4 felt quite helpless. It seemed that rock paper scissors was indeed the fairest method. In a moment, I will throw scissors. In a moment, I will throw scissors. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie repeated the exact same words they had spoken earlier. The other 4. When they played rock paper scissors again, the result was astonishing. The 4 of them threw rock, while Li Anan and Ma Wenjie both threw paper. The 2 of them won, which also meant that they had lied. Unable to sit still, Cheng Si drew her liar slayer and pointed it at Ma Wenjie, who was closest to her. You. Before she could finish the activation command, she noticed Ma Wenjie looking completely unbothered. She forced herself to swallow the rest of the command. There was a loophole in what those 2 just said. In a moment, I will throw scissors. How long exactly is in a moment? Damn it, I almost fell for it. Seeing Cheng Si put away her liar slayer, Li Anan and Ma Wenjie played another round of rock paper scissors. This time, both of them threw scissors, fulfilling their earlier promise. Witnessing this, Cheng Si broke out in a cold sweat. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie exchanged a look, both essentially confirming the other's identity. Shall we continue? Ma Wenjie asked. Of course, Li Anan replied. I'll throw rock this time. As before, Ma Wenjie announced his next move in advance. Suit yourself. The 2 finished their game. Li Anan, scissors. Ma Wenjie, paper. You thought I would throw rock, so you tried to beat me with paper. Sorry, but I was 3 steps ahead of you, Li Anan mocked. Lying is forbidden in hell. Since I spoke a future lie, I was bound to throw scissors. How did you know I would throw paper? Even though Ma Wenjie had lost, a smile still hung on his face. Li Anan didn't say a word, simply pointing at the hand Ma Wenjie had hidden behind his back. The latter cooperated, bringing the hidden hand to the front. On that hand, 3 fingers were curled, and 2 were extended straight. It was indeed scissors. Li Anan won the right to deal. Without any suspense, he dealt himself 2 face-up cards, and 3 face-up cards to each of the other 5. The deck consisted of exactly 17 cards. Although they couldn't see their own hands, they could clearly see the cards belonging to the other 5. There was a distinct pattern on each card. There were 3 types of patterns in total. A wolf's head, a sheep's head, and a shepherd. Seeing this, the 6 of them fell into deep thought once more, pondering what these 3 symbols represented. Zhang Yuan studied the face-up cards of the other 5. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, sheep, sheep. Cheng Si, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf. Bailey Qiangxing, wolf, wolf, sheep. The 14 cards among the 5 of them. 5 shepherds. 5 wolves. For sheep. The first thing I need to do is deduce my own 3 cards. Wolves eat sheep, while shepherds drive away the wolves to protect the sheep. That is the relationship between the 3. In other words, there are 3 factions among the 6 of us: wolves, sheep, and shepherds. In the second secret room, the exam question was the cause, process, and result of the entire case. But the ones writing the report were the police. In other words, whoever submitted the correct answer is the police. I am Qingxi, and I submitted the answer. Bailey Qiangxing's trio also submitted their answers. All 4 of us are the police. Chen Ran played the husband in a previous secret room, and the masked man was the murderer. Therefore, the shepherds represent the police, the wolves represent the masked man, and the sheep represent the husband. No wonder Li Anan and Ma Wenjie separated the 4 of us during seat selection, preventing us from forming a 3-person sequence. Those 2 guys deduced right from the start that there were 3 factions among the 6 of us. There are 6 of us in total, so there should be exactly 6 shepherds, 6 wolves, and 6 sheep. A full deck is 18 cards. But there are only 17 cards in this deck. What could the missing card be? Since the wolf represents the masked man, and the first masked man was already killed by the 7.5 couples in the previous secret room, then the missing card must be a wolf. Therefore, among these 17 cards, there are 6 shepherds, 5 wolves, and 6 sheep. And currently on the table, those 5 players only have 5 shepherds, 5 wolves, and 4 sheep. Missing 1 shepherd and 2 sheep. So, my cards are shepherd, sheep, sheep. After deducing his own cards, Zhang Yuan looked up at the other 5 players. He noticed that aside from Chen Ran, who had his brow tightly furrowed, the other 4 looked relaxed, likely having already figured out their own cards. Now, only one question remained. Shepherd, wolf, sheep. How did these 3 cards need to be combined to count as a win? However, Li Anan didn't give them a chance to think any further. I only have 2 cards, which makes me the first player. I'll draw first. Li Anan's next in line was Bailey Qiangxing. At this moment, he needed to draw one of Bailey Qiangxing's cards. Bailey Qiangxing's cards were wolf, wolf, sheep. Li Anan drew a wolf card. Next, Bailey Qiangxing drew Zhang Yuan's shepherd card. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. Ma Wenjie drew Qingxi's shepherd card. Qingxi drew Chen Ran's shepherd card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's shepherd card. Because Li Anan was first in the order, according to the rules of the game, he needed to draw one more time before the settlement. His target in the order, meaning the cards currently on Bailey Qiangxing's table, were shepherd, wolf, sheep. He drew the wolf card. With this, the first round of drawing came to an end. Zhang Yuan looked at the cards on the other 5 players' tables. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Qingxi, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, wolf. Bailey Qiangxing, shepherd, sheep. Previously, I deduced that the cards on my table were shepherd, sheep, sheep. Bailey Qiangxing took my shepherd card, and I drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. So, my current hand is sheep, sheep, sheep. Next, we can determine the winner based on which way the scales of judgment tilt. Having figured this out, Zhang Yuan glanced toward the scales of judgment and accidentally caught sight of Chen Ran. Seeing him still frowning, Zhang Yuan could not help but find it amusing. Ps. The soul inside Chen Ran's body is highly likely to be one of the trio involving Bailey Qiangxing. It has been so long. Could it be that he still has not figured out what cards are on his table? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that Bailey Qiangxing was also frowning. Aside from those 2, the remaining 3 were all focused on the shifts in the scales of judgment. The dial of the scales of judgment had 5 markings on both the left and right sides. At this moment, the pointer unexpectedly shifted 1 tick to the left, tilting the scale in that direction. Resting on the left pan was the pistol. Seeing this outcome, all 6 people at the table fell deep into thought once again, and Zhang Yuan was no exception. The 6 card combinations on the tables are shepherd shepherd sheep, shepherd wolf wolf, shepherd shepherd sheep, wolf wolf wolf, shepherd sheep, and sheep sheep sheep. Shepherd shepherd sheep can be interpreted as 2 shepherds watching over 1 sheep. When a wolf attacks, one shepherd guards the sheep while the other fights the wolf. This way, they ensure both that the sheep will not escape and that the wolf cannot eat it. Conclusion: with shepherd shepherd sheep, the shepherd wins. Following this logic, shepherd wolf wolf, the wolf wins. Shepherd shepherd sheep, the shepherd wins. Wolf wolf wolf, the wolf wins. Sheep sheep sheep, the sheep wins. The trickiest one is Bailey Qiangsheng. He only has 2 cards on his table, shepherd and sheep. It is hard to determine the victory or defeat for that. However, I can ignore it for now and deduce the process directly from the final result later. Excluding Bailey Qiangsheng's cards, the scoring situation for the 5 of us is 2 wins for the shepherd, 2 wins for the wolf, and 1 win for the sheep. In Western mythology, a scale sits in the judgment hall of the dead. The deceased's heart is placed on the left side of the scale, and a feather on the right. If the heart is heavier than the feather, it indicates the deceased committed evil in life. If the heart is lighter than the feather, it shows the soul was good. The scales of judgment tilted 1 tick to the left, which means it leaned 1 tick toward the pistol. Conclusion: at the end of the first draw round, the judgment of the scale reveals that evil outweighs good. Evil is the pistol, and good is the handcuffs. Who needs a pistol? Who needs handcuffs? The police are the embodiment of justice and definitely not evil, so the police need the handcuffs. The masked man is guilty of a heinous crime, representing evil, therefore, the masked man needs the pistol. Those 2 are easy enough to understand, but the question is, does the husband need the pistol or the handcuffs? In our previous deductions, the husband's child was murdered, and his ex-wife was also killed. The husband definitely wants the masked man dead. But in the previous secret room, the masked man provided false information to the police. Furthermore, everyone who knew he was an accomplice to the criminals has already been burned to death by him in the classroom. Because of this, the masked man will not face legal justice. Yet, the husband still wants him dead. Conclusion 1: the husband has no choice but to bypass the law and kill the masked man with his own hands. Conclusion 2: the husband is also evil. From this, it can be concluded that the win-loss situation for the 5 of us in this round is 2 wins for good, and 3 wins for evil. Good and evil sit on opposite ends of the scales of judgment. 2 goods cancel out 2 evils, leaving 1 evil remaining. This is why the scale tilted 1 tick to the left. Since the outcomes of us 5 determine the tilt of the scale, it means the cards on Bailey Qiangsheng's table are completely meaningless. Shepherd and sheep is a draw. Wait, no, it should be interpreted like this: the shepherd is good, the sheep is evil, and the 2 together create a tie. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling as though his brain cells were on the verge of shutting down entirely. He looked at the scales of judgment, thinking to himself that he absolutely could not let it tilt to the left again. Otherwise, if the masked man got the gun, he might go on a killing spree. It no longer mattered whether Li Anan or Ma Wenjie was the masked man. As long as the other 3 could deduce the answer, those 2 would be completely out of options. At this thought, Zhang Yuan's expression turned peculiar. The other 3. Could they actually deduce the answer? However, when he looked at the trio, his heart immediately sank. Cheng Si was deep in agonizing thought. Chen Ran was racking his brains. Bailey Qiangsheng was the most exaggerated of all, his eyes glazed over, his lips pale, and his face drenched in cold sweat. If he were still in school during a final exam and saw the 3 of them looking like this, he would have laughed. But right now, he felt like crying. This is strange. Out of the 3 of them, 1 is definitely Bailey Qiangsheng's soul. With his intelligence, deducing the answer shouldn't be a problem. This is strange. Out of the 3 of them, 1 is definitely Bailey Qiangsheng's soul. With his intelligence, deducing the answer shouldn't be a problem. But it seems like he cannot figure it out. Zhang Yuan wanted to remind them or just outright share the results of his deduction. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he froze. Wait. They don't know that I am Qingxi. Would they even believe a word I say? No, they wouldn't. Bailey Qiangsheng and the other two left the second chamber first, so they don't know that Zhang Yuan is dead. From their perspective, having 6 people in this secret room is perfectly normal. Therefore, the masked man would never even appear in their deductions. What the fuck? And so, following Chen Ran, Qingxi, and Bailey Qiangsheng, Zhang Yuan also donned a mask of agony. They seem to be in a lot of pain. Ma Wenjie remarked with a soft chuckle, toying with the cards on his table. Probably because they don't have enough brains to go around, Li Anan said, resting his head on his arms as he admired the expressions of the 4 players. Their conversation disrupted everyone's train of thought, prompting the 4 to glare at them furiously. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it my fault you lack the IQ? Exactly, exactly. You should really look for the problems within yourselves more often. The 2 chimed in one after another, completely denying the 4 any chance to think in peace. The 4 of them stared back with fire in their eyes, looking as though they wanted to skin the 2 of them alive. Ma Wenjie suddenly interjected, whose turn is it to draw a card? Hurry up. Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Qingxi pointed at Li Anan and blurted out, you are first in the order. Of course it's your turn to draw. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie's demeanors shifted in a flash. They instantly dropped their amused expressions, pulled out their lyre slayers without any warning, and aimed the muzzles directly at her under Qingxi's terrified gaze. You lied. You lied. Bang. Bang. 2 shots rang out. Qingxi crumpled to the ground, dead. Her sudden death provoked a dramatic range of reactions among the remaining 5. Zhang Yuan looked furious, Bailey Qiangsheng and Chen Ran were consumed by grief and indignation, Li Anan was visibly shocked, and Ma Wenjie appeared surprised. Slam! Zhang Yuan struck the table and leaped to his feet. He glared at the other 4 and demanded harshly, I want to know, in the last secret room, did anyone die at the end? As he spoke, his mind raced, rapid deductions flashing through his head. The soul inside Qingxi's body must belong to one of Bailey Qiangsheng's trio. Li Anan and Ma Wenjie were deliberately making sarcastic remarks to disrupt our train of thought, intentionally stoking our anger. When Ma Wenjie suddenly asked whose turn it was to draw, Qingxi was so blinded by rage that she spoke without thinking. She pointed straight at Li Anan and blurted out that he was the starting player and it was his turn to draw. Li Anan went first in the last round, but this round, Bailey Qiangsheng only has 2 cards. That makes Bailey Qiangsheng the starting player. It should have been his turn to draw. Qingxi committed an emotional lie. The fact that Qingxi made such a rookie mistake proves that the soul inside her body is not Bailey Qiangsheng. Since everyone went through the soul swap, the soul inside Bailey Qiangsheng's body is definitely not Bailey Qiangsheng either. The answer is, the soul inside Chen Ran's body is the real Bailey Qiangsheng. That guy hid himself so well. He deliberately pretended he did not know how to smoke a cigarette earlier just to confuse everyone. According to Bailey Qiangsheng's deductions, the Zhang Yuan I currently occupy, along with the sarcastically sniping Li Anan and Ma Wenjie, are actually, Chen Ran, Zhang Yuan, and Qingxi. That is why I just slammed the table and demanded to know who died at the end of the previous secret room. As long as Bailey Qiangsheng is not a complete idiot, he should understand exactly what I am trying to say. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Chen Ran's pupils immediately shrank. I am Bailey Qiangsheng. I am occupying Chen Ran's body, and I just watched helplessly as another teammate died right in front of me. Zhang Yuan's question made me realize that after my teammates and I left the previous secret room, Chen Ran, Qingxi, and Zhang Yuan broke out into infighting. As for who died, it had to be Zhang Yuan. He could never outsmart Chen Ran and Qingxi, those 2 definitely played him to death. But, why would a dead Zhang Yuan appear in the 3rd secret room? I do not know the exact process, but there seems to be only one answer, Zhang Yuan is the second masked man. After the soul swap, the soul of the second masked man was transferred into an unknown body. Therefore, the souls currently residing inside Zhang Yuan, Li Anan, and Ma Wenjie must be Qingxi, Chen Ran, and the second masked man. It all makes perfect sense. No wonder I could not deduce the meaning of the three symbols. It turns out the shepherd represents the police, the wolf represents the masked man, and the sheep is the sole surviving husband from the 8 couples. A with grave NS. However, from what I can see, Chen Ran looked down at the cards on the table. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Qingxi, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, wolf. Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, sheep. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep, sheep. That was right. Zhang Yuan's cards were not sheep, sheep, sheep. They were wolf, sheep, sheep. Wolf, sheep, sheep. A wolf eats one sheep, and the remaining sheep escapes. The sheep wins. Sheep, 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 the sheep wins. Although the win/loss outcome of both card combinations remained the same, the upcoming second round of draws would definitely have problems. Among the 5 of them, they hold, for shepherd cards, 6 wolf cards, and 4 sheep cards. My cards are either shepherd, shepherd, sheep, or shepherd, sheep, sheep. That means out of the 17 cards, there is either a missing shepherd or a missing sheep. The shepherd is the police, and the sheep is the husband. How could either of them be missing? Whether I have shepherd, shepherd, sheep or shepherd, sheep, sheep, the player before me in the next round will either draw a shepherd card or a sheep card from me. I still cannot deduce exactly which of the 17 cards is missing. Unless, all 3 cards on my table are replaced with wolf cards. Conveniently enough, the player after me is Li Anan, and all 3 cards on his table are wolf cards. Following Qingxi's death. The draw order for the second round was, Bailey Qiangsheng, Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, and Li Anan. At that moment, Li Anan spoke up, I have a question. Since Qingxi is dead, does that mean her cards will never change? Ma Wenjie pointed at the scales of judgment. If my guess is right, the cards will only be reshuffled when one end of the scales tilts completely to the bottom. The scales represented judgment. When a judgment ended, a new judgment would begin. This meant the cards would be reshuffled. That made sense. Having found an answer, everyone turned their eyes to Bailey Qiangsheng, gesturing for him to start the draw. Bailey Qiangsheng pondered in silence. Although I have no idea what is going on, I still understand that the scales weigh good and evil. A tilt to the left represents evil. So, am I good or evil? Unable to come up with an answer, Bailey Qiangsheng looked at the cards of the next player, Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep, sheep. And his own cards were, shepherd, sheep. There was no disputing this. In the previous round, Bailey Qiangsheng saw that the other 5 players held 6 shepherd cards, 4 wolf cards, and 5 sheep cards. In this round, he saw they had 5 shepherd cards, 6 wolf cards, and 4 sheep cards. This meant he held a shepherd card in his hand. Since all 6 wolf cards had already been revealed, the cards on his table could only be shepherd and sheep. Since I do not know the answer, I will just spread the wealth and draw a wolf card. And so, Bailey Qiangsheng drew Zhang Yuan's wolf card. It had to be said that, a flurry of random punches kills an old master was a very real concept. His sudden move caused both Li Anan and Ma Wenjie to frown, while Zhang Yuan began to question his entire existence. How is this possible? Weren't my cards sheep, sheep, sheep? Why is there a wolf card? Since no wolf cards are missing, the missing one must be a sheep card. But why would this happen? I cannot figure it out. Zhang Yuan could not make sense of it, but he was certain that the cards remaining on his table were, sheep, sheep. If he wanted the police to win, he had to draw a shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's table, and he had to do it for 2 consecutive rounds. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan reached out and drew a shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's table. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's sheep card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Bailey Qiangsheng's sheep card. It was Bailey Qiangsheng's turn again. He looked at Zhang Yuan's table, which now held shepherd, sheep, sheep. After a moment of thought, he decided to spread the wealth once more. He drew a sheep card. With that, the second round of draws concluded. The scales of judgment tilted to the left once again. This time, it tilted by 3 notches, bringing the total to 4 notches. Chen Ran looked at the cards of the other 5 players. Cheng Xi's cards remain unchanged, shepherd, wolf, wolf. One shepherd deals with one wolf, but the second wolf is left unchecked. Therefore, the wolf wins. Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. One shepherd deals with the wolf. The sheep is left unguarded and escapes. The sheep wins. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, sheep. With only 2 cards, the shepherd is good and the sheep is evil. Good and evil cancel each other out. It is a tie. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, sheep, sheep. One shepherd guards one sheep. The second sheep is left unguarded and escapes. The sheep wins. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. One wolf eats the sheep, but there is still another wolf left. Therefore, the wolf wins. Both the wolf and the sheep represent evil, and they have won 4 times combined. However, the scale only tilted by 3 notches. This means the cards in my hand must result in a shepherd victory. Previously, my cards were either shepherd, shepherd, sheep, or shepherd, sheep, sheep. After having a sheep card drawn for me and drawing a wolf card in return, the cards on my table are now either shepherd, shepherd, wolf, or shepherd, wolf, sheep. Shepherd, shepherd, wolf, the shepherd wins. Shepherd, wolf, sheep, the sheep wins. Therefore, my cards must be shepherd, shepherd, wolf. The missing card is a sheep card. At that moment, both Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran had deduced that out of the 17 cards, 1 sheep card was missing. But, it was too late. The dial on the left side of the scales had exactly 5 notches, and it had already tilted 4 notches. It was only 1 notch away from tilting completely to the bottom. First round. Shepherd won twice, wolf won twice, sheep won once. Second round. Shepherd won once, wolf won twice, sheep won twice. Total scores for the 2 rounds. Shepherd, 3 points. Wolf, 4 points. Sheep, 3 points. If the left side of the scale tilted all the way to the bottom, the shepherd representing the police would not need to fight for the reward. It would come down to the scores of the wolf and the sheep. Whoever had more points would receive the gun. Right now, the wolf was leading the sheep by 1 point. The wolf was the masked man, devoid of humanity. If he got the gun, he could shoot the police or the husband without hesitation. The sheep was the husband, whose only desire was to kill the wolf. If he got the gun, he probably wouldn't shoot the police, would he? Cheng Xi was dead, so her cards would never change. That meant the wolf was guaranteed to score another point in the next round. Realizing this, the color completely drained from Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran's faces. Ma Wenjie pulled a cigarette case from his pocket, lit a cigarette for himself, and placed his lighter on the table. Acting with casual familiarity, Li Anan snatched up the lighter, pulled out a cigarette of his own, and lit up. After both men took a drag, Ma Wenjie spoke first. Let's make a bet. Who do you think will get shot once someone gets the gun? Without waiting for Li Anan to answer, he pointed at Zhang Yuan's cards. Just looking at this hand, it's impossible for him to survive. I bet he dies. Li Anan, however, looked at the cards on Bailey Qiangsheng's section of the table and offered a different opinion. His hand makes survival just as unlikely. I bet he dies. The 2 men who were singled out felt their hearts jolt. They subconsciously checked their own cards. Even though the faces were still obscured, they had already deduced what they were holding. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, sheep. Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Zhang Yuan frowned in deep thought. Just looking at the cards, there are no obvious clues. Suddenly, his head snapped up as he recalled the 3rd rule of the game instructions: the highest scorer obtains the corresponding item, namely the gun or handcuffs. It only mentions the highest scorer. It never said what happens to the lowest scorer. My cards in the first round: wolf, sheep, sheep. Sheep wins. I am the police, yet I let the evil sheep win. My score from the previous round is -1. My cards this round: shepherd, sheep. A tie. Score this round: 0. Over 2 rounds, my final score is -1. What about Chen Ran? Last round, he had shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Shepherd wins. The soul inside Chen Ran must be Bailey Qiangsheng. He is the police, so a shepherd victory earns him 1 point. His cards this round: shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Shepherd wins. Another point. Therefore, Chen Ran's cumulative score over 2 rounds is 2 points. What about Bailey Qiangsheng? Last round: shepherd, sheep. Tie, 0 points. This round: shepherd, wolf, sheep. Sheep wins. And the soul inside Bailey Qiangsheng is definitely Li Anan or Ma Wenjie. A police role. Sheep wins, -1 point. His final score over 2 rounds, -1 point. Therefore, both Bailey Qiangsheng and I have a cumulative score of -1 over 2 rounds. Assuming the person who gets the gun has to shoot the lowest scorer. Then in the third round, Bailey Qiangsheng and I must fight for second to last place just to avoid death. My cards: shepherd, sheep. His cards: shepherd, wolf, sheep. Next round's drawing order: me, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Li Anan, Bailey Qiangsheng. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, sheep, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. I hold the shepherd and sheep cards. If I want to win, I have to draw the shepherd card from Ma Wenjie's hand. Ma Wenjie has shepherd, sheep, sheep. If I take his shepherd card, his next player is Chen Ran, and Chen Ran's cards are shepherd, shepherd, wolf. If Ma Wenjie draws a shepherd, shepherd, sheep, sheep. If Ma Wenjie draws a wolf, wolf, sheep, sheep. No matter what he draws, the sheep wins. Moreover, he just bet that I would die, which means he will definitely draw Chen Ran's wolf card. Because I am first in the third round, I get a second chance to draw from him. As long as he has no shepherd cards left on the table, and my shepherd card gets drawn by the person before me Bailey Qiangsheng, then I will still only have 1 shepherd card. But by the end of the third round, I will have 3 cards on the table. R alpha NES. 3 cards, and only 1 shepherd card. No matter the combination, there is absolutely no chance of scoring. Is this why Ma Wenjie bet that I am doomed? Right now, Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. If he draws my shepherd card, his hand becomes shepherd, shepherd, wolf, sheep. That depends entirely on what card Li Anan, the player before him, draws from his hand. If a shepherd is drawn, shepherd, wolf, sheep. If a wolf is drawn, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. If a sheep is drawn, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Li Anan bet on Bailey Qiangsheng dying, meaning he intends to draw Bailey Qiangsheng's shepherd card. Therefore, at the end of the third round, Bailey Qiangsheng's cards will be shepherd, wolf, sheep. Bailey Qiangsheng scores -1 point. Then, by the end of the third round, both of our cumulative scores for all 3 rounds will be -2 points. If the scores are tied, who knows which of us dies? The second scenario. Earlier, Bailey Qiangsheng was first. He drew cards twice, and both times his final hand was shepherd, wolf, sheep. Does this mean he hasn't deduced yet whether he is good or evil? Precisely because he hasn't figured it out, he chose to keep one of each shepherd, wolf, and sheep. In his eyes, this combination is the safest middle ground. If Li Anan takes his sheep card and he wants to maintain that middle ground, he will draw the sheep card from my table. That way, my 2 shepherd cards will be preserved. He would remain at shepherd, wolf, sheep, scoring -1 point. Meanwhile, holding 2 shepherd cards, it would be impossible for me to lose. I would score 1 point. At the end of the third round, Bailey Qiangsheng's total score would be -2, while mine would be 0. The final result, Bailey Qiangxing finishes dead last. Those are the two scenarios. Either we end up with a tied score, or I score 2 points higher than him. In either case, Li Anan plays a massive role. Conclusion: both scenarios involve far too many uncertain factors. It requires the soul inside Bailey Qiangxing to remain foolish, while also ensuring that the soul inside Li Anan genuinely wants to help me. If the two most ideal situations are like this, doesn't that mean I am probably doomed? Alright, since it's a bet, let's put some stakes on it. Ma Wenjie drew the liar slayer from his waist and casually tossed it onto the gambling table in front of him. He continued, "You seemed quite shocked when Cheng Si was judged to death earlier. You must be wondering why I also have a liar slayer. If you win, I'll tell you. And what if I lose?" Li Anan asked in return, not agreeing immediately. "Be specific. Who loses?" Li Anan looked slightly embarrassed. "If I lose, what price do I have to pay?" "If you lose, in every subsequent round, you must draw from your next player's hand according to this rule: if there is a sheep, draw the sheep; if there is no sheep, draw a shepherd; if there is neither a shepherd nor a sheep, draw a wolf." These stakes. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows. Ma Wenjie is betting on my death. If I die, only 4 people will be left at the table: Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Li Anan, and Bailey Qiangxing. Li Anan's next player is Bailey Qiangxing, so he will only be able to draw from Bailey Qiangxing's hand. And according to the bet, draw sheep if available, shepherd if not, and wolf if neither are present. Bailey Qiangxing's next player is Ma Wenjie, so Bailey Qiangxing can only draw from Ma Wenjie's hand. In other words, by controlling the cards on Bailey Qiangxing's table, Ma Wenjie can directly control the hand on Li Anan's table. Li Anan would be like meat on a chopping block. Anyone with half a brain would never agree to such a devastatingly disadvantageous bet. Heh, if you just tell Bailey Qiangxing which card to draw, wouldn't I be guaranteed to lose? I can agree to this, but on one condition: you cannot speak until the next round ends. Agreed, Ma Wenjie nodded. The moment Ma Wenjie agreed, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Li Anan's mouth. Li Anan looked at the other 3. "I think there's a flaw in your logic. What makes you so sure that the wolf is the second masked man? And what makes you certain that the sheep is the surviving husband?" The moment Li Anan spoke, Zhang Yuan knew deep down that he had to cooperate, or else his life would absolutely be forfeit. So, Zhang Yuan asked, "Isn't that the case? What's wrong with it?" Bailey Qiangxing's soul currently occupied Chen Ran's body, and he also sensed that Li Anan might try to bait Bailey Qiangxing into telling a lie. The masked man is the wolf, the surviving husband is the sheep, and the police are the shepherds. There is no need to discuss this further, right? Or rather, are you saying this on purpose to trick someone into lying? Hearing the word lying, the soul of Li Anan, which occupied Bailey Qiangxing's body, instantly went on high alert. Taking in the expressions of the 3 men, Li Anan took a slow drag from his cigarette. "This is a flaw in your thinking. According to your logic, the shepherd confines the sheep, meaning the police confine the husband, which is an absolute joke. The people in the classroom were burned alive by the second masked man, and in the fake statement he provided to the police, he even admitted to locking both the front and back doors of the classroom. Why would the police not confine him, but instead confine a husband who never even appeared at the crime scene? Does that seem reasonable to you?" Li Anan's words plunged the 3 into deep thought. The conclusion drawn from the first 2 secret rooms was this: the search party looking for the child consisted of only 15 people, and the sole surviving husband had never even participated. In fact, even the second masked man's statement never mentioned the husband. In the eyes of the police, the husband had one and only one identity: a family member of the victims. The police had no reason, and absolutely no legal ground, to confine a victim's family member. Li Anan continued, "Then there is only one answer. The person being confined is the second masked man, since he was the prime suspect. The police are the shepherds, and the sheep are confined by the shepherds. Therefore, the second masked man confined by the police is the true sheep. Analyzing this from the husband's perspective, he lost his child, and his ex-wife was burned to death while hunting down the culprit. It's safe to say this was a devastating blow. The entire case is actually quite simple. With just a little thought, he would know the second masked man is the killer. Not only did he know, but the police knew too, they just didn't have the evidence. Consequently, the second masked man was going to escape the justice of the law. If the husband wanted revenge, there was only one viable path, stepping outside the law to kill the second masked man with his own hands. We just deduced that the masked man is the sheep, and the husband wants to kill the masked man. So, the true wolf is actually the sole surviving husband. As Lee Annan's voice faded, the secret room descended into dead silence. Shepherd, the police. Wolf, the husband. Sheep, the masked man. The masked man is confined by the police. For the husband to kill the masked man, he must first deal with the police. The three of them turned their gazes toward the two ends of the scales of judgment. On one end sat a pistol. On the other end lay a pair of handcuffs. The police used the handcuffs to restrain the husband, preventing him from sinking into the abyss by committing murder for revenge. This is the police's goodness. The husband wants to kill the masked man to avenge his deceased wife and child, offering solace to their souls in heaven. This is the husband's evil. Good and evil balanced on the two ends of the scales of judgment. This gamble would determine the direction of the plot. No wonder there's one less sheep card. If the sheep is the masked man, then it makes perfect sense. One of the masked men died in the previous secret room. Ra beta. Exactly. After all, according to the second masked man's statement, 15 people brutally murdered the innocent teacher. Chen Ran chimed in. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, what happens if the ending results in the sheep getting the pistol? Currently. Shepherd, 3 points, wolf, 4 points, sheep, 3 points. The scales of judgment tilted to the left. The left side represented evil, so the shepherd's points could be ignored, only the wolf and sheep mattered. The difference between the two was just 1 point. It really was hard to say who would end up with the pistol. You'd have to ask the police. What happens when a confined suspect gets a gun? Without waiting for their response, Lee Annan provided his own answer. I think the sheep wouldn't be stupid enough to grab the pistol first. Hasn't the shepherd-wolf-sheep card combination already given us the answer? One shepherd dealing with one wolf leaves the sheep unguarded, so the sheep runs away. As he spoke, Lee Annan reached out and pointed at Bailey Qiangshen, then suddenly shifted his finger toward the cards on Qing Xi's table, exclaiming, take her cards, for example. The three men looked at Qing Xi's table. Card combination, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before sudden realization dawned on him. Her cards are. He muttered. Shepherd, wolf, wolf. There is no sheep, Bailey Qiangshen voiced his confusion. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized. The secret room grew terrifyingly quiet. Even Lee Annan, who had been talking non-stop just a second ago, went completely silent. Bailey Qiangshen stiffly raised his head, only to see 4 faces with varying expressions. Chen Ran's eyes were practically spitting fire. Zhang Yuan and Lee Annan wore looks of pure mockery. Ma Wenjie was staring with wide, shocked eyes. Right at that moment, Bailey Qiangshen felt an invisible, mysterious force slam into him. It catapulted him out of his seat, sending him crashing to the floor 3 meters away from the gambling table. Panic immediately overwhelmed him. He instantly scrambled forward, but just as he was about to sit back down in his original spot, he was blasted away once again. What's going on? WHWH, what is happening to me? Did the secret room glitch? Shut up. Chen Ran snapped coldly. He glanced expressionlessly at the panicking Bailey Qiangshen, but a flash of deep disappointment flickered through his eyes as he turned away. At the same time, Chen Ran rested his hand firmly on the liar slayer at his waist, silently waiting for Lee Annan's next words. Take her cards, for example. If they were shepherd, wolf, and sheep, one shepherd dealing with one wolf would leave the sheep unguarded, and the sheep would run away. Take her cards, for example. If they were shepherd, wolf, and sheep, one shepherd dealing with one wolf would leave the sheep unguarded, and the sheep would run away. After hearing this, Chen Ran withdrew his hand, his heart brimming with bitter resignation. He knew full well that his teammate was completely out of the game, and not even the gods themselves could save him now. Li Anan stubbed out his cigarette and flashed a smug, nasty grin at Ma Wenjie. Bailey Qiangsheng leaked the cards on someone else's table and has lost his right to sit at the gambling table. In this bet between you and me, how are you supposed to win now? The order for drawing cards in the third round was, Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, Li Anan, and Bailey Qiangsheng. Now that Bailey Qiangsheng was out, the person drawing Zhang Yuan's card became Li Anan. As long as Li Anan didn't draw the shepherd card from Zhang Yuan's hand, Zhang Yuan could draw Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. That would leave Zhang Yuan with 2 shepherd cards, ensuring an absolute victory for the police. Bound by a previous promise, Ma Wenjie couldn't speak. He simply shot Li Anan a deep, lingering look. Seeing that he hadn't let anger cloud his judgment, Li Anan signaled for Zhang Yuan to start drawing cards. As it stood, the cards of 2 people at the table could no longer be changed. Cheng Si, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. The cards for the remaining 4 were as follows. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, sheep, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's sheep card. Li Anan drew Zhang Yuan's sheep card. Zhang Yuan then drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. With that, the third round concluded. The cards on the 6 players' tables were now. Cheng Si, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Bailey Qiangsheng, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Shepherd, 2 wins, wolf, 3 wins, sheep, 1 win. Cumulative results over 3 rounds. Shepherd, 5 wins, wolf, 7 wins, sheep, 4 wins. Because Zhang Yuan scored in this round, his total score across the 3 rounds became 0 points. Bailey Qiangsheng lost points this round, bringing his total score across the 3 rounds to -2 points. Bailey Qiangsheng's score was dead last. The scales of judgment on the gambling table tilted completely to the left. The pistol slid off the pan, landing squarely on the table right in front of Li Anan. He picked up the gun, and under the shocked gazes of Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran, leveled the barrel at Ma Wenjie. Bang! The muzzle was aimed squarely at Ma Wenjie, but the moment the bullet left the barrel, it took a bizarre, sharp turn and struck Bailey Qiangsheng directly between the eyebrows. Bailey Qiangsheng looked utterly bewildered. My name is Li Anan. Am I going to die? For a telecom scammer like me, someone who ruined countless families in life, I suppose I deserve to die a long time ago. Let me think about this carefully. Do I have any final wishes before I die? I do. Bailey Qiangsheng stood on his feet for a long time without falling. He raised a middle finger at Li Anan. Looking at his own original face, scenes of an unbearable life flashed through his eyes. Li Anan. You are nothing but trash. That felt good. The next instant, his consciousness dissipated. His body crashed heavily onto the floor, void of life. Chen Ran clamped a cigarette between his lips, not even sparing a glance at his garbage teammate. Fixing his gaze on Li Anan, he asked, I have a question. The gun was aimed at Ma Wenjie, so why is Bailey Qiangsheng the one who died? Zhang Yuan immediately went on high alert. In our previous deductions, the police had cornered the masked man. If the husband wanted to kill the masked man, he had to take out the police first. That is exactly why the bullet Li Anan fired at Ma Wenjie curved and struck Bailey Qiangsheng instead. However, if Li Anan wants to answer Chen Ran's question, he will have to reveal both his and Ma Wenjie's identities. According to the rules of the game, anyone who exposes their identity loses the right to sit at the gambling table. Li Anan did not even look at him. After he fired the shot, the pistol vanished, reappearing on the left pan of the scales of judgment. "Speak," Li Anan said, massaging his temples as he leaned back in his chair, quietly waiting for an answer. Ma Wenjie lit a cigarette, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran with open contempt. Some veteran players want newbies to help them solve puzzles, yet refuse to explain the rules of the Hell Dungeon. What absolute scum! Chen Ran sneered. Does someone like you really have the right to criticize the character of others? Everyone present knew the truth. The soul inhabiting Li Anan's body was Chen Ran, and the soul inside Ma Wenjie was the second masked man. Did this scum, who burned 15 people alive inside a classroom, really have the right to talk about character? I didn't. I have no interest in listening to you two degenerates discuss morals, Li Anan said, interrupting Ma Wenjie. Anyone who ended up in hell was far from a good person. Calling these two degenerates was perfectly fair. Have you ever wondered where the instances and secret rooms in hell actually come from? In truth, players who have their lives taken by a liar slayer don't truly die. The evil they committed in life transforms into an instance, and they become NPCs within their own instance. They live in constant terror, dreading the day a player clears their instance, because once it is cleared, they experience true death, Reino-es. We call this kind of death ultimate death. At this point, a glimmer of madness appeared in Ma Wenjie's eyes. Do you know what it's like? After the second masked man became an NPC, he was terrified. He was so terrified of ultimate death that every single day, across 3 secret rooms, he was forced to watch his past sins replay. He repented over and over again, begging for salvation. That feeling is like having a sharp sword dangling right over your head, never knowing when it will finally drop. It is pure torture. The second masked man is forced to experience the exact same agony his victims felt right before they died, every single moment of his existence. When players arrive, he feels both dread and excitement. He dreads ultimate death, but he is excited because he gets to show off his life's masterpiece and experience the thrill of killing all over again. Ma Wenjie's manic face twisted into a grotesque, savage expression, making him look like a deranged artist. Seeing him in such a state, Li Anan secretly wondered if this guy had actually been driven completely insane. Then again, the few known rules of hell were undeniably terrifying. Downward compatibility, big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp. You will always encounter players stronger than yourself in an instance. Death is only a matter of time. Ultimate death, being shot by a liar slayer, is not the end. Hell will forge the evils you committed in life into an instance, turning you into an NPC trapped in a constant cycle. Only when a player clears your instance do you truly die. It is the ultimate form of torture. 3 types of lies: emotional lie, common sense lie, and sentimental lie. These are lies that no normal person can avoid. The only way to bypass them is to turn yourself into a sage, someone who appears completely free of worldly desires on the outside, yet endures agonizing torment on the inside. Furthermore, Li Anan realized that if players turned into instances whenever a liar slayer took their lives, did that mean that the instances within hell were truly endless? He took a drag from his cigarette to calm his nerves. After inhaling deeply, he decided to play it safe and asked, "You still haven't told me why you possess a liar slayer." This question held a hidden trap. If Ma Wenjie admitted to being the second masked man, he would lose his right to stay at the gambling table. If he didn't admit it, the statements he made during their previous bet would turn into a future lie. Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran also understood his intention. They thought to themselves, once Ma Wenjie the second masked man died, they would clear the instance. To their surprise, Ma Wenjie casually took a drag from his cigarette. The madness vanished from his face as he drawled, simply because Ma Wenjie is a player. It's only reasonable that he possesses a liar slayer, isn't it? Some people here are newbies who have never been to the 18th level of hell. They don't know about the ID, ego, and superego, the 3 systematic mind cultivation methods. Relying on a little bit of petty cleverness, they think everyone else is stupid. I think they should consider themselves lucky that the second masked man's home turf has nothing to do with heart cultivation and is entirely a battle of wits. Ma Wenjie's words carried a pointed implication. He then looked at Zhang Yuan and Chen Ran, his eyes brimming with disdain. You pieces of trash, let me show you what a real liar slayer skill looks like. The pupils of the other three shrank sharply. Pieces of trash. That statement from Ma Wenjie was a 100% lie. However, just as Li Anan, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Ran were about to draw their liar slayers, the secret room went black. Pitch black. A darkness so absolute they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. And within that darkness, all three of them heard Ma Wenjie's icy voice. Liar slayer, soul transference. The sound forced the judgment command they were about to speak back down their throats. Their intuition told them that the moment they uttered the judgment command, they would undoubtedly die. A moment later, light returned to the secret room. As the four people looked at one another, their eyes were filled with shock. Li Anan didn't snap back to his senses until the cigarette wedged between his fingers burned all the way down, stinging his skin. I am Qing Si. I was controlling Zhang Yuan's body just a moment ago. But right now, Zhang Yuan is in my line of sight, Ma Wenjie is in my line of sight, and so is Chen Ran. Does that mean my soul was transferred into Li Anan's body? The prerequisite for using a liar slayer is sacrificing one guaranteed judgment. Just now, Ma Wenjie told a lie. He discarded his chance to judge himself, and used it to transfer all four of our souls once again. This way, even if we know that Ma Wenjie the masked man lied, we have no idea whose body he was transferred into, so we wouldn't dare initiate a reckless judgment. What a powerful liar-slayer skill. This intensity is far beyond what a novice instance should have. Unless the final settlement reward for this novice instance includes a liar-slayer skill. He shuffled and cut the deck. Li Anan began to deal. Since two people were missing, the current seating arrangement was, Li Anan, Zhang Yuan, Ma Wenjie, and Chen Ran. There are 17 cards in total. The first position gets 2 cards. The remaining 3 players get 3 cards each, leaving 6 cards in the deck. Given that there are leftover cards, deducing one's own hand becomes significantly more difficult. After the first round, the player acting right after the first position will only have 2 cards left. This means there are 3 possible hand combinations: shepherd and wolf, shepherd and sheep, or wolf and sheep. Shepherd and wolf, draw. Shepherd and sheep, draw. Wolf and sheep, wolf wins. As long as the player next in line determines whether they have a wolf card or a sheep card on their table, they can use the winning and losing settlement of the scales of judgment to deduce their second card. The player acting right after the first position has the advantage. With this in mind, he dealt 2 cards to Chen Ran, who sat before him in the turn order, and gave 3 cards to everyone else. Zhang Yuan, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Perfect. Zhang Yuan has both a shepherd card and a sheep card in front of him. At that moment, Ma Wenjie spoke up, "Just looking at your miserable faces tells me your logic is flawed. Think carefully, why did Ma Wenjie lie just now?" Chen Ran sounded slightly anxious as he interjected, "Do not listen to him. Ma Wenjie might have only lied so he could use his liar hunter skill." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Li Anan furrowed their brows. "Your logic is flawed. Where have I heard that phrase before?" Li Anan stared deeply at Chen Ran while his brain worked in overdrive. He sat there lost in thought for a full 5 minutes. Strangely, despite being in the first position, Chen Ran was in no rush to draw. He waited patiently for Li Anan to finish pondering before he finally made his move. What was even more astonishing was this. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Zhang Yuan's shepherd card. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's sheep card. The first round ended. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, wolf, sheep, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd. Shepherd had 1 victory, wolf had 1 victory, and sheep had 2 victories. The scales of judgment tilted 2 notches to the left. Seeing this outcome, everyone immediately deduced the cards resting on their own sections of the table. A cigarette dangling from his lips, Zhang Yuan chuckled. The situation is clear now. The sheep lied earlier. As long as we let the sheep win, the moment they pick up the pistol dropped on the tray, we will know exactly who the sheep is. Then, we can use our liar slayers to execute a judgment and kill them. Chen Ran offered a cautious reminder, buddy, you are being far too optimistic. Be careful about capping in a shallow ditch. The second round of drawing began. Li Anan acted first. Under Zhang Yuan's astonished gaze, he drew a sheep card. Zhang Yuan had no other choice but to draw one of the 3 wolf cards belonging to Ma Wenjie. Ma Wenjie then drew Chen Ran's sheep card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's shepherd card. Li Anan drew Zhang Yuan's wolf card. With that, the second round came to a close. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, wolf, sheep. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Shepherd had 1 victory, wolf had 2 victories, and sheep had 1 victory. The scales of judgment once again tilted 2 notches to the right. It was only 1 notch away from bottoming out. Tilting to the left favored the wolf and the sheep. The shepherd's score was useless. Currently, both the wolf and the sheep had 3 victories. The third round would decide life and death. If the sheep won, the instance would end. If the wolf won. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. He abruptly raised his head to stare at Li Anan, his gaze filled with pure disbelief. That cannot be. That absolutely cannot be. As long as we let the sheep win, they will expose their identity the moment they grab the pistol. The sheep already lied. Exposing their identity is no different from digging their own grave. As long as we kill the sheep, the 3 of us can easily clear this novice instance. Victory is right in front of us. The third round of drawing commenced. Zhang Yuan was acting first. Zhang Yuan drew Ma Wenjie's sheep card. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Zhang Yuan's sheep card. Bang! Zhang Yuan slammed the table and sprang to his feet, backing away from the trio. He stared at the gambling table in terror and pointed a trembling finger at them. You guys! You are all intentionally setting me up, aren't you? The cards on the table for the 4 players were now. Zhang Yuan, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Zhang Yuan was in the first position, so he still had 1 more chance to draw a card. However, Ma Wenjie's cards. Wolf, wolf, wolf. He had no choice but to draw a wolf card. The final result was Zhang Yuan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, wolf, wolf. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Shepherd had 1 victory, wolf had 2 victories, and sheep had 1 victory. The scales of judgment tilted completely. The sum of victories across all 3 rounds. Shepherd, 3 victories. Wolf, 5 victories. Sheep, 4 victories. In the end, the wolf still emerged victorious. The wolf wanted to kill the sheep, but the shepherd would block the shot. This meant that one of the 2 police was destined to die. Throughout these 3 rounds, Li Anan had drawn Zhang Yuan's shepherd card right from the start, and Chen Ran had never drawn either of the 2 shepherd cards in Li Anan's hand. In other words, during these 3 rounds, Zhang Yuan had been losing constantly, while Li Anan had been winning consistently. Zhang Yuan's score was at the absolute bottom. He was undoubtedly going to die shortly. Simply put, the 3 of them had joined forces, coordinating flawlessly and drawing cards in perfect synchronization to completely screw Zhang Yuan over. Looking at Zhang Yuan's panicked state, the other 3 simultaneously placed their hands on their liar slayers. Draw your card. Do not be a sore loser just because you lack the skill, Chen Ran urged. I do not understand. Why are you doing this? I just do not get it. Victory is right in front of us. Why in the world are you helping the masked man? I really cannot wrap my head around this. Zhang Yuan screamed hysterically, his eyes completely bloodshot. While there was genuine fear of death in his gaze, it was mostly overwhelmed by pure rage. Do you still not understand? The difficulty of this novice instance has already vastly exceeded normal parameters. Do you not know what that implies? A glint of madness surged in Li Annan's eyes. It means the prize pool contains a liar hunter skill. It might even be a reality-altering skill. One could not blame him for having such thoughts. After all, back in the second chamber, the masked man's false testimony had actually managed to fool the police. Zhang Yuan glared fiercely at Li Annan. No matter how the three of them laid out their trap, the person who ultimately drew his cards was always this bastard, Li Annan. When did they join forces? Did they have a secret signal? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan remembered what Ma Wenjie had said earlier, just looking at your miserable faces tells me your logic is flawed. Think carefully, why did Ma Wenjie lie just now? The secret signal was not the final question. Rather, it was. Your logic is flawed. That is Chen Ran's catchphrase. He said the exact same thing during his deductions in the first two secret rooms. If Ma Wenjie is actually Chen Ran, then the soul inside Chen Ran's body is the masked man. The masked man already lied when he used his skill earlier. As long as I kill him, this damned novice instance will finally be over. With this realization, Bailey Qiangxing's soul, which resided inside Zhang Yuan's body, hardened its resolve and drew out the liar slayer. He aimed the muzzle directly at Chen Ran. You lied. Click. The bullet jammed. Chen Ran was not the masked man. Zhang Yuan reacted with lightning speed, instantly turning his muzzle to point directly at Ma Wenjie. You lied. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out. Zhang Yuan's pistol clattered to the floor, and the hand that had just been holding it was pierced by a bullet, blood gushing freely from the wound. The prompt just now was Ma Wenjie questioning Zhang Yuan's qualification for judgment. Since Zhang Yuan's initial judgment failed, his statement became a lie. Ma Wenjie naturally had the right to question his qualification. As a result, both men lost the right to judge each other. For the two of them, the liar slayer no longer had any restrictions, they could open fire on one another at will. Zhang Yuan struggled desperately to retrieve his liar slayer. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Wenjie fired 3 consecutive shots, the bullets piercing through Zhang Yuan's legs and one of his arms. Such a fast gun, Chen Ran praised. Ma Wenjie gently blew the non-existent smoke from his muzzle. Not bad, I suppose. Back in the day, before I died, I was known as the immortal gunner of hell. Saying that, he walked up to Zhang Yuan, grabbed him by the leg, and dragged him toward the gambling table. This round of cards isn't over yet. I won't allow you to leave the stage just like that. Thud. Zhang Yuan was slammed heavily into a chair. Ma Wenjie seized his hand and forced it toward the cards on the table. Panic-stricken, Zhang Yuan struggled with all his might and roared at Chen Ran and Li Annan, "What are you two standing around for? Kill him, and we can clear the instance." However, Chen Ran and Li Annan kept their chins raised, adopting the posture of victors, completely ignoring a loser. Do you still not understand? If the sheep dies, the instance ends, but there will be 2 survivors. Who gets the liar hunter skill from the prize pool? You already possess a liar hunter skill, yet you still came to a novice instance to slaughter newbies. Have you ever considered that while the strongest in a 1-star instance is a 2-star player, the strongest in a novice instance is hard to predict? Have you never heard that he who plays with fire gets burned, R.A. Nigerian Naira Beta Epsilon? These words made Zhang Yuan, or more accurately, Bailey Qiangxing inside his body, suddenly see the light. Some newbies were incredibly weak, but there would also occasionally be newbies with off-the-charts intelligence who could completely turn the tables and slaughter veteran players. After all, everyone who came to hell had to go through a novice instance. He who plays with fire gets burned. No wonder other veteran players with a liar hunter skill rarely come to a novice instance to crush newbies. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan gave up resisting. Like a puddle of mud, he let Ma Wenjie pull his hand to draw a wolf card, bringing the third round of card drawing to an end. Clatter. The pistol on the scales of judgment fell once more, landing right in front of Chen Ran. Last words. Zhang Yuan paused in surprise. He had never expected that there would come a day when someone asked for his last words. During his life, Bailey Qiangsheng had been a nightclub boss who forced innocent women into prostitution. In the end, he was cuckolded by his own wife, and even his child was not his own flesh and blood. Looking back on his life, there was nothing worth holding on to except his survival. Zhang Yuan felt a sense of relief, his expression turning surprisingly kind. Looking at Chen Ran, he offered a warning, be strong. You must always stay strong, otherwise you will eventually die in some instance just like me. Also, in the 18th level, apart from the rules you deduce yourself, absolutely do not believe anything else. Thank you, Chen Ran nodded solemnly. Bang! A bullet pierced straight through Zhang Yuan's skull. Only 3 people remained in the secret room. Li Anan, Ma Wenjie, and Chen Ran. Of course, the souls inside their bodies were, respectively, Chen Ran, the masked man, and Cheng Si. You are truly despicable, scheming even against a dying man. Ma Wenjie cast a sidelong glance at the contemplative Chen Ran. Chen Ran shrugged. A dying man's words are kind, so I needed to extract some useful information. Saying this, he looked at Li Anan. I am quite curious. What were you thinking? The soul inside Li Anan's body was Cheng Si. She had not cast judgment on Ma Wenjie, which was rather strange. I said before, if you fight for it, you might die, if you don't fight for it, you will die sooner or later, Li Anan replied. With a novice instance of this intensity, the prize pool definitely contains a liar hunter skill. If we don't fight for it even under these circumstances, we might as well just drop dead. Moreover, he looked at Ma Wenjie. Excluding me, there are 2 people left. The sheep has lied. Even if I lose later, I still have a 50% chance of successfully casting judgment to kill the sheep. The 2 nodded. In this situation, it would be truly unreasonable not to fight for it. Ma Wenjie pulled out his liar slayer. My dear 2 enemies, let us continue. Lie slayer, soul transference. The souls of the 3 swapped once again. Cheng Si opened her eyes, and the 2 people in her line of sight were Li Anan and Chen Ran. She instantly understood that her soul had been transferred into Ma Wenjie's body. Chen Ran and Li Anan both pulled a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table and lit it. Their actions were identical, right down to the posture they used to smoke. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Ran gathered the cards left on the table by the 4 players, shuffled the deck, and cut the cards. He dealt 3 cards to himself and Li Anan, and 2 cards to Ma Wenjie. The drawing order was, Ma Wenjie, Chen Ran, and finally Li Anan. For this round, Ma Wenjie drew first. For the next round, Chen Ran would draw first. In Ma Wenjie's line of sight. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. 3 shepherd cards were essentially a flawless starting hand for the soul of Cheng Si residing in Ma Wenjie's body. She drew one of Chen Ran's shepherd cards. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Ma Wenjie's wolf card. Seeing this situation, Ma Wenjie or rather, Cheng Si did not immediately draw a card. Instead, she fell deep in thought. I drew Chen Ran's shepherd card, and Li Anan drew my wolf card, which means I hold a shepherd card. Right now, Chen Ran's cards are shepherd, shepherd, and wolf. If I draw his shepherd card again, this round will end in a tie. But if I do that, the 2 of them will both be able to guess their respective cards, while I won't be able to deduce what my 3rd card actually is. I'll take a gamble. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's wolf card. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf, unknown. The scales of judgment tilted to the right. The third card is a shepherd card. Shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Out of 8 cards, there are actually 4 shepherd cards. I don't even know how I could lose. First round, shepherd, 2 wins, wolf, 1 win. All 3 deduced their own cards. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd. Li Anan, wolf, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Just as Ma Wenjie had thought, out of the total 8 cards on the table, 4 were shepherd cards. For the police role, it was a flawless starting hand. In the second round, it was Chen Ran's turn to draw. He did not rush to draw. Pinching out his cigarette butt, he pondered for a moment before saying, I have a question. If the police win and get the handcuffs to arrest the wolf, who will kill the sheep? Let me make a bold guess. The wolf is arrested by the police and loses the right to be at the gambling table. What follows is a showdown between the police and the sheep. If the sheep wins, obtains the pistol, and tears off its disguise to become a true wolf, who will it kill? It will kill the wolf. After all, the moment the sheep gets the pistol, it sheds its disguise and has no choice but to kill everyone. Since the wolf was bound by the handcuffs in the previous round, it naturally becomes the first target. What happens if the police win instead? I believe that if the police are smart, they won't try to win. They will sit back and wait for the sheep to kill the wolf, then cast judgment on the sheep to become the ultimate winner. Chen Ran spoke eloquently and confidently. The other 2 were listening. And listening closely. They knew exactly what Chen Ran was hinting at. Chen Ran looked at Ma Wenjie. It will be very difficult for the police to win this round. Want to make a bet? Ma Wenjie's heart trembled violently. What? 8 cards, 4 shepherd cards. With a flawless opening hand, you're telling me it'll be difficult for the police to win? Don't believe me? Seeing his expression, Chen Ran offered no explanation and simply said. Play a few rounds and you will understand. In the second round, Chen Ran was the first to draw a card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's wolf card. Li Anan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. At this moment, the cards in front of the 3 players on the table were as follows. Chen Ran, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. When it was Ma Wenjie's turn to draw, he hesitated slightly before choosing to draw Chen Ran's shepherd card. Chen Ran then drew Li Anan's wolf card. The second round ended. The cards on the table were Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. 1 win for the shepherd, 1 win for the wolf. The scales of judgment remained completely unchanged. Ma Wenjie widened his eyes. Out of 8 cards, 4 were shepherd cards, yet it still resulted in a tie. In the third round, Li Anan went first. Li Anan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. Ma Wenjie stared at the cards on the table, his frown deepening, and ultimately decided to draw a shepherd card. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, wolf. The corners of Chen Ran's mouth curled up. He unhesitatingly drew the sheep card from Li Anan's table space. Li Anan then drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. The third round ended. The cards on the table were as follows. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. 1 win for the shepherd, 1 win for the wolf. The scales of judgment remained unchanged. 2 consecutive ties instantly made Ma Wenjie realize that the police role was being targeted. You still do not understand the rules of the game, Chen Ran said unhurriedly. I mentioned earlier that if the wolf is arrested in this round, the sheep must rely on the police to kill the wolf. Once the wolf is dead, because the sheep lied previously, the police can directly judge the sheep to death, By the same logic, if the wolf wins this round, the wolf will shoot the sheep. The police takes the bullet and dies, leaving only the wolf and the sheep. Since the sheep lied, the wolf can directly judge the sheep to death. In other words, during this round, the sheep will not let the shepherd win, nor will it let the wolf win. With only one sheep card on the table, it is even more impossible for the sheep to win. Unless. Chen Ran stopped there, but Ma Wenjie naturally understood his meaning. Unless the shepherd or the wolf could ensure the sheep had no worries about the aftermath. A future lie. The sheep needs a future lie. To ensure that when only two people remain at the end, both lose their right to judge. Whoever tells a future lie is the one the sheep will help win this round. When the loser dies, only the sheep and the person who lied will survive. Both will lose their qualification to judge, and it will devolve into a gunfight. The sheep is incredibly fast on the draw, as seen from Zhang Yuan's death just now. Anyone who gets into a gunfight with the sheep is courting death. No wonder the sheep has been avoiding a win, and no wonder the sheep lied in advance. So this was the trap all along. Ma Wenjie organized his words for a moment. Does the sheep take us for fools? How so? Chen Ran asked. There are only 3 of us here. Suppose I am the wolf, and I judge one of you. If I fail, it proves the other person is the sheep. This means if the shepherd and the wolf take turns judging, the sheep will die without a doubt. That is a good proposal, but who is going to be the cannon fodder? Chen Ran asked in return. Ma Wenjie fell silent. Right, who would willingly be the cannon fodder? There is only a 50% chance of success. Failing means death. If the judgment is successful, the sheep will be killed directly. Both Chen Ran and I would clear the stage, but who would get the liar hunter skill in the prize pool? Tell me, what do you want to do? Chen Ran chuckled lightly. Let's bet on the outcome. All 3 of us will bet by declaring future winners and losers. The sheep will place its own bet on who wins. At the same time, the 3 of us will toss our liar slayers far away. Fine, you go first. The police wins this round. Chen Ran did not hesitate, immediately uttering a future lie. Ma Wenjie pondered over this statement. I am the police. Chen Ran says the police will win. If the wolf ultimately wins this round, then he is lying. But is Chen Ran the wolf or the sheep? If he is the wolf, the previous deduction naturally holds true. If the wolf wins, he lies. If he is the sheep has already lied before, so this future lie has little effect on him. Thinking up to this point, Ma Wenjie looked at Li Anan, who had not yet spoken. It is your turn. Li Anan thought for a moment and also declared, the police wins this round. Both the wolf and the sheep say the police will win. I can only say the wolf will win. It just depends on who the sheep helps. If the sheep helps the police and the police wins, then by saying the wolf wins, I would be lying. If the sheep helps the wolf and the wolf wins, but the wolf said the police would win this round, then the wolf is lying. In other words, no matter who the sheep helps, the victorious side will be telling a lie. That way, in the final showdown, both the sheep and the winner of this round will have lied, allowing them to question each other's qualification to judge. But there is a problem here. If the police wins, they can only handcuff the wolf. We still need the wolf to state a supplementary agreement for this to work. At this thought, Ma Wenjie said, both of you must add a supplementary agreement stating that if the wolf is bound by the handcuffs, they will not judge anyone else. Chen Ran nodded. If the wolf is handcuffed, they will not judge the person who lied previously. Li Anan echoed, if the wolf is handcuffed, they will not judge the person who lied previously. Seeing this, Ma Wenjie finally said. The wolf wins this round. At this point, all 3 had told a future lie. Among them, the sheep was just tagging along, whether it spoke or not made no difference. The crux lay with the other 2. Both Chen Ran and Cheng Si had told future lies, so it all came down to who the sheep decided to help. Subsequently, all 3 drew their liar slayers and tossed them to the furthest point away from the gambling table. Next, it was a matter of who could secure the pistol on the scales of judgment. Although the police could not directly obtain the pistol, acquiring the handcuffs was essentially the same. The one handcuffed first would inevitably be the wolf. Then, during the showdown with the sheep, they would let the sheep win. The sheep would obtain the pistol from the scales of judgment, and the wolf would be shot dead. After the wolf died, the final showdown would be between the police and the sheep. Whoever won would leave alive. The three of them thought it over for a moment, confirming there were no loopholes in the agreement, before commencing the fourth round. The cards for the three on the table were Chen Ran, wolf, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's sheep card. Chen Ran drew Li Anan's shepherd card. Li Anan drew Ma Wenjie's shepherd card. Ma Wenjie drew Chen Ran's shepherd card. Chen Ran, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, wolf, sheep. One win for the shepherd, one win for the wolf, one win for the sheep. One win for good, two wins for evil. The scales of judgment returned to their initial balanced position. Fifth round. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd, sheep. A tie. Sixth round. Chen Ran, shepherd, wolf, sheep. Li Anan, shepherd, wolf, wolf. Ma Wenjie, shepherd, shepherd. One win for the shepherd, one win for the wolf, one win for the sheep. The scales of judgment tilted one notch to the left. Wrong. 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 Inside Ma Wenjie's body, Qingxi panicked. She realized that no matter how she drew the cards, it always resulted in one round of a tie, followed by one round of an evil victory. These two. It seems they have colluded. Every card draw specifically targets the police. Why on earth is this? He looked at the two of them, only to see Chen Ran and Li Anan simultaneously pulling a cigarette from a cigarette case. They lit up in perfect unison and took a deep drag at the exact same time. It's the cigarettes. So that's it. It's truly impossible to guard against. It seems I have no other choice. Ma Wenjie stood up. Seeing him do so, Chen Ran and Li Anan also rose to their feet. All three began walking toward the spot where they had tossed their liar slayers moments ago. Good luck. Good luck. Chen Ran and Li Anan said to each other. The three of them paced over to the liar slayers. Ma Wenjie remained silent for a moment before asking, "How did you confirm my identity?" This was his confusion, and it would also serve as his evidence for the upcoming judgment. After speaking, he stared intently at the two of them, attempting to glean some clues. Chen Ran and Li Anan exchanged a glance before Chen Ran finally provided the answer. First, both Chen Ran and the masked man smoke, but Qingxi does not. Second, every time a card is drawn, Qingxi always thinks for a long time. Finally, Li Anan and I both just declared that the police would win, while you stated that the wolf would win. Ma Wenjie understood. I don't smoke, which indicates that I am Qingxi. I think for a long time, which indicates that I am Qingxi. I said the wolf wins, which indicates that I am Qingxi. If only one condition was met, they might not have dared to be certain of my identity. However, meeting all three is enough to prove that Ma Wenjie is Qingxi. I don't understand. Even if you confirmed my identity, why would the sheep help the wolf? Chen Ran's expression turned peculiar. Since we have already confirmed your identity, do you think we can confirm who the sheep is? Ma Wenjie was rendered speechless. That's right. With only 3 people present, if Chen Ran's soul confirmed that Ma Wenjie is Qingxi, then he can naturally figure out who the masked man is. In other words, Chen Ran's soul has the qualifications to clear the instance at any time. But I am different. I cannot confirm who the sheep is. A rash judgment would only have a 50% chance of success. Simply put, if the sheep helps me, Chen Ran will immediately execute the sheep through judgment. If the sheep helps Chen Ran, I only have a 50% chance to execute the sheep. Therefore, the sheep can only help the wolf. Actually, if you die from failing to judge the sheep, and the sheep continues to gamble with the wolf won't execute the sheep. Chen Ran laughed aloud. Oh epsilon. Why? Ma Wenjie found himself increasingly unable to see through these two. Chen Ran wiped the smile from his face and stated seriously, the sheep is supposed to be killed by the wolf. It shouldn't be the masked man getting shot dead by the player Chen Ran. This entire instance serves as a build-up for the husband to kill the masked man. Only when the husband kills the masked man can it be considered a perfect clear. The difference between the two lay in the method of execution. One would be killed by the liar slayer, while the other would be shot by the pistol on the scales of judgment. Their meanings, however, were worlds apart. Ma Wenjie chuckled. While he was still striving to figure out how to clear the instance solo, Chen Ran had already plotted out a perfect clear. Perhaps this was the gap between them. The three exchanged a glance and simultaneously bent down to pick up the liar slayers from the ground. Chen Ran and Li Anan aimed their muzzles directly at Ma Wenjie. Ma Wenjie looked at the two of them before finally aiming his gun at Chen Ran. Although my deductions suggest that you should be the real Chen Ran, given how full of tricks you are, I will do the exact opposite. You lied. Upon speaking the command, Ma Wenjie immediately pulled the trigger, but the bullet jammed. You lied. Chen Ran immediately spoke the command. Without giving Li Anan the time to use his liar hunter skill, he pulled the trigger straight away. All three of them could clearly see the sparks flying as the bullet shot out of the chamber. Bang! Ma Wenjie was dead. Chen Ran then turned his muzzle. Logically speaking, as long as he spoke the command to Li Anan and fired, this novice instance would be cleared. However, he did not do so. Chen Ran lowered his arm and casually tossed the liar slayer onto the ground. Seeing this, Li Anan also dropped his liar slayer to the ground and asked, why? I don't think you actually believe that perfect clear bullshit. Clumsy probing. Having said that, Chen Ran ignored him and walked over to the gambling table. I have a few questions. Chen Ran leaned back in his chair, arrogantly propping his legs on the gambling table and resting his head on his hands. First question, I noticed that players won't commit murder with their own hands even without the protection of a liar slayer. Why is that? Li Anan could sense that if he told a lie, Chen Ran would kill him without hesitation. Before I answer your question, resolve my confusion first. In truth, I've been watching you since the first secret room. You don't seem to feel the slightest bit of fear regarding murder or these secret rooms. In life, I was a novel author. Every day, I conceptualized bizarre and treacherous plots. For me, no matter what happens in this world, it is what it is. It's nothing more than fighting against the heavens, the earth, and other people. The form may be different, but there's nothing to make a fuss about. Chen Ran spoke with ease, but to Li Anan's ears, it hit like a magnitude 10 earthquake. This kind of mental state. Could he have already achieved the true self-state of mind while he was still alive? Someone in this mental state can freely control their own emotions, and more importantly, they can manipulate the emotions of others. Of the three mental states, emotions are the easiest to manipulate. You like candy, so if I give you candy, you'll be happy. If I snatch your candy away, you'll cry. It's that simple. Through emotional guidance, one can manipulate the actions and thoughts of others, thereby achieving whatever predetermined goals they want those people to accomplish. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Chen Ran hasn't systematically studied the mind cultivation methods of hell. He must have only just touched the threshold of this level. The instance prohibits fighting, lying, cursing, bragging, and making empty promises that are impossible to fulfill. Unless, of course, you are a liar, unless. Unless what else? Chen Ran frowned. Unless you are a ghost whisperer. Unless what else? Chen Ran frowned. Unless you are a ghost whisperer. Seeing Chen Ran's confusion, Li Anan slowly lit a cigarette and explained, if everyone believes a lie, and even the person telling the lie believes it without a shadow of a doubt, then no matter how absurd their words are, they become the truth. In the 18th level, such people are known as ghost whisperers. Unknown common sense. Chen Ran asked with a hint of uncertainty, as if something had just occurred to him. Exactly. Li Annan cast an approving look at Chen Ran. In life, we all lived on a blue star. Everyone told us that the blue star was round, the books wrote it like that, and we naturally assumed it to be true. But that was only what others said, what books wrote, and what we saw in videos. In reality, we hadn't witnessed it with our own eyes. Is there a possibility that the blue star is actually square? When a lie is treated as the truth by everyone, the lie becomes the truth. Ghost whisperers often spread lies in the form of text, making the players in the instance firmly believe that the content of the text is true. Then, when the creator speaks the content written in the text, it will not be judged as a lie by the liar slayer. Hearing this, Chen Ran recalled the scenario in the novice tutorial room. There was clearly no Ghost Gate Pass in that secret room, yet everyone saw the words, Ghost Gate Pass, written on the table's shielding plate. You are a writer, so your knowledge base should be broader than us ordinary folks. In the Tuebei 2, what is the prophecy of the third image? Chen Ran pondered for a moment before replying. The prophecy of the third image is, the sun and moon high in the sky, shining upon the earth below. Blurry and perplexing, neither purely civil nor martial. How do you interpret that? Li Annan asked. The sun and moon high in the sky, the sun and moon hanging high can symbolize the emperor and empress. If it symbolizes time, then it means day and night. Shining upon the earth below, the previous phrase implies above, while this one implies below, suggesting a hierarchical relationship. It can symbolize slaves or servants. If it refers to a location, it indicates that this event happens on the ground. Blurry and perplexing, the male rabbit kicks its feet, while the female rabbit narrows its eyes. When two rabbits run side by side, how can one tell the male from the female? These words symbolize men and women, but they can also symbolize genderless eunuchs. Neither purely civil nor martial, if not a civil official, then a military general. If not a scholar, then a common brute. Connect the four phrases of the prophecy, and the meaning becomes, this person, whether an emperor, an empress, a slave, a servant, a man, a woman, a eunuch, a civil official, a military general, a scholar, or a commoner, stood on the earth and did something. I remember there is also an accompanying illustration of a woman holding a knife. Holding a knife is also ambiguous. She could be going to kill someone, or she could be going to save someone. At this point, Chen Ran scoffed. Encompassing so many types of people makes it hard to guess wrong even if you tried. The Tuebei 2 is nothing more than a common trick used by charlatans to deceive people. They spout ambiguous rhetoric and leave it up to interpretation. No matter the outcome, it can always be validated by their words. Li Annan nodded, agreeing with Chen Ran's conclusion. However, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, what if we delete one of the phrases? Chen Ran thought for a moment. On the internet, many people believe this is a prophecy about Wu Zetian. If we delete blurry and perplexing, no one would associate it with her. Exactly. That is the fatal weakness of a ghost whisperer. Their lies can be negated. In the 18th level, there are two relatively famous organizations. One is called the Liar Slayer Alliance, and the other is the Deceiver Alliance. The two organizations have a long-standing grudge and frequently engage in large-scale team hunts against each other. Ghost whisperers use deception to trick liar slayers into lying, while liar slayers only need to dismantle a single link in the ghost whisperer's deception to negate the falsehood disguised as truth. Hearing this, Chen Ran looked thoughtful. A lie also requires a complete, closed logical loop, otherwise it is difficult to make people believe it. Just like the novice tutorial room. I arrived in that secret room after being hit and killed by a car. The youth and his four companions used this to make us believe in the legends of hell, like the Ghost Gate Pass and the Yellow Springs Road, thereby executing their deceptive plan. But if the words Ghost Gate Pass did not exist, when the youth told the second person in line that this was the Yellow Springs Road, he would have been lying. In other words, Bai Xiuzi's reasoning at the time was correct. She just could not prove that the Ghost Gate Pass was fake, so her judgment failed. So that is how it works. As long as one negates a single link in the Ghost Whisperer's lie, a liar slayer can successfully cast judgment on them. Having figured this out, Chen Ran continued his questioning. How do you identify a ghost whisperer? That is very simple. In an instance, whoever uses a liar hunter skill without a lie being told is a ghost whisperer. Chen Ran nodded. A ghost whisperer is a contradictory amalgamation of truth and lies. He knows he has told a lie, and yet he turns that lie into the truth. So, are the words he speaks the truth or a lie? A with circumflex B. To the ghost whisperer, the words he speaks are out-and-out lies. To everyone else, the words he speaks are absolute truths. If others cast judgment on him for this matter, the judgment is bound to fail. But, a ghost whisperer can cast judgment on himself, and it is a guaranteed judgment. Therefore, a ghost whisperer can sacrifice this opportunity to judge himself to directly use a liar hunter skill. Next question, what kind of existence is the 18th level you mentioned? Li Anan noticed that Chen Ran had initially said, first question. But this time, Chen Ran avoided stating a number, simply saying, next question. What a cautious guy. The 18th level is the place where all players stay. It is equivalent to a rest area. Chen Ran pressed, rest for how many days? There is no time limit. You can rest in the 18th level until the end of time. But I feel like any sane person would not want to stay in that hellhole. Given the chance, everyone will grind instances. How so? Chen Ran frowned. Li Anan smiled mysteriously, a certain anticipation flashing in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. You will know once you get there. I am really looking forward to the expression on your face at that time, though I won't have the chance to see it. He avoided answering directly. Chen Ran did not push the issue. The next question is, what happens if a player lies in the 18th level? Also, do instances and the 18th level judge lies independently, or are they interconnected? To his surprise, Li Anan jumped in fright at his inquiry, blurting out, are you crazy? Lying in the 18th level? The 18th level and the instances are independent of each other. That is to say, if you lie inside an instance, other players can only cast judgment on you within that instance. Once you leave the instance, your lie ceases to exist. Similarly, if you lie in the 18th level, other players can only cast judgment on you in the 18th level. However, the lies you tell in the 18th level will not disappear just because you went to clear an instance. As long as you appear in the 18th level, that lie will stick with you forever. Once someone casts judgment on it, it will result in a guaranteed judgment, unless you turn the lie you told into reality, effectively degenerating into a ghost whisperer. Chen Ran was slightly startled. So that is how ghost whisperers come to be. Wait, that is not right. If that is the case, there is a very high possibility that all the rules in the 18th level are lies that ghost whisperers have told in the past. They simply use some method to turn their lies into rules. Thinking of this, Chen Ran's eyes widened. He seemed to envision the countless lies told by ghost whisperers weaving together into a giant web, transforming into the very rules that players were forced to obey. Seeing Chen Ran fall deep into thought again, Li Anan asked somewhat speechlessly, Bro, the corpses on the ground are already ice cold. When are we going to start gambling with the cards? Chen Ran ignored him, continuing to ponder. To think that the rules within the 18th level of hell were entirely constructed from the lies of ghost whisperers. These lies corroborate one another, and the ones that remain are definitely lies that cannot be exposed, thus evolving into rules. Moreover, as time goes on, the rules in the 18th level will only continue to increase. Now I understand why this guy would not elaborate on the specific details of the 18th level. It turns out there are simply too many rules, so many that it would be impossible to explain them all. Chen Ran asked his final question, though, of course, he definitely would not say the word final. How does one escape hell? And thus, the Ghost Gate Pass came to exist. Because of this, it created the truth that beyond the Ghost Gate Pass was the Yellow Springs Road. Consequently, after the youth crossed the Ghost Gate Pass, he said to the second person in line, "This is the Yellow Springs Road." And it was judged as the truth by the liar slayer. Is this the ghost whisperer that Li Anan was talking about? By turning lies into truths, they can ignore certain specific rules within the instance. How do you break a deceiver's tongue? This was the issue Chen Ran cared about most. The instance was a secret room. Hell was likely the largest secret room of all, trapping all players inside. From Chen Ran's perspective, since it was a secret room, there had to be a way to escape. The answer is hidden within the rules. Chen Ran nodded. He did not ask what exactly was included in the reward for ending the instance. He remained silent. He simply watched Li Anan quietly, his gaze mocking, as if he were looking at a corpse. You. Unsettled by that stare, Li Anan could not help but swallow hard. What is with that look? Have you forgotten what you just said? Said what? Chen Ran asked in return. You said that even if there were only 2 of us left, you would not use the liar slayer to kill the sheep. Are you the sheep? Hearing this, Li Anan widened his eyes and suddenly turned his head to look at the notice on the table. Rule 4, anyone who uses verbal or physical means to expose their identity, or exposes the cards on another person's table, will lose their qualification to sit at the gambling table. If I admit I am the sheep, I will lose my qualification to stay at the gambling table. If I do not admit to being the sheep, Chen Ran will hit me with a judgment. The reason he said he would not judge the sheep when only 2 remained was simply to coax the rules of the instance and the 18th level out of my mouth. Chen Ran took a leisurely drag of his cigarette and said, if you admit your identity, I will not use the gun on the scales of judgment or the liar slayer to kill you. Furthermore, I will play a life and death game with you off the table. Saying so, he stood up and slowly walked over to where he had discarded the liar slayer, reaching down to pick up the weapon. Wait. Li Anan's face looked terrible as he stammered, I am the sheep. Only then did Chen Ran return with a satisfied expression. He walked up to the gambling table. On the table, it was Ma Wenjie's turn to draw a card, but Ma Wenjie was already dead. Chen Ran gathered all the cards on the table. Out of the 17 cards, he picked out all the shepherd cards and sheep cards, tossing them aside. Actually, I have been guessing what your final trump card was. The fact that you dared to lie in advance means you had a guaranteed way to win when only 2 people remained. I thought about it over and over, and I noticed the rules never said picking and choosing cards was forbidden. Therefore, I deduced that your ultimate move was to seize the right to deal when there were only 2 of us left. Then, you would toss out all the shepherd cards and wolf cards. That way, only sheep cards would remain, and no matter how we drew, you would win. Having his plan exposed, Li Anan glared viciously at Chen Ran. Now, you are the only one left at the gambling table. You have no cards to draw, and no one to draw yours. Let me see how you plan to win against me. Chen Ran said nothing. Holding 6 wolf cards in his hand, he dealt 2 wolf cards to himself. The next moment, the scales of judgment tilted frantically to the left, bottoming out completely. The gun on the tray fell off, landing right in front of Chen Ran. He picked it up and aimed the muzzle at a dumbfounded Li Anan. Wait! Li Anan was terrified and hastily called out to stop Chen Ran from firing. Moreover, while Chen Ran was dealing the cards just now, Li Anan had already picked up his own liar slayer. Chen Ran cast a disdainful glance at the liar slayer in Li Anan's hand and asked casually, what do you want to ask? You are the only gambler left. No one is drawing your cards, and you have no cards to draw. Why did the scales of judgment instantly tilt all the way down? Chen Ran's laughter echoed throughout the secret room, a sound that made Li Anan's blood run cold. I am a man who loves chess, and I deeply enjoy the feeling of pushing someone into a corner step by step. Think back carefully, what did I just ask you? Li Anan blanked for a moment. Chen Ran just asked a lot of questions. Wait. How to counter a ghost whisperer? Without waiting for him to answer, Chen Ran pointed to the second and third rules on the table's notice. Rule 2, starting from the first gambler and moving clockwise, each person will sequentially draw 1 card from the hand of the next gambler. Rule 3, when the first gambler finishes drawing a card again, the scales of judgment will perform a settlement. When the scales of judgment completely tilt, the one with the highest score obtains the corresponding item, namely the gun or handcuffs. The notice states, when the first gambler finishes drawing a card again, but I am the only one left at the table. I cannot draw a card, nor can anyone draw from me. The facts contradict the rules on the notice. Therefore, I deny the second rule, and I also deny the first half of the third rule. With those two rules denied, the scales of judgment perform infinite settlements. Since only my cards are on the table, naturally, I win infinitely. That is exactly what you just answered for me, the method to counter a ghost whisperer. Li Annan's expression was quite spectacular. Recalling everything that just happened, it seemed Chen Ran had been setting up this exact move from the very beginning. He noticed right from the start that there was something fishy about the notice on the gambling table. Then, he used his questions about the rules of hell to slip in his own agenda, guiding me to mention the ghost whisperer. Perhaps the moment I said those words, he was already certain that I was the ghost whisperer. I hid it so perfectly, yet he discovered it so effortlessly. Were you not afraid that the ghost whisperer was just a lie I fabricated? Li Annan asked, unwilling to concede. You are just unlucky. In the novice tutorial room instance, I ran into a few guys playing cheap tricks. They wrote Ghost Gate Pass on the table's shielding plate to deceive people. Because of that, my first reaction upon seeing the notice on the gambling table was that there was a problem with the rules. So, I guided you into stating the method to counter a ghost whisperer. I could then reverse engineer your explanation based on the situations I encountered in the novice tutorial room instance, proving that your answer about how to counter a ghost whisperer was the truth. Li Annan was speechless. Still reluctant to accept defeat, he asked, what if I had lied when answering you earlier? Kill you, Chen Ran said concisely. Li Annan was left speechless once more. Wait, you just said that as long as I admitted my identity, you would not use the gun on the scales of judgment or the liar slayer to kill me. Chen Ran gave him a weird look. Did my words confuse you? That was a future lie. I will only be judged as lying after I kill you. But then again, once you are dead and I am the only one left in the secret room, who is going to hit me with a judgment? Li Annan's face turned ashen. He felt as if Chen Ran had hypnotized him. Let me get this straight. He saw through the trick in the notice. At the same time, he figured out my guaranteed method to win when only two people were left at the table. Therefore, after Cheng Si died, if he wanted to clear the instance perfectly, he had to kick me out of the game. So, he began asking questions, slipping in his own motives, successfully extracting the method to counter a ghost whisperer and invalidating the rules posted on the table. Everything after that was just a performance. He deliberately pretended to retrieve the liar slayer to force me to admit I was the sheep, thus eliminating me. At that point, his plan was complete. Without even realizing it, Chen Ran cornered me step by step. Of course, during this time, he also gave me a bunch of utterly useless promises. 1. When only the husband and the sheep are left, the husband will not use the liar slayer to execute the sheep with a judgment. 2. If you admit your identity, I will not use the gun on the scales of judgment or the liar slayer to kill you, and I will even play a life and death game with you. These were all future lies. Only after I am dead will he be judged as having lied. And by then, even if he did lie, he will be the only one left in the secret room. No one will be around to hit him with a judgment. No wonder he asked if lies told within an instance would follow a player forever. Chen Ran gave him the time it takes to smoke a cigarette to think it over. Seeing that Li Annan seemed to have figured it out, Chen Ran finally revealed a look of disgust. Do you know why I wanted to clear the instance perfectly? Abducting the child, murdering the child, burning 15 parents alive. Out of 8 original families, only one husband is left alive. He does not just want revenge for his ex-wife and child, but for those 7 other families as well. You must die by the husband's hand. I gave you so much time to think just so you could taste despair. People like you deserve an ultimate death. Li Annan glared venomously at Chen Ran and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. We are all the same, so stop pretending to be a saint. Good people do not end up in hell. The evil you committed in life might be even greater and heavier than mine. What gives you the right to act like you are on the moral high ground to hit me with a judgment? Chen Ran smiled without a word. He merely walked slowly toward him, the gun's muzzle getting closer and closer. The fear in Li Annan's eyes was perfectly clear. The muzzle pressed against Li Annan's forehead. Suddenly, Chen Ran spoke. I lied earlier. Why did you not hit me with a judgment? Li Annan's despairing heart began to churn wildly. Regardless of whether Chen Ran's statement was true or false, just by saying it, he was definitely lying. Bang! Right when Li Annan felt a glimmer of hope, the gun pressed against his forehead fired a bullet. As Li Annan's consciousness gradually blurred, he knew he had been played. Filled with endless reluctance and burning resentment, he struggled to raise his right hand. And gave him the middle finger. The boss was dead. All 19 players were also dead. Only Chen Ran remained. The moment Li Annan fell, his highly strung nerves finally relaxed. Chen Ran slumped to the ground, his lips deathly pale. Suddenly, with a violent gag, he threw up. This was the aftermath of severe mental exhaustion. What followed were dry heaves. This was because he had smoked too many cigarettes. In his days, he saw 8 families, 24 people in total, smiling and waving at him from ahead, bowing in gratitude. Their faces were brimming with a certain expression, one that Chen Ran felt was liberation. He rested for a moment. He stood up to pick up the Liar Slayer. However, the instant his hand touched the weapon, its pitch-black body receded like the tide, turning snow-white. New information flowed into his mind. Name, Liar Slayer. Skill, Eternal Kingdom. Level, 1, 2100ths. Effect, dispels the effects of other Liar Slayer skills, and prevents others from using their Liar Slayer skills for 1 hour. Points, 20. Chen Ran furrowed his brows tightly. The reward is points, and points are tied to the level of the Liar Slayer skill. Perhaps points have other uses. This Eternal Kingdom skill seems specifically tailored to counter the Liar Slayer skills of others. However, I know far too little about instances and hell to accurately judge its true strength. While I cannot determine its exact strength, its value is obvious. For me, any other Liar Slayer skill is a complete joke. But as for the others, once they learn the effects of my Liar Slayer skill, they might try everything in their power to kill me. The worst-case scenario is Nigerian Nairobi. If everyone in the 18th level finds out about my Liar Slayer skill's effect, I will very likely end up with the world as my enemy. Conclusion, it is best not to use Eternal Kingdom lightly. And if I do use it, I cannot leave any survivors. However, there is a compromise. If someone asks about my Liar Slayer skill and I am forced to answer, I will only reveal the second half. It prevents a person from using their Liar Slayer skill for 1 hour. The drawback of this effect is obvious. While genuinely useful, it likely will not cause others to fear me too much. But this also means I must activate Eternal Kingdom before anyone else uses their Liar Slayer skill. That way, they will not notice that Eternal Kingdom also dispels active Liar Slayer effects. What a troublesome skill. Looking at the level, it seems Liar Slayer skills can be upgraded using points. The existence of a grading system implies that an upgraded Eternal Kingdom will be enhanced. Perhaps the duration will increase. Where did the 20 points come from? In this instance, 19 players and 1 boss died. Exactly 20 people. Does this mean that the number of deaths in an instance determines the amount of points awarded to the clearing player? At that moment, the opposite wall slowly rose. Behind it was a vast expanse of blinding white light, making it impossible to see what lay inside. He figured that walking through it would teleport him to the 18th level. Chen Ran was in no rush to leave. In the past, whenever he played games, regardless of victory or defeat, he would always carefully review the match. Only through review could he know if he had made any mistakes throughout the game, and exactly where he had gone wrong. First, in the first secret room, I rashly judged someone before fully understanding the situation. Judging by the conditions of the 3 secret rooms, if the players fail to unravel the clues and escape, it is highly likely that everyone will die. For example, the water in the first secret room and the fire in the second secret room were both forcing players to solve the puzzles. In the first 2 secret rooms, it is best not to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. Everyone needs to brainstorm and break out of the room first. This was a rookie mistake. I drew the liar slayer and sentenced him to death before realizing that the law of the bright ocean applied to the players. What if the rest of the group had no idea how to solve the room's clues, and only the person I killed knew? Wouldn't I have doomed myself? In the first two secret rooms, I absolutely cannot judge other players arbitrarily unless forced to. Second, before shooting the masked man, why did I run my mouth and tell a lie? If I encounter a quick-witted boss in the future who preemptively questions my qualification to judge, wouldn't I end up losing a guaranteed winning hand? This is a bad habit. I need to fix it. Lastly, and most importantly, I exposed my intelligence far too early. In an instance, solving puzzles is the foundation, but infighting among players is the main theme. The first two secret rooms were meant for us to learn about each other's personalities through puzzle solving, while the third room was pure infighting. Exposing my intelligence too early makes me an easy target to be marked. A true hunter should conceal their presence. At this thought, Chen Ran felt that when running instances in the future, he should play dumb as much as possible. Only when the others were truly incapable of solving a secret room would he provide subtle hints, ensuring he didn't reveal his true intellect. He repeatedly scrutinized the entire novice instance, carefully checking for any oversights. However, his opponents had been too weak, leaving little else worth reviewing. People like Bailey Qiangshan, who casually threw around their liar-slayer skills, were only fit to bully newbies. If Chen Ran had been in his shoes, he would have chosen an opportune moment to set up all the players present, letting them guess for themselves. Even if they guessed wrong, there would be no judgment, allowing the error to perpetuate until everyone had told a lie. She did not believe in her own intuition, which ultimately led to her failed judgment and being shot dead by Chen Ran. Chen Ran had always believed that so-called intuition was actually the comprehensive product of a person's experience, life history, wisdom, and knowledge processing in their mind. It was the brain warning you that wherever something could go wrong, it absolutely would. Disregarding one's intuition to instead trust in the cunning of an opponent was simply laughable. No wonder they could only resort to bullying newbies. But then again, the rest of the players are already dead. Who am I supposed to team up with now? Am I supposed to go to the 18th level and party up with veteran players who have survived countless instances? Would they trust me? Would I trust them? No, we would constantly be on guard against each other. Pure camaraderie wouldn't exist, we might even end up stabbing each other in the back. In other words, it is highly likely that I won't have any teammates in the future. My only option is to join an organization. The Liar Slayers and the Ghost Whisperers are like fire and water, constantly hunting each other. With this built-in conflict, we would at least be able to aim our guns at a common enemy. That is far better than a hastily cobbled-together team. As for which organization to join, it definitely has to be the Liar Slayer Alliance. I just don't know if they will accept me. Chen Ran made up his mind. Once he reached the 18th level and understood its basic rules, he would inquire about the recruitment requirements of the Liar Slayer Alliance. With that thought in mind, he suddenly felt incredibly hungry. Carefully calculating the time, more than 10 hours had passed since the start of the tutorial novice instance. It was indeed time to eat. I hope the 18th level of hell has food. Saying this, he lifted his head and walked toward the vast expanse of white light behind the wall. Is this the 18th level? He had exited the instance. Chen Ran saw a gateway standing about 10 meters tall. 3 words were written in small seal script on its plaque, 18th level. The sky was somewhat dim, much like the nights of his childhood in the countryside when the moon hung high. Chen Ran did not rush to approach. He waited for nearly half an hour. After confirming that he was the only newbie in this batch, he finally stepped forward. Upon walking through the gateway, the scenery of the 18th level unfolded before his eyes. It was a dilapidated city. There were pedestrians, of a sort on the street. These people walked in a very strange manner. A normal person would swing their arms while walking, but these people kept their arms completely vertical and motionless. Moreover, he noticed that mechanical, artificial smiles were plastered across all their faces, which looked incredibly eerie. The impression they gave him. They were like a group of marionettes. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ran caught sight of 5 stone pillars on both the left and right sides inside the gateway. The first stone pillar on the right was snow white all over and carved with small black characters, while the other 9 pillars looked quite ordinary. He approached the first pillar on the right. The text inscribed upon it read: First, lying is prohibited. Second, fighting is prohibited. Third, profanity is prohibited. Fourth, robbery is prohibited. Fifth, loud noises are prohibited. Sixth, romance is prohibited. Seventh, wastefulness is prohibited. Eighth, pulling and dragging is prohibited. Ninth, damaging public facilities is prohibited. 10th, public defecation and urination is prohibited. Chen Ran looked at these 10 rules. Aside from lying, which would trigger a judgment, what kind of punishment would befall someone who violated the other rules? No Thailand bot epsilon s. And another thing. Since there are 10 rules on the first stone pillar, it stands to reason that the other 9 pillars should also have 10 rules each. But those 9 are just ordinary stone pillars. Is there some kind of restriction? Chen Ran could not figure it out. However, judging from these 10 rules alone, the 18th level did not seem as terrifying as the masked man had made it out to be. Taking out his cigarette case, he extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. He noticed that the players who had been walking down the street suddenly stopped and turned to look at him, their faces bearing those mechanical smiles. Feeling a bit unsettled, he walked over to the 2 players closest to him. To his surprise, the moment he approached, the 2 players frantically backed away from him as if they had just seen a terrifying monster. These people seem to be afraid of me. Why would they be afraid of me? It looks like I cannot hide my identity as a newbie. Since that is the case. Chen Ran spoke to the crowd, I just arrived at the 18th level and I have no idea what I should be doing. He had not even finished his sentence. The crowd in the distance parted, and a beautiful woman strolled over. She looked him up and down before asking, Are you a newbie? Chen Ran nodded. There are too many of the death row around here. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Just as the woman turned around, she seemed to remember something and glanced back. I can introduce the 18th level to you, but my fee is steep. 5 points, no haggling. Points. She must mean the points from the Liar Slayer. I have 20 points. Chen Ran nodded. Nodding won't work. You have to speak. The woman frowned at this newbie. Logically speaking, if he had cleared the novice instance, he should understand that verbal agreements were the only way to establish a contract. Chen Ran thought for a moment and determined that she had not set any verbal traps before replying, You will introduce the 18th level to me, and I will pay you 5 points. Provided, of course, that these points can be transferred. Follow me. Chen Ran followed the woman down the street. It was a very long street. Gradually, it became less lifeless than the previous area. Groups of 3 to 5 players could be seen everywhere, chatting amongst themselves. There were shops on both sides of the street selling food. They offered all kinds of ingredients, but most were fast food. Seeing Chen Ran looking at the food, the woman said, Most of this food is produced by the death row. The majority of their liar hunter skills can manifest physical items. Death row? Chen Ran asked in confusion. At the gateway, besides the 10th stone pillar, the other 9 pillars each have 10 different rules engraved on them. You are a newbie, so you can only see the 10 rules on the first pillar. Stay in the 18th level for 3 days, and you will be able to see the 10 rules on the second pillar, and so on. Once you see the 10 rules on the 9th pillar, you become part of the death row. That is because the 90th rule is, participation in all instances is prohibited. Chen Ran roughly grasped the operational logic of the 18 levels of hell. He had noticed earlier that the food in the shops required points to purchase. Being barred from instances meant having no source of points, which would eventually lead to starvation. Therefore, the surviving members of the death row all had liar hunter skills capable of creating physical goods. By trading these for points, they could barely scrape by. However, the death row inmates could see all 90 rules across the 9 pillars. These rules became shackles that bound them for the rest of their lives. No wonder those death row inmates looked like a bunch of marionettes. Having no hope while being bound by 90 rules. What an utterly miserable existence. For instance, when you approached those two earlier, they immediately backed away because a rule on the 7th pillar states, gatherings are prohibited. 3 people constitute a crowd. The 2 of them, plus you, made exactly 3. They would have triggered the rule, while you would not. They wore fake smiles because, on the 6th pillar, it is prohibited to cry loudly, prohibited to be expressionless, and prohibited to look sorrowful. No wonder they were called the death row. According to what you are saying, does every player who stays here for 24 days become part of the death row? The woman corrected him, they become part of the death row if they stay for 24 consecutive days. Every time you clear an instance, that timer resets. So, to avoid joining the death row, you need to clear an instance at least once every 24 days. However, many people cannot even last 24 days before frantically rushing to run another instance. Listening to her explanation, Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, among the first 80 rules, there were actually things like single-eyelid players are prohibited from going out during even-numbered hours. Double-eyelid players are prohibited from going out during odd-numbered hours. Players with asymmetric eyelids are prohibited from going out. Sleeping for more than 6 hours is prohibited. Walking for more than 1 hour is prohibited. Sitting for more than 1 hour is prohibited. There are 24 hours in a day. Excluding 6 hours for sleeping, 1 hour for walking, and 1 hour for sitting, that leaves 16 hours. In those 16 hours, you cannot sleep, walk, or sit. So what can you do? Stand completely still in one spot. Just thinking about it made him feel like countless ants were crawling all over his body. Chen Ran decided that if he were ever condemned to the death row in the future, he might as well just end his own life. What happens if you break a rule? The woman halted and looked ahead, a profound sense of empathy for the suffering of her own kind flashing in her eyes. Pointing at a youth running ahead of them, she said, he was a newbie who arrived at the 18th level last month. Watch closely how he dies, and you will understand the consequences of breaking the rules. Chen Ran looked over and saw a youth running frantically like a madman, seemingly cursing louder and louder with every step. Huh, liars. You are all a bunch of liars. I am not playing with you anymore. Whoosh. Eerie green ghost fire suddenly erupted from the youth's body, instantly engulfing him. The youth was reduced to ashes in excruciating agony. The woman turned to say something, only to realize that Chen Ran had already slipped away and was now standing in front of a storefront. Boss, how much for a savory pancake? The shopkeeper stood frozen like an NPC, not daring to move or speak, wearing the signature fake smile of a death row inmate. He pulled a price tag from his pocket. It read, 1 point. How do I pay? Strangely enough, the moment the thought of paying crossed his mind, a small card appeared in his hand. The card bore the number 1. Simultaneously, information in his mind indicated that his liar slayer still had 19 points remaining. The shopkeeper took the card and gave it a gentle squeeze, causing it to dissolve into vanishing starlight. Chen Ran watched this with genuine marvel. He took a bite of the savory pancake, finding the taste rather mediocre, and returned to the woman with an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. I haven't eaten in over 10 hours, so I was a bit hungry. The woman was somewhat speechless. She had wanted to see how this newbie would react to witnessing a second ultimate death, but he was acting as if nothing had happened at all. Aren't you afraid? She pointed at the ashes on the ground that had yet to blow away, intentionally pointing out, he was a newbie who arrived here last month. I wasn't the one who died, so why should I be afraid? Chen Ran asked with a strange expression, chewing his pancake. Fair enough. The woman did not dwell on the subject, casually mentioning, you overpaid for that pancake. The standard price is 3 for a single point. Death row inmates have their own schemes, and they know how to rip off an easy mark. Chen Ran glanced back at the NPC-like pancake vendor and voiced his confusion. What is the point of them living like this? Before today, perhaps it was meaningless and devoid of hope. But 3 hours ago, the 10th stone pillar appeared at the gatehouse, giving them a glimpse of potential liberation. Otherwise, why do you think these death row inmates, who are heavily restricted from even going outside, would gather at the gatehouse en masse? As she spoke, the woman discreetly observed the newbie's expression, trying to glean some clues. Chen Ran nodded. Right. Since rules can be inscribed on the pillars, that means the 10th stone pillar could be inscribed with a rule that negates the previous 9, a Nigerian Naira yes. Seeing no change in his demeanor, the woman withdrew her gaze and continued walking. The appearance of the 10th stone pillar means that among today's batch of newbies, someone has obtained a true self-level liar hunter skill. Unfortunately, you came out too late. No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like that super newbie. Otherwise, I would absolutely drag you to the Liar Slayer Alliance to claim a bounty. True self. Chen Ran frowned. Liar hunter skills are categorized by strength into 4 tiers: ID, ego, superego, and the legendary true self. In psychology, the ID controls personal emotions. Most ID skills primarily affect a player's mental state, but the impact is not absolute, which is why it ranks the lowest. The ego controls common sense. The majority of these liar hunter skills can manifest physical entities, altering a person's common sense through environmental manipulation to trick the victim into speaking a lie. Ego tier skills are incredibly potent. Whether you join the Liar Slayer Alliance or the Deceiver Alliance, you could easily secure a position as a squad leader. The superego controls feelings. These superego tier skills are extremely bizarre. Some can temporarily erase a target's memory, while others can strip away their bonds of friendship, family, or romantic love. Imagine how terrifying a person becomes when entirely devoid of emotion. If you encounter a superego tier skill in an instance, don't even think about fighting back. Dropping to your knees and begging for mercy is your only chance of survival. Chen Ran thought to himself. Bailey Qiangsheng's Liar Slayer created phantom images in the novice instance. That must have been a lowest tier ID skill. What about true self? I don't know, the woman replied bluntly, adding with a self-deprecating chuckle, how could a bottom feeder player like me possibly know anything about a true self-level liar hunter skill? However what? What is certain is that every true self-level skill is capable of completely upending the current landscape of hell. Anyway, enough about that. Did you happen to acquire a liar hunter skill? What seemed like a casual change of subject was actually a premeditated trap. For some reason, Chen Ran suddenly felt as if the woman before him was a monstrous beast about to snap its bloody jaws shut. His instincts screamed that if he said he didn't have one, she would shoot him on the spot. His mind raced, and as realization dawned on him moments later, the color drained entirely from his face. He carefully reviewed everything he had just said. Once he confirmed that most of his sentences had been questions without any exploitable flaws, the heavy anxiety in his chest finally dissipated. Seeing his reaction, the woman offered a knowing smile and extended her hand. Congratulations on figuring out the survival rules of the 18th level, newbie. My name is Mei Jishu. Chen Ran quickly collected himself. Hearing her name, he paused briefly. Where is one to be, and how much of Spring's intent is known? It was a deeply sorrowful verse from the twilight years of the poet Li Qingzhao. I am Chen Ran. Withdrawing his hand, Chen Ran probed, what would have happened if I had fallen for your trick just now? That newbie who suffered self-immolation earlier? He was tricked into telling a lie and thoroughly manipulated. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was worked like a dog. His situation was far worse than a death row inmate's, suicide was his only escape. Chen Ran felt a jolt of shock. Just as he suspected, hell operated on an entirely different set of common sense. Tell me about common sense in hell. Mei Jishu smiled. A liar hunter skill is a player's foundation for survival, so it is forbidden to reveal your own skill. Also, if you trick someone into speaking a common sense lie about the 18th level, only the person who induced the lie is authorized to execute judgment. No one else has the right to interfere. When she offered nothing more, Chen Ran's expression darkened. The fact that I asked the question means I had already deduced those 2 points. I want to know the rest. Mei Jishu gave him an odd look. Since the common sense of the 18th level is heavily skewed to benefit veteran players, wouldn't you assume there's a rule that says, do not casually reveal the common sense of the 18th level to a newbie? Even a composed person like Chen Ran felt a twinge of frustration dealing with this woman. Under what circumstances can one casually reveal the common sense of the 18th level to a newbie? 10 points. Chen Ran did not respond, sinking into deep thought instead. I feel like there is a trap here. Let me sort this out. First, the pillar rules. Violating them leads to immediate death by self-immolation. But there is a problem. The first rule on the first pillar is, lying is prohibited. According to what the masked man said, you can lie in the 18th level. However, if you are caught, you will face Judgment Euro, unless you can turn the lie into reality, which essentially turns you into a ghost whisperer. Just now, Mei Jishu mentioned the Deceiver Alliance, proving that ghost whisperers absolutely exist. So here is the question. If a player wants to become a ghost whisperer, they must first speak a lie. But the pillar forbids lying, and anyone who violates this rule suffers self-immolation. Isn't that a paradox? The most logical explanation is priority. The liar slayer operates at a higher priority than the pillar rules, effectively nullifying the first rule on the pillar. Lying in the 18th level does not trigger self-immolation, but it does leave you open to judgment. Priority, liar slayer supersedes the stone pillar. Therefore, judgment is primarily executed by a liar slayer. Only when there are no liar slayers present in the 18th level does the pillar step in to enforce the penalty. Wait. At this realization, Chen Ran immediately cleared his mind, halting his deeper deductions. Instead, he returned to his original train of thought and extrapolated from there. Since priority exists, shouldn't the priority of common sense in the 18th level sit below that of the stone pillar? Mei Jishu wants 10 points. Combined with the 5 points I promised earlier, that makes 15. I would have exactly 5 points left. Is it possible that you have to pay rent to live in the 18th level? And that the rent is more than 5 points? And is it also possible that there is a common sense rule in the 18th level dictating that once it gets dark, a player must stay inside their own house or rented room? Mei Jishu only mentioned earlier that the newbie who spontaneously combusted was tricked into telling a lie. But, she never said that he died because he violated the common sense of the 18th level. Having realized this, Chen Ran simply said flatly, lead the way. This street was extremely long. Stretching endlessly into the distance, the street was populated with people wearing handcuffs and shackles. They crawled on the ground like livestock, trailing behind what appeared to be veteran players. Whenever a veteran player wanted to buy something, these people were the ones who paid. Whenever their gazes met Chen Ran's, they blinked desperately, their eyes filled with urgency, as if trying to warn him to never fall for the tricks of a veteran player. You have already grasped the survival laws of the 18th level, so there's no need to pay them any mind, Mei Jishu stated without even turning her head. These people were caught in lies involving the common sense of the 18th level. Now completely under the control of others, they live worse than livestock. Of course, if your heart is overflowing with saintly compassion, you can spend points to buy their freedom. Chen Ran was naturally no saint. Their life and death predicament had nothing to do with him, so he changed the subject. Continue introducing the 18th level. Such as things that won't cause me to violate the common sense of the 18th level. The Liar Slayer Alliance and the Mind Cultivation Method. Neither of these touches upon common sense. Let's start with the Liar Slayer Alliance, then. Given how cautious you are, you must have learned quite a bit of information about the 18th level from the veteran players in the instance, right? The Liar Slayer Alliance is an organization founded by the purest players in the 18th level. Its primary goal is to slaughter all ghost whisperers and erase the rules they have carved onto the stone pillars. There are 3 types of rules in the 18th level. The first is the supreme rule, the Liar Slayer. Telling a lie makes you subject to judgment. The second type is the pillar rules. It is exceedingly difficult to carve a rule onto them, and I do not know the exact method. However, once inscribed, both liar slayers and ghost whisperers must obey them. The third type is common sense rules. The vast majority of these were created by ghost whisperers. There are far too many restrictions within the common sense rules, so many that normal survival becomes impossible. This is why the Liar Slayer Alliance was born. As long as you kill the ghost whisperer who turned a lie into common sense, the corresponding common sense rule will disappear. Pausing here, she noticed Chen Ran looking as though he wanted to speak but hesitated, so she considerately explained, "Are you wondering how we confirm that a common sense rule has disappeared?" Chen Ran nodded. There were many elements of common sense in the 18th level, and they certainly weren't all created by a single ghost whisperer. So how could a player be sure which common sense rule corresponded to the ghost whisperer they killed? A with ring above and Omicron BS. That is very simple. In the main hall of the Liar Slayer Alliance, there is a giant screen displaying the common sense tied to each ghost whisperer. This is also the Alliance's bounty system. If you accept a mission to kill a ghost whisperer and succeed, you will receive a handsome reward of points. Are you also wondering where the Liar Slayer Alliance gets so many points? Turning her head, however, she saw that Chen Ran had no intention of asking. Instead, he merely pointed a finger at the newbies acting like livestock. Correct. The Liar Slayer Alliance's points are all extorted from these slaves. Every slave must hand over 2 points per instance. Chen Ran sneered. As expected, the people of this world are all hypocrites. The ghost whisperers use common sense to oppress the players across the entire 18th level. Meanwhile, the Liar Slayer Alliance parades around under the banner of benefiting players, yet relies on exploiting newbies to fund the bounties for hunting those very ghost whisperers. Mei Jishu shot him a glance, immediately seeing through his thoughts, and corrected him, "There might be a flaw in your reasoning. Whether in the living world or hell, the principle is always the survival of the fittest. The fact that these newbies can be fooled proves their weakness. Sooner or later, they will die in hell's instance mechanics. Since they can't survive until the end, they might as well serve a greater purpose while they are still breathing. Otherwise, the 18th level of hell would just be an unsolvable dead end." Chen Ran looked at her in surprise. That actually makes sense. If you stretch out the timeline, there will be a continuous stream of liar slayers turning into ghost whisperers. To become a ghost whisperer, one must turn a lie into common sense. This means that the common sense rules in the 18th level of hell will only continue to multiply. Without constantly hunting ghost whisperers, the shackles binding everyone in the 18th level will grow heavier and more numerous. Eventually, there will be so many that normal life becomes impossible, and even standing up to walk would be a luxury. To curb this situation, they have to use bounties to hunt ghost whisperers. After all, if a player encounters a ghost whisperer in an instance, they might or might not choose to kill them. But with a bounty on the line, the vast majority of players will choose to kill. Issuing bounties requires money. Where does the money come from? Only by exploiting the weak. Hell, huh? What a truly dog-eat-dog place. But thinking about it, that's only natural. Are there any good people among those sent to hell? I stand corrected, Chen Ran said solemnly. In truth, every player here hopes to become a ghost whisperer. Once you achieve that, you are no longer bound by common sense. It's just that the path to becoming one is far too dangerous. Of course, if a liar slayer wants to ignore the common sense rules of the 18th level, it is quite possible. When your mental state reaches the ID, you can control your own emotions. And when you reach the ego, you can ignore the vast majority of common sense rules. Vast majority? Mei Jishu pointed toward the stone pillars. You cannot ignore the common sense rules inscribed up there. However, reaching the ego mental state is incredibly difficult. How could one possibly elevate their mental state without enduring agonizing torment? Rumor has it that in the entire 18th level, only the leader of the Liar Slayer Alliance has achieved the ego mental state. How do I obtain a mind cultivation method? Chen Ran didn't care about anything else, this was his only concern. By exchanging Liar Slayer Alliance contribution points. The two of them walked and talked like this for about half an hour until an 18-story ancient tower appeared in Chen Ran's line of sight. During this time, Chen Ran learned that participating in an instance was very straightforward. All one had to do was step out from the gatehouse, and they would receive a prompt detailing which star rating of instance they were eligible to join. Then, they simply had to walk in that direction. At the same time, a player's star rating was determined by their Liar Slayer level. For example, since Chen Ran's Liar Slayer weapon was only at level 1, he was considered a 1-star player. The instances available to him would be a novice instance and a rank 1 difficulty instance. By the same logic, if a Liar Slayer weapon reached level 2, that player would be a 2-star player, and they could choose between 1-star instances and 2-star instances. This was the downward compatibility mechanism. The maximum cap for a Liar Slayer was level 18, but currently in Hell, the highest recorded level was only 10. He also asked about accommodations. Unsurprisingly, the answer he got was that while there were many rooms in the 18th level of Hell, they were all controlled by the Liar Slayer Alliance and the Deceiver Alliance. To stay in one, you had to pay rent, which cost 5 points a month. If Chen Ran had actually given Mei Jishu the 10 points earlier, the remaining amount on him wouldn't even be enough to rent a room. And in the 18th level, one of the common sense rules dictated, sleeping on the streets is strictly forbidden. Traps everywhere. A newbie who had just arrived in Hell was nothing but a gullible mark, liable to be scammed the moment they let their guard down. So this is the Liar Slayer Alliance headquarters. Chen Ran muttered as he looked at the ancient tower. They walked into the ancient tower. The first floor was a grand hall. In the very center hung a 200-inch screen displaying the names of every ghost whisperer. Some names were followed by their liar hunter skill, though most lacked detailed information. However, without exception, all the ghost whisperers listed on the screen were 3-star players and above. Mei Jishu led Chen Ran to a registration counter. A newbie needed to join either the Liar Slayer Alliance or the Deceiver Alliance to obtain the right to rent housing. The headquarters of the Deceiver Alliance was located deep within the 18th level, quite a distance from here. An older woman sat behind the counter. Mei Jishu whispered a few words into her ear, and the woman looked Chen Ran up and down. I didn't expect another one to slip through the net. Your name is Chen Ran, right? Chen Ran nodded, but the older woman's expression suddenly darkened. He quickly spoke up. Yes, my name is Chen Ran. I just arrived in the 18th level today. In the 18th level, we generally consider nodding to imply concealment. In the future, if someone asks you a question, speak if you can, and stay silent if you cannot. But do not nod or shake your head, she warned. Understood. Chen Ran committed this to memory. I need to ask for some information now. First, did you obtain a liar hunter skill? Yes. The woman shot him a surprised look. She hadn't expected the last newbie to emerge to actually possess a liar hunter skill. Her tone became much more polite. Normally, we don't ask a newbie about their liar hunter skill, but a true self-level skill appeared today. So, what is your liar hunter skill? As soon as she said this, the once bustling hall quieted down considerably. Although many players were still chatting, they were intentionally or unintentionally glancing in their direction. Chen Ran did not rush to answer. Instead, he handed over the points he had previously promised to Mei Jishu. However, the promise had been for 5 points. He gave her 6. Receiving the points, a bright smile appeared on Mei Jishu's face. She acted playfully toward the older woman. Sister Lu, this newbie has his guard way up. Could you? As she spoke, she slipped a point card to the woman. Sister Lu accepted it with a look of absolute righteousness, then led the two of them into a small meeting room for questioning. RN. The small meeting room was cramped, furnished only with a worn, dilapidated wooden table and stools. This room is protected by a liar slayer skill against eavesdropping. You can speak now. Chen Ran still remained silent. Seeing this, Mei Jishu slapped her forehead. She had used this trick to test Chen Ran before. Given how cautious this guy was, he definitely wouldn't just speak up. She explained helplessly, there is another rule in the common sense of the 18th level, you are permitted to state your own liar hunter skill within the Liar Slayer Alliance ancient tower. Chen Ran carefully pondered her words. Once he was certain there were no loopholes, he finally spoke. He arranged his wording and said, my liar hunter skill can, prohibit others from using their liar hunter skills. Mei Jishu and Sister Lu widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Breathing heavily, they hurriedly asked, "Is there a time limit?" 1 hour. Their expressions instantly collapsed, having celebrated for nothing. Sister Lu sighed, 1 hour is far too short. Although it might have miraculous effects in certain situations, if you want it to last, it must rely on a steady stream of people providing lies. Mei Jishu also voiced her regret. Plus, you have to activate it first. If you let your opponent use theirs before you, your liar hunter skill becomes completely useless. However, one thing they were absolutely certain of was that Chen Ran's liar hunter skill was ego tier. It was among the most bizarre of the ego tier abilities. If he drew his gun fast, it was useful. If he drew it too slowly, the skill was nothing more than an ornament. Nevertheless, they still needed to confirm it and asked Chen Ran to take out his liar slayer for them to see. Chen Ran's liar slayer was a pure white color, which made him feel slightly uneasy. Not bad, it is indeed ego tier. Only a liar slayer at the ego tier and above will display different colors. The pure white color of yours is quite rare, though. Receiving this affirmative answer, Mei Jishu's smile deepened. She rubbed her hands together excitedly. "Sister Lu, I brought this newbie back, and he even passed the test, grasping the survival laws. How many points do you think the Alliance will reward me?" The Liar Slayer Alliance and the Deceiver Alliance were in a competitive relationship. This was especially true right now, as both alliances had sent their people out in full force to snatch up newbies. Over 100 newbies had cleared the novice instance in this batch. Chen Ran was simply the last to emerge, missing the grand spectacle of the two alliances fighting over people at the gatehouse. 10 points. However, Chen Ran missed the registration window. Processing his registration now might be a bit troublesome. I still have to contact the Grand Captain. Mei Jishu naturally understood the hint. She took 5 point cards that Chen Ran had given her and slipped them over to Sister Lu. Sister Lu accepted them, her face still wearing that same stern, upright expression. Seeing this, Chen Ran suddenly felt as though he had been sold out. The fact that you obtained an ego-tier liar hunter skill right out of the novice instance shows you have high intelligence and strong vigilance. You have 2 choices. First, become a professional lie slayer. The Alliance will assign you 4 teammates, and you will serve as the squad leader. However, for every instance, the Alliance will take a 10% cut of the squad's total earnings. Second, become an amateur lie slayer. You work alone or form your own team. The only condition is that once you become a 3-star player, you must complete at least 1 Ghost Whisperer hunting mission corresponding to your player level every year. Sister Lu paused, narrowing her eyes as she spoke with a faint threat in her voice. Of course, you could also choose neither. But every single house in the entire 18th level is controlled by the 2 alliances. As an unaffiliated wanderer, you would have nowhere to stay. Chen Ran. Doesn't that mean it's incredibly easy for the 2 alliances to kill someone? All you have to do is stop renting a house to that player, and they'll easily die. Mei Jishu frowned, not because of Chen Ran's question, but because this guy gave off the distinct impression that he trusted absolutely nothing. Sister Lu explained, it's quite impressive that a newbie like you thought of that. But if you can think of it, the other players in the 18th level couldn't possibly fail to realize it. Because everyone thought of it, a new rule of common sense was born: unless a player lacks the points for rent, the Alliance cannot evict them or confiscate their rented house for any reason. You have 2 days to consider your options. Chen Ran gave his answer directly. I choose amateur lie slayer. Neither of them found this answer surprising. He was a newbie, after all, and it was normal to be arrogant and proud. It was only after suffering a severe beating in an instance that he would understand the benefits of being a professional lie slayer. You can switch between the 2 roles at any time. It costs 20 points each time. Having said this, Sister Lu pulled out a form from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Chen Ran. It was a paper form. He could fill it out however he liked. After all, written text did not trigger the rules of lying, so he wouldn't be punished even if he wrote complete nonsense, but Chen Ran was not stupid. He hadn't fully grasped all the rules of common sense in the 18th level yet, so he didn't dare scribble blindly. The content of the form was very simple. It asked for basic details like name, age, previous occupation while alive, liar-hunter skill, and the like. At the very end of the form was the address of his rented house. Chen Ran's was, Lane 250, room 18-18. This address. The two women pretended not to notice Chen Ran's resentful glare and began chatting casually. Sister Lu, have they found the owner of the true self-level liar-hunter skill? There are a few suspects. One is Lin Xian, who was the first to emerge from the novice instance. He cleared it in a mere 30 minutes and slaughtered all 19 of the other players. There's also someone named Xiao Yinong. She was a female graduate student when she was alive. She's even stronger, all 20 people in her novice instance cleared it. One had killed everyone. One had led everyone to clear it. The difficulty of the former was obviously lower than that of the latter. After all, humanity possessed deep-rooted malice. If you wanted to earn points, you had to kill other players. If all 20 of them cleared the game, she wouldn't have earned any points. How is she supposed to survive? That girl is quite interesting. Right there in the instance, she forced 15 veteran players to hand over all their points. Right now, she's the wealthiest out of this entire batch of newbies. Filling out the form, Chen Ran listened to their idle chatter and frowned. Qiu Yinong. That name sounds incredibly familiar. He finished filling out the form. Seeing that Chen Ran hadn't suffered any backlash from the common sense rules of the 18th level, it meant he hadn't written any lies on the form. Only then did Auntie Lu look down at it. Name, Chen Ran. Age, 26. Birthplace, Jiangzhou. Occupation before death, web novel author. Liar Slayer skill name, currently named Eternal Kingdom. Liar Slayer skill effect, current effect allows the prohibition of others from using their Liar Slayer skills. It currently only lasts for 1 hour. Lu Tsuihua noticed that Chen Ran had deliberately used the word currently when describing his skill. What a cautious guy, she thought to herself. She scrutinized it once more, confirming there were no other hidden tricks besides the word currently, before carefully rolling up the form. Based on her years of experience working in the Liar Slayer Alliance, a skill like Eternal Kingdom would undoubtedly prove useful sooner or later. If the higher-ups are ever short on manpower, I can easily submit Chen Ran's player file. During infighting inside an instance, as long as Chen Ran can fire the first shot, the next hour will become a pure battle of light judgment techniques. When hunting down ghost whisperers with overwhelmingly powerful skills, Chen Ran might just be a trump card. At that thought, Lu Tsuihua's expression grew increasingly amiable. She fished a booklet out of her pocket and handed it over. It's not easy for you newbies. This contains the common sense rules of the 18th level. Take it back, read it thoroughly, and make sure you memorize everything inside. Thank you, he replied. Immediately after, Mei Jishu led Chen Ran to the housing registration window, where they paid 5 points to receive the key to Liar Slayer Alley 250, room 18-18. Standing in the middle of the lobby, he glanced at the information regarding ghost whisperers displayed on the screen. Every member of the Liar Slayer Alliance has to fill out a form, so the ones with relatively complete profiles on the screen are all players who transformed from Liar Slayers into Ghost Whisperers. These types of players are very strong. They turn lies into reality. Every single one of them is an entity you absolutely do not want to provoke. Conversely, the Ghost Whisperers with incomplete information on the screen never left a player file with the Liar Slayer Alliance. That means they joined the Deceiver Alliance right from the very beginning. Our new Thailand bot yes. Without the process of turning a lie into reality, their abilities are likely inferior, making them generally weaker. In the future, when accepting bounty missions, I should prioritize these Ghost Whisperers with incomplete information. Let's go, Mei Jishu urged. Is there a common sense rule in the 18th level that forbids staying too long in the Liar Slayer Alliance, or reading books inside, or looking through the common sense rules? Mei Jishu. Of course, she understood exactly what Chen Ran meant. He just wanted to finish reading the booklet detailing the 18th level's common sense rules right here in the safety of the Liar Slayer Alliance. No, she replied. Hearing this, Chen Ran returned to the previous meeting room. He glanced around to ensure there were no smoking signs before lighting a cigarette and leisurely flipping through the contents of the booklet. Are you going to do your own thing? Chen Ran asked with a frown, glancing at Mei Jishu, who was still standing rigidly by the door. Mei Jishu was practically tearing her hair out in frustration. She had never seen such a timid newbie. However, bound by her earlier promise to introduce him to the 18th level, she had no choice but to wait for Chen Ran to finish reading the book before escorting him to Liar Slayer Alley 250. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Chen Ran ignored her and focused entirely on reading his book. He quickly made a discovery. The so-called common sense rules of the 18th level were, in fact, based entirely on the universal needs and perceptions of the players. For example, a Liar Slayer skill was the very foundation of a player's survival. Therefore, one of the common sense rules stated, a player must not casually reveal their Liar Slayer skill to others. However, the Liar Slayer Alliance was afraid of losing track of a member's information should they transform into a ghost whisperer. As a result, a new common sense rule was born. While inside the Liar Slayer Alliance ancient tower, players are allowed to state their Liar Slayer skill. Conclusion: as long as something satisfied the universal needs and perceptions of the players, it would become common sense. Death row inmates are players without hope. They pose zero threat to ordinary players. Yet, death row inmates are subjected to numerous restrictions. An ordinary player could just gently push them, and if a death row inmate fell to the ground, they would violate the pillar rules and instantly die from self-immolation. But death row inmates can manufacture physical goods. To ensure the 18th level has an ample supply of resources, the common sense dictates that ordinary players cannot easily kill death row inmates whether directly or indirectly. It is strictly forbidden. Every single common sense rule was within reason. And that was exactly what made them so terrifying. Humanity's base nature tells me that death row inmates are just a bunch of corporate slaves, a workforce of exploited drones. They don't pose any threat to ordinary players whatsoever. If the leaders of the two alliances had even half a brain, they would monopolize control over the death row inmates. Doing so would equate to controlling all the resources in the 18th level, effectively turning them into absolute local tyrants here. Yet, they haven't done that. I can guarantee that there's another common sense rule in this booklet regarding anti-monopoly. Sure enough. Chen Ran quickly spotted the anti-monopoly common sense rule: all players within the 18th level are forbidden from forcing death row inmates to use their Liar Slayer skills by any means, nor can they restrict the freedom of death row inmates. Are these common sense rules truly within reason? It's nothing more than hindsight is 20/20. If you look at it from the perspective of the very first batch of players, controlling the death row inmates offered massive benefits. Why would they ever allow a common sense rule that protects death row inmates to be born? This absolutely has to be the handiwork of a ghost whisperer turning a lie into reality, transforming it into a common sense rule capable of protecting death row inmates. So, are the ghost whisperers actually maintaining peace? Are the Liar Slayers the true villains? No, Liar Slayers tell lies, turn those lies into reality, and thus degenerate into ghost whisperers. Wait. No one who comes to hell is a good person. But, if you do good deeds in hell, you become a ghost whisperer. The problem is, as the number of ghost whisperers increases, the constraints placed on Liar Slayers also increase. Therefore, Liar Slayers must kill ghost whisperers. I'm not trying to figure out who's good and who's bad. And I don't care who's good or who's bad. Rather, I feel like there's a secret hidden within all of this, the secret to escaping hell. Guilty, go to hell. Do good deeds, degenerate into a ghost whisperer. Too many ghost whisperers. Turns into a bad thing. But this bad thing is only bad from the perspective of the Liar Slayers. Having reasoned his way to this point, Chen Ran felt as though there was a thin sheet of window paper right in front of him, yet he just couldn't manage to pierce through it. It seemed he was missing a crucial clue. As long as I find this clue, perhaps I can deduce the method to escape hell. No wonder the masked man said that the method to escape hell was hidden within the rules. He continued reading further down. Equipped with the understanding of what was, within reason, he found that the subsequent common sense rules were all very simple and easy to memorize, with nothing that shattered his worldview. Chen Ran quickly turned to the final page. The third to last common sense rule: tampering with the contents of this book is forbidden, and tearing out any of its pages is prohibited. That's easy enough to understand. It prevents people from using a fake book to trick newbies who just arrived on the 18th level. The second to last common sense rule: lying is forbidden on the 18th level, but deceiving others is not. Do not completely trust anyone's words. You cannot tell a lie, yet you must deceive others. Deceive them with the environment. Deceive them with half-truths. This rule of common sense is telling a newbie how deception works in the 18th level. Chen Ran looked at the very last rule of common sense on the final page and discovered it was completely blank. Blank? Am I supposed to fill it in myself? No, according to the third to last rule of common sense, altering the contents is strictly forbidden. If someone else filled it in and then died for breaking the rules, and this booklet fell into my hands, wouldn't that mean? Let me get this straight. The contents of this book are common sense. The very last rule is blank, but it is also common sense. If someone fills in the contents, it remains common sense. But the prerequisite is finding a scapegoat to help complete the contents, and it cannot violate what is currently within reason. It seems that from now on in the 18th level, I must be careful with every person and situation I encounter. A single moment of carelessness, and I might violate the final rule of common sense completed by someone else. Chen Ran closed the booklet. He silently recited the rules of common sense in his mind, and only after confirming he had memorized them flawlessly did he stub out his cigarette and stand up. Let's go. Taking the lead, he pushed the door open without waiting for Mei Jishu's reaction. Free from his previous hesitations, he strode out of the Alliance Hall with purposeful steps. He seemed like a completely different person from the overly cautious man he was just moments ago. Mei Jishu quickly stepped forward to catch up. Since you now understand common sense, what are your plans moving forward? She asked. She noticed Chen Ran's silence. She continued, under normal circumstances, a newbie will drag things out in the 18th level for a dozen days or so before running an instance. They use this period to recruit teammates. If you need to form a party, I can help introduce you to some people. For a fee, of course. No need, Chen Ran replied after a brief thought. I have no intention of forming a team. Rather than wasting time in the 18th level, I might as well run an instance tomorrow. He knew that Auntie Lu and Mei Jishu could not see through the spring and autumn brushwork he had filled out on the form, but the higher-ups would inevitably notice the inconsistencies sooner or later. The skill effects he had exposed could play a decisive role in certain environments. Auntie Lu would definitely report this, meaning he would eventually be conscripted by the higher-ups. Therefore, Chen Ran planned to hide in an instance first. There, he could understand more rules and grow through infighting with other players. He absolutely did not want to be conscripted by the Liar Slayer Alliance into a high-star rating instance, just to serve as cannon fodder. Mei Jishu said no more, finding the man before her completely unreadable. Chen Ran had no desire to speak either. In the past, when I wrote novels, I would always set a goal for the protagonist to build up anticipation. Now that I have arrived in this man-eating hell, shouldn't I set a goal for myself as well? From what I can see so far, there are no soul reapers, no magistrates, and no Yen Luo in hell. Which means, hell operates on an unmanaged system. As long as those few core rules exist, hell will function normally, leaving the evil spirits to engage in infighting. AOB Instance infighting, killing people grants points. The more you kill, the more you earn. Points are the key to survival in the 18th level. Those who are killed transform into instances. This cycle repeats endlessly, generating a constant loop. 18th level infighting, a liar slayer tells a lie and becomes a ghost whisperer. The more ghost whisperers there are, the more shackles are placed upon the players of the 18th level. Therefore, a liar slayer must kill ghost whisperers. This is also a cycle. In the 18th level, a steady stream of common sense is born, while a steady stream of common sense is simultaneously destroyed. An endless cycle of birth and unceasing reincarnation. Since Chen Ran understood these rules, and because he had no intention of staying in hell forever, he needed to establish 3 goals for himself: short-term, long-term, and ultimate. Before I died, I didn't have much to leave behind. But right now, I just want to live. I never want to experience that feeling of being completely unable to grasp my own fate again, like when I was struck and killed by that car. I will escape hell. Staying in hell means being bound by all sorts of rules. This is not the fate I desire. Escaping hell might lead me to the true underworld, or perhaps it will allow me to reincarnate, or maybe it will wash away the karma of my sins and turn me into a ghost immortal. But I don't care about any of that. I only care about the present. I despise the current state of hell, and I am going to escape. Having made up his mind, Chen Ran began planning for the future. His first priority was to accumulate strength and obtain a mind cultivation method from the Liar Slayer Alliance. Secondly, he needed to destroy hell's existing cyclical mechanisms to probe the true nature of hell, the instances, and the 18th level. Finally, there was his escape plan. Chen Ran pondered as he walked. Soon, the two arrived beneath his building at lane 250, room 18-18. Mei Jishu glanced at the still pensive Chen Ran and advised, "The commercial district is to the northeast, right at the border between the Liar Slayers and the Ghost Whisperers. You can buy anything you're missing there, though it's quite expensive. With your current points, it might not be enough." "Oh, right. You might need certain special items in the instances, and those can all be purchased in the commercial district. You'd best prepare a few. Just a heads up, the commercial district is a mixed bag of dragons and snakes. Try not to linger there for too long. Your Liar Slayer skill is at the ID tier. Whenever you're ready, you can join my team at any time." With that said, she turned and walked away. Chen Ran's pupils contracted slightly. Mei Jishu had mentioned earlier that someone with an ID tier skill could easily snag a position as a squad leader. Yet she had just referred to it as her team. Which meant there was a high probability that Mei Jishu's Liar Slayer skill was also at the ID tier. Hidden masters truly don't show their hands. Chen Ran shook his head. Everyone here was better at hiding their true strength than the last. This hell was quite interesting. He headed upstairs. His room was number 18 on the 18th floor. This building. It had no elevator. It looked incredibly dilapidated. He had been climbing the stairs for quite a while before finally reaching the 9th floor. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of embroidered shoes, along with large red lanterns, red embroidered shoes, and stairs completely littered with joss paper. Chen Ran's pupils abruptly shrank as he wondered to himself, could there actually be ghosts in hell? He carefully stepped forward. The air felt like it was growing colder and colder. Suddenly, he sensed that someone on the stairs was watching him. However, when he looked up, a silhouette flashed by. It was a red silhouette, with disheveled hair draped over its shoulders. As for what it actually was, he had no way of knowing. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He slowly continued up the stairs. All at once, gusts of sinister wind blew past, and the faint sound of a woman crying seemed to echo through the air. Then, the weeping grew louder and louder. Sob, sob, sob. Chen Ran felt his scalp tingle with dread. He stood frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. Right at that moment, someone behind him patted him on the shoulder. This single touch, it scared him out of his wits. Standing rigidly in place, he slowly turned his head, only to find a beautiful woman standing behind him, gazing at him with a beaming smile. The woman gently brushed back her elegant hair, looking exactly as she did in his memories. She reached out a hand, smiling as brightly as a blooming flower. Chen Ran, it's been a long time. Why are you still as dense as you were in college? Wait, don't tell me you forgot about me, the woman chided playfully when she saw him stay silent. Chen Ran got a clear look at the woman's face, a look of pleasant surprise flashing through his eyes. But just as he was about to speak, the woman transformed into a burly man. You are Chiu Yinong. Realizing something was wrong, Chen Ran wanted to take back his words, but it was too late. The burly man's lyre slayer was already pressed against his forehead, a playful glint in his eyes. Newbie, didn't anyone tell you that in the 18th level, you can't trust anyone or anything you see? With that, the burly man pulled a piece of paper from behind his waist and tossed it in front of Chen Ran, acting like a lofty master bestowing a favor upon a servant. Sign it and work like a dog for me, and I might consider sparing your life. Chen Ran's face turned ashen. He picked up the paper from the ground and quickly scanned its contents. The restrictions were extremely harsh. Not only did he have to become the man's death row prisoner, but he also had to hand over all his points after every instance ended. He was forbidden from walking upright or sitting down to eat, and he had to wear an iron chain whenever he went out, among other things. Chen Ran knew this was the master-servant common sense mentioned in the booklet. Once signed, any violation of these terms would result in self-immolation. This was a common method veteran players used to control newbies. Chen Ran just had not expected to encounter it so soon. Impossible. Kid, only the living have infinite possibilities. Once you are dead, you have nothing. I will give you one more chance. Are you going to sign it or not? The burly man narrowed his eyes, his killing intent fully exposed. I have a question, Chen Ran said, seemingly softening his stance. That was your liar hunter skill just now, right? As far as I know, the prerequisite for using a liar hunter skill is sacrificing a guaranteed judgment opportunity. If you are not a ghost whisperer, and we just met, where did you get a guaranteed judgment opportunity to sacrifice? Twirling the pistol around his index finger, the burly man took on the tone of an educator. In the 18th level, as long as the person who lied is not dead, the judgment opportunity remains valid until they die. Because of this, an entire supply chain for selling judgment opportunities has emerged on the black market. It involves enslaved newbies telling a lie right in front of the buyer, while their slave master ensures the newbie won't die anytime soon. That way, the judgment opportunity is preserved. As he spoke, the burly man looked Chen Ran up and down, sizing up the newbie as if examining a piece of merchandise. I see. Chen Ran continued to ask, just now, you disguised yourself as Chiu Yinong to trick me into talking, but there was a flaw in what you said. Does this mean you also lied just now? Ha ha ha. The burly man burst into laughter at Chen Ran's words. No wonder this kid had a rather die-than-submit attitude, it turned out he thought he had a sliver of hope. Just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly remembered the common sense of the 18th level, one could not casually reveal their liar hunter skill. Realizing that the newbie had deliberately dug a trap for him, his expression darkened. He snapped harshly, if you do not sign within 30 seconds, I will use judgment on you. I am not going to sign it. Fine, then go to hell. With that, the burly man uttered the Slayer command. You lied. He immediately pulled the trigger, but the expected spark of a bullet leaving the chamber never appeared. The bullet jammed. How is this possible? The burly man was both terrified and confused. He was absolutely certain he had reverted to his original appearance before the newbie said, You are Chiu Yinong. How could the newbie not be lying? OS. Chen Ran lit a cigarette and said calmly, Do you think there is a possibility that I was speaking to the person behind you? Hearing this, the man whipped his head around, only to see a beautiful woman with cold eyes standing right behind him. He had no idea when she had arrived. You are Chiu Yinong. Chiu Yinong did not answer. Instead, she raised her arm, uttered the Slayer command, and fired a fatal shot. The man's corpse collapsed to the ground, and a point card appeared above his body. Expressionless, Chiu Yinong picked up the point card, stepped over the corpse, and walked right past Chen Ran, heading upstairs. Halfway up the stairs, she stopped in her tracks. The Liar-Slayer Alliance is the biggest information broker around. The form you filled out appeared on the information trading market almost immediately. So, why did you fill it out? Chen Ran was not surprised. He glanced at the embroidered shoe and the red lanterns in the stairwell, frowning. This is not the place to talk. Chen Ran arrived at his rented apartment. It was completely empty, completely devoid of furnishings. The two sat on the floor. How did you die? A heavy look settled on Chiu Yinong's face. Honestly, I don't even know how I died. I just went to sleep and woke up in a secret room. In all likelihood, I was murdered in my sleep. How did you die? Chen Ran wore a strange expression. I was hit by a truck. It seems we must have offended someone when we were alive, but that doesn't matter anymore. In life, Chiu Yinong had been the boss of a gaming company. A month ago, she had reached out to her former college classmate, the web novel author Chen Ran, for help. She had wanted to create a virtual reality game that could overlay the real world. For this, she needed Chen Ran, a web novelist, to provide creative ideas and write the story's background lore. That project had inexplicably led to both of their deaths. Who would have thought that their next reunion would be in hell? It was truly a tragedy worth sighing over. What are your plans? She asked. My liar hunter skill might be a bit unique, which will probably cause a lot of trouble in the future. I plan to dive into an instance to lay low for a while. For the next 6 months to a year, I'll likely be grinding through instances like crazy. Chiu Yinong gave Chen Ran a profound look, then pulled her own liar slayer from her waist. It was a completely black pistol, but the black was distinct, shimmering with the iridescent darkness of a raven's feathers. My liar hunter skill might be a bit unique too. When I went to the Alliance Ancient Tower earlier, they offered me 1,000 points to sign a contract stating I wouldn't leave the Liar-Slayer Alliance for 2 years. After thinking it over, I turned them down. I'll probably run into trouble later, too. 1,000 points. Does that mean the Liar-Slayer Alliance has most likely determined that Chiu Yinong's skill is the legendary True Self skill? What exactly is her skill? Seeing that she had laid her cards on the table, Chen Ran did not act coy. Wanna team up? Alright, Chiu Yinong nodded. Sometimes, things just worked out this way, plans could never keep up with changes. 1 second, Chen Ran was planning to run instances completely solo, and the next, he had teamed up with someone. Such was the impermanence of fate. However, the two of them tacitly agreed not to reveal the rank of their respective liar hunter skills. Chen Ran felt that he had never been an exceptionally evil or wicked person in his past life. He had only ended up in hell because an accident led to the deaths of thousands of tadpoles capable of evolving. Chiu Yinong also felt that she wasn't a terrible or vicious villain either. It was just capitalism Euro, who didn't exploit people. There were no good people in hell. Even between college classmates who had known each other for years, they still held things back. One could never let their guard down against others. Who will be the captain? Chen Ran asked. In truth, their relationship when they were alive wasn't particularly close. They were merely ordinary friends who knew each other and could hold a conversation. Both of them wanted the position of team captain, and at a time like this, there was no need to pretend otherwise. The two locked eyes. Ultimately, Chiu Yinong conceded. Never mind. You died because you were implicated by me. You take the captain's seat. All right. As the captain, I won't interfere in your personal life. However, I expect you to refrain from irrational behavior within the instance, Chen Ran declared ruthlessly. Don't develop inexplicable hostilities toward anyone or speak without thinking. Otherwise, it is highly likely I will abandon you in there. That's exactly what I wanted to say as well. They both knew that people like that were ticking time bombs inside an instance. The tutorial had already taught the players that during infighting within an instance, one must control their temper, question common sense, and suppress their emotions. If they couldn't even manage that, they would abandon each other without a second thought. Next, let's talk about the instance. From what I understand, the novice instance tests a player's deductive reasoning. But starting from a one-star instance, actual knowledge becomes critically important. It encompasses everything: astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, literature, mathematics, philosophy, Buddhism, history, film, and more. Any given clue might correspond to knowledge from a specific field. To survive an instance, your knowledge must be not only broad but deep. Because of this, the value of books in Hell has skyrocketed. I heard from the Liar Slayer Alliance that certain items can be brought out of the instances, such as books, furniture, special props, food, materials, and so on. Listening to Chiu Inong's explanation, Chen Ran felt that by deliberately stalling his exit from his own instance, he had missed out on quite a lot. Books aren't cheap in Hell. With our current points, we probably can't afford more than a few. We can't rush this, we have to take it slowly. Within an instance, the most important asset is still the Liar Slayer skill. There are many players who possess ID skills. Some can create phantom images, some can conjure illusions, and others can mimic voices, making them impossible to guard against. To avoid falling into a trap, we need a secret code to identify each other. Chen Ran had listened to her list off all these details, but this was the only proposal he outright rejected. There's no need. If we encounter a hallucinogenic Liar Slayer skill, the illusion acts directly on the brain. Because of that, the phantom in the hallucination would be able to answer the code fluently. The secret code would instead become a sharp blade that shatters our mental defenses. Chen Ran thought back to the judge he had encountered in the stairwell. His skill had likely been hallucinogenic in nature. That was why Chen Ran had seen Chiu Inong greeting him and mentioning their college days. The hallucination itself was generated by Chen Ran's own brain, the Liar Slayer skill simply induced his mind to create it. Since his brain knew the code, the hallucinated figures would naturally know it too. Answering the code correctly would only mean falling for the trap. Chiu Inong realized the logic behind this and agreed with Chen Ran's perspective. You have a point. It seems we'll need to prepare some medicine in advance, RAB Epsilon. The reason ID skills were considered the lowest tier was twofold: first, their manipulation of emotions wasn't absolute; second, among the death row inmates of the 18th level, there were many whose Liar Slayer skills could produce sedatives. And so, the two of them deduced and listed out the items they needed to prepare before grinding through instances. First was medicine. This would ensure they wouldn't be swayed by their emotions. Second was food. No one could guarantee how long they would be stuck in an instance, so packing sustenance was a necessity. Next was a backpack. Essential for looting items found within the instance. Then came emergency supplies, such as an inflatable lifebuoy, portable oxygen tanks, a first aid kit, insect repellent, and so on. Of course, since Chen Ran smoked cigarettes when thinking and Chiu Inong chewed chewing gum, those two items were absolutely indispensable. Do you think we need to wear masks? Chiu Inong asked. No need. Masks are too conspicuous. We should try to keep as low a profile as possible inside the instance. By the way, how much do you know about the Liar Slayer Alliance and the Deceiver Alliance? Chen Ran had exited his instance too late and completely missed the fierce recruitment drives of both alliances. He figured that the players from those factions had likely taken this batch of newbies back to their headquarters and shared far more useful information. I'm not too clear on the Deceiver Alliance. As for the Liar Slayer Alliance, it's complicated. There are probably around 100,000 professional Lie Slayers, and even more amateur Lie Slayers. The Liar Slayer Alliance Ancient Tower has a strict hierarchy. For instance, a 1-star player is forbidden from entering the 2nd floor, and a 2-star player is barred from the 3rd. The higher the floor, the fewer people there are. The 10th floor has only one resident, the leader of the Liar Slayer Alliance. Rumor has it that he has lived in the 18th level for several hundred years. Every floor is overseen by a captain who manages its operations. They rarely assign missions to professional Lie Slayers directly; for the most part, they focus on gathering intelligence on ghost whisperers. Oh, right. There's a Liar Slayer skill in the Alliance that can create tracking talismans. Once a tracking talisman is used to place markings on a player, both the user and the marked target will spawn in the same instance. Chiu Enong thought for a moment before explaining the team matchmaking mechanics for instances. The instances in Hell were incredibly diverse and virtually endless. They randomly matched players of the same tier, with the exception of downward compatibility, of course. The instances in Hell were incredibly diverse and virtually endless. They randomly matched players of the same tier, with the exception of downward compatibility, of course. A team could have a maximum of 5 members, and players in the same team would be matched into the same instance. If the 5 members of a team had a large gap in their star ratings, the principle of downward compatibility applied. Wait, are you saying that if a team has an 8-star player and a 1-star player, the group will be placed in a 1-star instance? Chen Ran couldn't believe his ears. Not exactly. Once the star rating gap between players in a team exceeds 3, the highest rated member is automatically booted from the group to queue up for a random solo instance, at least until the lowest rated player in the team raises their level. At this point, Chiu Enong shot Chen Ran a strange look. This is common sense for a professional lice-layer. Chen Ran. I knew it. The pamphlets on common sense given to amateur lice-layers and professional lice-layers are different. No, that's not it. It should be that there are subtle differences in the common sense provided to professional lice-layers and amateur lice-layers. Chiu Enong knows so much. It seems the Liar-Slayer Alliance places a lot of importance on her. As for amateur lice-layer teams, it's highly unlikely that a high-star player would group up with a low-star player. That should be included in the common sense you received. Returning to the Liar-Slayer Alliance, each floor has dozens of hunter teams. They are the elite of the elite, the kind whose Liar-Slayer skills can synergize perfectly with one another. A hunter team primarily executes missions to hunt down ghost whisperers, but they will also hunt down potential threats. If the Deceiver Alliance has similar hunter teams. She paused, giving Chen Ran a long, meaningful look. Exposing your Liar-Slayer skill might very well invite a hunter team from the Deceiver Alliance to come hunting for your life. She knows my skill. To think the Liar-Slayer Alliance would sell information this quickly. Seeing Chen Ran's expression remain perfectly calm, Chiu Enong realized her concerns were entirely unnecessary. In fact, he might have been the very one orchestrating the spread of this information. It seems Chen Ran's Liar-Slayer skill is nowhere near as simple as what he wrote on that form. The dynamic between them was incredibly delicate. They were teammates, yet constantly on guard against one another. While they appeared to be merely organizing information regarding the 18th level, they were actually subtly probing each other. That is the extent of my knowledge. Now, let us discuss the priority of the rules within the 18th level, she said. The supreme rule of forbidding lies holds the highest priority. Following that are the pillar rules, then the common sense of the 18th level. Finally, the lowest priority goes to the contracts signed between players. If a player violates rules across 2 different priority tiers, the higher priority will be judged first. Take lying as an example. The prohibition against lying is the supreme rule within the 18th level in any instance, but it is also inscribed as one of the pillar rules. The moment a player lies, they are immediately subject to judgment by a liar-slayer. However, as we all know, every player possesses a liar-slayer. This means it will never actually reach the point where the pillar rules need to carry out a judgment. Chen Ran nodded. This perfectly aligned with his own deductions. As long as the 18 levels of hell were not completely empty, it was impossible for a liar to die from self-immolation. Oh, right. There is one particularly vital piece of common sense within the 18th level, Chiu Enong mentioned, acting as though she had just remembered it. During a judgment in the 18th level, the deceased will drop all the points they are carrying. Chen Ran did not bother exposing her little act. In truth, he had already noticed this detail back on the staircase. Chiu Enong's decision to withhold this piece of common sense earlier was more than likely just another one of her tests. Since Chen Ran had not tried to lay a trap for her, their relationship as teammates was at least somewhat trustworthy for the time being. Following that, they drafted a shopping list, agreeing to split the purchases down the middle to prepare supplies for their instance run tomorrow. They agreed to meet at the gatehouse at 8 o'clock the next morning. Once Chiu Enong left, Chen Ran gazed around the empty room. He lay down for a while, managing to catch about 2 hours of sleep before finally getting up and heading downstairs. In the 18th level, players actually did not need to personally visit the commercial district to purchase goods, unless they had not yet decided what they wanted to buy. There was a small wooden sign hanging in front of the dilapidated building. The front side displayed the word idle. Chen Ran reached out and flipped the sign over, revealing the word help painted on the back. It did not take long. An inmate from death row soon appeared. Wearing a spine-chilling, artificial smile on his face, he shambled slowly toward Chen Ran like a mindless zombie. Once the man drew near, Chen Ran handed him the shopping list. Take a look at the items on here. How many points will this cost? The inmates of death row were treated scarcely better than livestock, so running trivial errands naturally fell to them. However, keeping in mind that he had previously been overcharged for a savory crepe, Chen Ran specifically warned him, make sure to calculate this using standard market prices. These death row inmates bore countless shackles, bound tightly by a multitude of rules. The commands of normal players essentially acted as inviolable laws to them. This particular death row inmate maintained his pasted-on grin, but his eyes lacked the hollow numbness so common among his peers. It seemed he had only recently fallen to the ranks of death row. Hearing Chen Ran's warning, a hint of gloom flashed through the inmate's eyes. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small wooden token engraved with the number 5. AO. Chen Ran paid him the 5 points and instructed, bring everything on this list back to me before tonight. The commercial district was a chaotic melting pot of dangerous individuals. As a mere newbie, he did not dare wander in there recklessly. The death row inmate took the list and shambled away with the same stiff, zombie-like gait and artificial smile he had arrived with. Whether the man managed to skim any profit from this errand was none of Chen Ran's concern. The next morning, visibility in the sky above the 18th level remained exceptionally low. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong, both carrying heavy backpacks, arrived at the gatehouse. Tens of thousands of players had already gathered in the area, all preparing to enter their respective instances. Since they were both one-star players, they only had two choices: they could either challenge a novice instance or enter a one-star instance. However, taking advantage of downward compatibility required registering a day in advance. The registration process was incredibly simple. One only had to step past the perimeter of the gatehouse and immediately step back out. But even then, securing a spot in a lower-tier match was never guaranteed. Because Chen Ran and his companion had not registered in advance, they were forced to take on a one-star instance. In such an environment, there was a high probability they would encounter two-star players. "Boss, those two look like newbies who just arrived yesterday," someone muttered quietly. The youth addressed as "boss" followed his teammate's pointing finger. He spotted a man and a woman, both wearing hiking backpacks. The man had a cigarette clamped between his lips, sporting a slender physique and handsome features. The woman was chewing gum, dressed in stylish clothes but maintaining an icy, detached expression. He quickly averted his gaze. The basic background information of the newbies who arrived in the 18th level yesterday had already circulated thoroughly among the two-star players. The one smoking is named Chen Ran. His Liar Slayer skill is incredibly bizarre. It forbids other players from using their Liar Slayer skills for an entire hour. If he were a Ghost Whisperer, this skill would be absolutely god-tier. Fortunately, he is just using a Liar Slayer. Still, he cannot be underestimated. Simply put, no one is willing to gamble on who can draw their gun faster. Anyone capable of acquiring an ego-tier Liar Slayer skill right out of the novice instance is definitely no fool. I get the feeling this guy purposely used the Liar Slayer alliance to show his face-up cards and make his skill public. By doing so, any player who knows about his skill would never dare challenge him to a quick draw. Players below the 4-star rank generally rely on their Liar Slayer skills to engage in lie judgment. Once those skills are silenced, it becomes far too easy to capsize in a shallow ditch. The moment he confirmed Chen Ran's identity, this boss firmly decided to stagger his team's queue. He wanted to do everything in his power to avoid being matched into the same instance as that man. He then shifted his gaze to the woman standing beside Chen Ran. Qiu Yinong was a different story entirely. Her information, along with Lin Xian's, had been placed under strict lockdown by the Liar Slayer Alliance. Even if people had heard her name, absolutely no one knew what she looked like. Because of this, the boss had no idea who she was. Even so, he cautiously instructed his teammates to wait. They would hold off on entering the matchmaking queue until those two went in first. There was no rush. The instances had a 1-hour matchmaking window. If they missed it, they would simply have to wait for the next cycle. Once an instance matched with a full roster of 20 people, it would close its queue, and those 20 players would be instantly teleported into the same instance world. Therefore, as long as no tracking talisman was involved, purposefully avoiding a specific person or team was incredibly simple. He was not the only one. Many other 2-star players who had registered for the 1-star instance were eyeing the duo as well. Qiu Yinong took in all of these fearful, wary gazes. She turned to Chen Ran and asked, "Is this the reason you filled out that form?" "The barefoot have nothing to fear from the shod," he replied calmly. "I am willing to bet that they will not dare gamble with me." As soon as he spoke, just ahead of them, a massive, 100-meter-long bronze skull gate materialized out of thin air. Several striking claw marks gouged its surface, as if some unspeakably terrifying entity within the 18th level had frantically tried to tear the gate open and escape. The heavy doors slowly creaked open. A blinding white light spilled out from within, obscuring everything behind the threshold. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong took the lead and stepped inside. They found themselves standing in a vast, empty expanse of blinding white. 2 doors appeared before them. Left, novice instance. Right, 1-star instance. They pushed open the door to the 1-star instance. An overwhelming wave of dizziness instantly washed over them, and they collapsed to the floor. An unknown amount of time passed before a powerful suction force erupted from the doorway, violently dragging their unconscious bodies into the 1-star instant. This was a secret room. It was also a study room. The study room was spacious, so large that 20 people sprawled haphazardly across the floor didn't make it feel crowded in the slightest. Soon after, the 20 players gradually woke up one after another. No one spoke. Everyone immediately observed their surroundings in this secret room. Many fixed their gazes on the text hanging on the wall behind the desk. A sequence of strange, fragmented symbols. They looked like standard characters, yet at the same time, they didn't. If anything, they resembled some obscure foreign script. The crowd wore varying expressions, but no one was willing to be the first to share their deductions. Instead, they continued to search for clues. There were 3 bookshelves in the study room, and every book on them was labeled with a unique number. They ranged from number 19301 to 19999. Across the 3 bookshelves sat nearly 700 books, the majority of which were works of literature. The items on the desk were quite simple. There was an hourglass about the size of a kettle. Strangely, the hourglass contained no sand, but rather 20 glass beads. Each of the glass beads was numbered. They were numbered from 1 to 20. What was even more bizarre was that both the top and bottom chambers of the hourglass held exactly 10 glass beads. The narrow neck in the middle was visibly wider than the beads, yet the 10 glass beads in the top chamber simply defied gravity and refused to drop. Aside from the hourglass, there was also a stack of paper on the desk, visually estimated to be around 15 to 20 sheets. On the topmost sheet, words were written with a writing brush: "The earth possesses 4 terrains, and energy flows from all 8 directions." Other than these items, there was absolutely nothing else. The group furrowed their brows, and some even turned deathly pale. They knew very well that the puzzles in this secret room relied heavily on their foundational knowledge and trivia reserves. After assessing the environment, they began to assess each other. The 20 people in the secret room consisted of 3 5-person teams, 1 2-person team, and 3 unaffiliated wanderers. Everyone's gaze landed on the unaffiliated wanderers. The fact that these 3 dared to tackle an instance solo meant they possessed absolute confidence in their puzzle-solving abilities. Alpha O. These 3 consisted of 2 women and 1 man. An elderly grandmother, a middle-aged woman, and a teenager. Exchanging knowing glances, the group deduced that the elderly woman was likely the expert decoder among them. She kept glancing at the text on the wall, as if struggling to recall a distant memory. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong exchanged a glance and silently retreated to the back of the crowd. "Oh, I remember now. Chinese characters, the symbols up there are all Chinese characters," the elderly lady, Zhang Jinhua, exclaimed. "Ma'am, are you sure about that? Why do I feel like these are all Japanese?" The one who spoke up was a middle-aged uncle. He was an old fox, deliberately guiding the elderly lady to reveal what she knew. A look of reminiscence surfaced on Zhang Jinhua's face. "When I was young, the illiteracy rate among the common people was extremely high. To eradicate illiteracy, the government promoted second-round simplified characters. They removed certain strokes from standard simplified characters to make them easier to recognize. These are all second-round simplified characters. However, at this point, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. The more she looked at the text, the less they resembled second-round simplified characters. She pointed to one of the symbols and said, "This symbol is the character for I. Then, she pointed to another. "And this symbol is the character for edge. As for the rest, it seems, they're either written incorrectly, or I just don't recognize them." This put everyone in a difficult position. The second-round simplified characters promoted during the elderly lady's youth were something they had never even heard of, meaning the system had long since been abolished. She was the oldest player present. Aside from her, it was likely that no one else could read these characters. The middle-aged uncle wasn't ready to give up. He turned to the crowd and asked, "Does anyone here understand second-round simplified characters?" He was answered by a collective bowing of heads, looking exactly like a group of students terrified of being called on by the teacher. At this moment, the middle-aged woman among the unaffiliated wanderers spoke up with a peculiar expression. "Tell me, why are you all so obsessed with whether or not we can read the second-round simplified characters?" Her question stumped everyone. Too lazy to explain, the middle-aged woman walked over to a bookshelf and patted the shielding plate. The middle-aged uncle suddenly understood. "That's right. The numbering on the bookshelves ranges from 19,301 to 19999. This is clearly a date format. 19301, January 1930. 19999, September 1999. In other words, every single book represents a specific month of a specific year. As long as we know when the second-round simplified characters were introduced, we might be able to find a book that records what each character means." "Ma'am, do you remember exactly which year and month the second-round simplified characters were introduced?" "It's been too long, I can't recall clearly. However, that was the same year the theater association I worked for resumed operations." Everyone was left speechless. Who in their right mind would pay attention to some theater association's history? The path to deducing the exact date was completely blocked. They could only turn their eyes back to the bookshelves. If they searched book by book, they might just find it. However, they still didn't know if the secret room contained any traps. If they mishandled anything, they could very well trigger a lethal mechanism. Yet, no one pointed this out. They all walked toward the bookshelves, pretending to browse the titles, while in reality, not a single hand had touched the books. Clack! The sound of a marble dropping echoed through the room, startling everyone. Even Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong reflexively crouched down. Only the teenager remained standing blankly in place, holding a book in his hands as his entire body trembled uncontrollably from fear. "There's actually an idiot who fell for it." This was the unanimous thought shared by the group. After waiting for quite some time and seeing that nothing happened, they finally stood back up with cautious movements. Nobody paid any attention to the boy who triggered the mechanism. Instead, they hurried over to the desk. There, they saw that the hourglass on the desk was missing one glass bead in its top chamber, while a new, unnumbered glass bead had appeared in the bottom chamber. Many began to ponder deeply. The teenager took a book from the shelf, which caused one of the glass beads in the top of the hourglass to fall to the bottom chamber. Furthermore, any glass bead that falls from the top loses its number. Does this mean the teenager is eliminated? Thinking of this, someone turned to look at the book in his hand. It was a copy of Journey to the West, which had absolutely nothing to do with second-round simplified characters. He took the wrong book. Taking the wrong book causes a glass bead to drop. They were certain that this person had triggered a trap, so quite a few people marked him as a primary target of observation. Chen Ran noticed something. The numbering of the glass beads in the top and bottom chambers of the hourglass was consecutive. Top chamber, numbers 1 through 9. Bottom chamber, numbers 11 through 20. In other words, the glass bead that just fell was number 10, and now number 10 has been erased. What do the numbers correspond to? He looked at the sheets of paper on the desk. There are about 15 to 20 sheets in this stack. Factoring in the number of people present, there should be exactly 20 sheets. If the falling of a glass bead from the top of the hourglass symbolizes a punishment, what is the punishment? The second-round simplified characters, the dates, the numbers, the clues in the study room, everything seems to revolve around numbers. Just to be safe, Chen Ran quietly took a marker pen out of his backpack and wrote down on his right palm, number 10. After a long while, the crowd still hadn't seen the teenager suffer any punishment or get killed by a mechanism. This left them bewildered, yet they still didn't dare to haphazardly grab books from the shelves. Consequently, the hourglass clue was also practically severed. In the study room, there were 3 clues. First, the second-round simplified characters. Second, the hourglass. Third, the Xian paper on the desk. With the first 2 clues leading to dead ends, they could only turn their attention to the third, the Xian paper. Their gazes lingered on the 8 large words, the earth possesses 4 terrains, and energy flows from all 8 directions. While they were completely absorbed in their thoughts, the teenager stealthily placed the book back in its original spot. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over everyone, but the sensation vanished as quickly as it had arrived. However, the very next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared intensely at the hourglass on the desk. The middle-aged uncle frowned and muttered, "Strange. Weren't there 10 glass beads in the top of the hourglass? Why are there only 9 now?" The numbered glass beads in the upper section of the hourglass read, 1, 5, 6, 11. They were completely disorganized, with absolutely no logical sequence. Meanwhile, the 11 glass beads resting in the lower section each had their own specific numbers. Everyone, do any of you remember the numbers of the 10 glass beads that were previously in the top of the hourglass? The middle-aged woman immediately realized that by focusing on the numbers, they could determine exactly which ones had dropped. Everyone tried their hardest to recall, but none of them could remember the numbers of those 10 glass beads. Seeing that no one had an answer, the middle-aged woman and the rest of the players stopped dwelling on the issue. Having finished examining their surroundings, they began to observe each other. There were 3 teams of 5, 1 team of 2, and 3 unaffiliated wanderers. Zhang Jinhua, one of the unaffiliated wanderers, stared at the writing on the wall, seemingly trying to recall something. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong exchanged a glance and silently stepped back behind the group. These are second-round simplified characters, but they were abolished a long time ago, so I don't recognize many of them, Zhang Jinhua muttered with a frown. It doesn't matter how many you know. Do you happen to remember which year the second-round simplified characters were introduced? The middle-aged woman asked, pointing at the numbers on the bookshelves. A wave of realization washed over the group. The labels on the bookshelves appeared to be formatted as dates. As long as they knew the exact year the second-round simplified characters were implemented, they might just find the corresponding book on the shelves. It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. But I do recall that it was the same year our theater association resumed work. Hearing this, the crowd fell speechless. Who in their right mind would pay attention to when a theater association from the last century resumed work? The group gathered in front of the shelves, left with no choice but to check the books one by one for any manual regarding the second-round simplified characters. RAOPS. However, they were merely putting on a show of searching. No one dared to actually touch the books for fear of triggering a trap. Clink. Are there really idiots who fall for this? They saw the teenager standing frozen in terror, holding a copy of Journey to the West, while everyone else dropped to the floor on sheer reflex. After a long time passed with no trap springing, the crowd finally stood up and hurried over to the desk. Only 8 glass beads remained in the upper section of the hourglass, and the missing one was number 6. At the same time, they noticed that there was no number 6 in the lower section of the hourglass, but there was one glass bead without a number entirely. The one without a number must be number 6. Standing at the back of the crowd, Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong discreetly pulled out a marker pen. However, just as they were about to write the number of the dropped glass bead on their palms, both of them froze. Chen Ran's palm read, number 10. Xiao Yinong's palm read, 10. The two snapped their heads around just in time to see the teenager stealthily sliding the book back into its original place. Their pupils instantly contracted as they yelled, "Don't!" While shouting, their hands did not stop, hurriedly scribbling the number 6 onto their palms. But their warning ultimately came a step too late. The very moment they wrote down the number, the teenager placed the copy of Journey to the West right back where he found it. A sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over the group, a sensation that dragged on for quite some time. Inside the study room, 20 people lay scattered haphazardly across the floor. They slowly roused from their slumber, everyone feeling overwhelmingly groggy, as if they had just woken from a remarkably long sleep. It took a long while for the crowd to regain their bearings before they began inspecting this current instance. They were in a study room. A string of characters hung on the wall facing them. A series of strange, fragmented symbols resembling archaic radicals and disjointed strokes. They looked like standard characters, yet not quite, actually bearing a slight resemblance to Japanese writing. There were 3 bookshelves in the study room, and the books on each shelf had their own specific numbers, ranging from number 19301 to 19999. On the desk sat a strange hourglass about the size of a water kettle, with 20 glass beads resting in its lower section. Every glass bead had its own individual number, from 1 to 20. In addition to this, there was a stack of xian paper on the desk, visually estimated to be around 20 sheets. The top sheet of xian paper bore 8 words, "The Earth possesses 4 terrains, and energy flows from all 8 directions." Having finished examining their surroundings, they began to observe each other. 3 teams of 5, 1 team of 2, and 3 unaffiliated wanderers distanced themselves from one another. This time, no one took the initiative to decode the puzzles. Except for Chen Ran, Xiao Yinong, and the teenager, who had already silently retreated behind the crowd, the remaining 17 people stood with deeply furrowed brows. "Everyone, something strange is going on here. I've cleared instances over a dozen times, and while players do pass out when entering an instance, there shouldn't be any other side effects. But this time, the moment I woke up, my head was spinning so badly I could barely stand." The middle-aged uncle stated. "That's right, we all had to rest for quite a while just now before we could even manage to stand up. This is highly irregular. If we don't figure out the cause, I suspect the upcoming puzzle solving won't go smoothly." The speaker was the middle-aged woman, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the crowd and the secret room's environment. "Strange anomalies imply monsters. There are 2 possibilities. First, someone used a liar hunter skill to change something. Second, this is a special mechanic of the instance. If it is the former, that's manageable, we just need to find the player who used the liar hunter skill. What's terrifying is if it's the latter. If it is a mechanic of this instance, then it will persist until we break out of the secret room." At that moment, the 2 team captains among the 3 groups, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and exchanged a glance. One of them, a man around 30 years old wearing gold-rimmed glasses, declared, "Our team does not have any liar hunter skill that causes extreme dizziness." The middle-aged uncle immediately followed up, "My team does not possess that kind of skill either." Now that all 3 captains had made their stances clear, everyone immediately focused their gazes on the remaining 5 people. Chen Ran looked at Xiao Yinong, and upon seeing her nod, he chimed in, "Neither do we." The 3 unaffiliated wanderers also voiced their denials one after another. None of the 20 players possessed a liar hunter skill capable of inducing such overwhelming dizziness. There was only one truth: the severe dizziness was a special mechanic of the instance itself. Since it is an instance mechanic, according to Murphy's law, whatever can go wrong, will go wrong. If we are just at the very beginning of the instance, I honestly cannot fathom the point of a mechanic that merely makes us dizzy. Unless. The gold-rimmed glasses captain pushed the frame up his nose. The words he spoke next made everyone's blood run cold. Unless, this is not the beginning of the instance at all. In other words, the instance has already been underway for a very long time. And our memories have been stripped away. The concept of memory deprivation sent a jolt of terror through the crowd. What horrified them wasn't just the memory loss itself, but the chilling implications it brought. It went back to that same saying, whatever can go wrong, will go wrong. Since they were already experiencing memory deprivation, it meant that during the time they had forgotten, they must have triggered some sort of trap. What was even more terrifying was that they had only lost their memories pertaining to this instance, all their other memories were fully intact. This meant the mistakes they had made before would be repeated this time, the next time, the time after that, and the time after that. They would be trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation through continuous memory loss. Of course, this was still just a deduction. The middle-aged uncle steadied his nerves and looked toward gold-rimmed glasses. Where is your proof? Evidence. The gold-rimmed glasses man smiled bitterly. If he had any evidence, would he still be standing here slowly deducing things? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up, "Don't you guys have watches?" Right. The time. The middle-aged uncle and the gold-rimmed glasses man immediately looked at the watches on their wrists, 11:30. The instance matchmaking started at 8 o'clock. Instance matchmaking takes an hour at most. We should have entered the instance before 9 o'clock exact. But right now, it is 11:30. Conclusion, we arrived in this secret room at least 2.5 hours ago. Now, we are missing at least 2.5 hours of memories, which means we have amnesia. It seems our memories have indeed been stripped away, the middle-aged uncle said with a heavy expression. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. No one dared to analyze the clues in the secret room. The reason was simple, investigating now might lead them down the exact same path they took before, and the outcome would still be losing their memories. Chen Ran pulled out his cigarette case and counted the number of cigarettes inside. Qiu Yinong also reached into her pocket, silently counting her pieces of chewing gum. Still feeling uneasy, the two of them searched around the entire study room. After finding no cigarette butts or chewing gum wrappers on the floor, they finally felt reassured and returned to their original positions. Do you want to do it? Chen Ran asked. Qiu Yinong looked at the calligraphy on the wall and shook her head. Those seem to be second-round simplified characters. I learned a bit about them when I was alive, but not much, Ra. Hearing this, Chen Ran didn't hesitate. He pulled a cigarette from his cigarette case. Just as he was about to light it, he suddenly noticed 10 numbers written on his palm. He paused in surprise, then smiled. Smart as always. By using my left hand to write on my right, I would definitely see the numbers on my palm when lighting a cigarette. Their strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of the other players. You want to try solving it? Seeing Chen Ran nod, the middle-aged uncle hurriedly tried to stop him. How do you know you didn't already try to deduce things during our lost memories? The fact that you're asking this means you've already figured out the solution. We need someone who hasn't participated in the investigation to take the lead in deciphering this secret room's clues. That way, we can avoid repeating the same mistakes from before we lost our memories, Chen Ran praised. Exactly, the gold-rimmed glasses man agreed. Chen Ran took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, I have a habit. Whenever I'm analyzing something, I always light a cigarette. I just searched the area and found absolutely no butts on the floor, which means I completely stayed out of your earlier investigation. Everyone's eyes lit up. Just as they were about to agree, Zhang Jinhua suddenly stepped forward and countered, how can you be sure the scene in the secret room hasn't been reset? She's right. If the secret room resets every time we lose our memories, it would be impossible for him to find any cigarette butts he dropped on the floor. Chen Ran pointed at Zhang Jinhua's watch. You brought that watch into the instance, and I brought my cigarettes into the instance. Since the time on your watch wasn't reset, why would you assume my cigarette butts would vanish along with a scene reset in the secret room? Zhang Jinhua was left speechless. The time on my watch hasn't been reset. Therefore, any cigarette butts this young man threw on the floor wouldn't be reset either. Since there are no butts on the floor now, it means he didn't smoke earlier. According to what he said, he always lights a cigarette when deducing something. This proves he didn't participate in any reasoning during the lost time. Even so, Zhang Jinhua pointed stubbornly at the calligraphy on the wall. These are the second-round simplified characters the country promoted when I was young. They were abolished a long time ago. Even I can't read some of the characters up there. Are you saying you can? Are you trying to say that some of the characters up there are written incorrectly? Chen Ran asked in return. Correct. Seeing Chen Ran stay silent for a long time, Zhang Jinhua sneered. You might not have been part of the deduction, but that doesn't mean you're actually capable of figuring it out. No, you misunderstand. Chen Ran grinned, flashing 2 rows of teeth. I was just wondering if you were telling a common-sense lie. The second-round simplified characters up there were obviously typed on a machine. However, since the government abolished them in 1986, some of those characters can't be typed using modern input methods, such as. Chen Ran pointed to a sequence of 3 symbols, a question mark, a cross, and the symbol for woman. These 3 symbols, structurally speaking, should combine to form the second-round simplified character for the word wife. Zhang Jinhua froze in place. So, the reason I couldn't recognize it is because there was an error when typing these second-round simplified characters? Chen Ran nodded. Seeing Chen Ran and Zhang Jinhua continuously discussing these trivial details, the middle-aged uncle couldn't help but interrupt. What do these words mean? Chen Ran ignored him. He continued speaking to himself. Second-round simplified characters began being promoted in textbooks in 1978 and were officially abolished in 1986. Hearing this, someone immediately rushed toward the bookshelf with the corresponding numbers, but Chen Ran had held something back. He hadn't mentioned the specific months. The players walked back awkwardly. Don't rush, take it slow. Chen Ran glanced at the teenager who had run the fastest. He had a strong suspicion that their previous amnesia had been caused by this guy's reckless hands triggering a trap. The most terrifying thing to encounter in an instance is a player with restless hands. One moment of carelessness and they'll get everyone killed inside. Promotion and abolishment. That means the 2 books corresponding to the second-round simplified characters represent the start and the end. The book on its promotion is the beginning, and the one on its abolishment is the end, the tall captain suddenly realized. The middle-aged uncle furrowed his brows. What is the beginning, and what is the end? There aren't many clues in the instance. First is the calligraphy on the wall. Second is the hourglass. And third is, that stack of Xian paper on the desk. Since the words on the wall correspond to 2 books on the bookshelf, then the words on the Xian paper should also correspond to books on the shelf. Hearing Chen Ran say this, the middle-aged uncle spoke with some uncertainty. The hourglass represents time. Does that mean once we start, we must find the corresponding books on the Xian paper within the time limit? That was likely the case, but Chen Ran didn't say it out loud. Instead, he looked down at his right hand. I have 10 numbers on my palm. 11, 15, 3, 6, 10. 17, 7, 9, 19, 5. None of these 10 numbers exceed 20. They can only be the numbers of the glass beads. Moreover, I wrote on my right hand using my left. Based on my usual habits, I would have written from right to left. The furthest to the right is, number 10. Which means, number 10 was the very first number I recorded on my palm, but there is a word for, number, written right after the 10. However, the other 9 digits don't have that word written after them. This means I wrote these numbers in separate batches. The digit 6 is much larger and messier than the others. I can tell that when I wrote the 6. I was severely rushed for time. This perfectly proves that these 10 numbers were written at entirely different times. In other words, We have lost our memories in this secret room 10 times. Right before every memory wipe, I recorded a number on my palm. Conclusion: someone triggered a trap, causing us all to lose our memories. With every wipe, one of the glass beads in the hourglass changed. But there is a flaw here. During the first 9 instances of amnesia, I most likely saw the numbers on my palm. Since I can figure this out now, the me from those previous 9 memory wipes should have been able to figure it out too. So why didn't I stop the player with the restless hands from triggering the trap over and over? There is only one answer. There was absolutely no time. That means during the first 9 cycles, my deduction speed simply couldn't catch up to the speed of that player's reckless hands. There is only one explanation for this: during the first 9 cycles, we kept losing more and more of our memories, until the 10th time, which is now when we lost absolutely all memories of this secret room. Only under these circumstances would I have the time to deduce all this before that reckless player had the time to trigger the trap. And there's something even more terrifying. If we lose our memories again, will we lose our memories of the 18th level entirely, or will we be completely wiped out? Meddlesome players must die. How should we kill him, her, or it? Chen Ran glanced at the contents on the Xian paper, then looked at the bookshelf in front of him, and finally rested his gaze on the hourglass on the desk. Organizing his words, he said, "Don't you guys find it strange? There are 20 numbered glass beads in the hourglass, visibly 20 sheets of Xian paper, and exactly 20 players among us." The middle-aged uncle pondered for a moment. "Are you saying it's one person, one paper, and one number?" Chen Ran ignored him. He continued speaking at his own pace. On the desk, the 8 characters on the first sheet of Xian paper read, "The land has 4 aspects, qi comes from 8 directions." This originates from the Eastern Jin Dynasty scholar Guo Pu's Book of Burials, a feng shui text focusing on dragon vein seeking and acupoint spotting. The crowd noticed that his phrasing lacked evasive words like should, probably, possibly, or perhaps, which were typically used to avoid telling a lie. He is telling the truth. Chen Ran walked up to the bookshelf, located the book numbered 19783, and continued, "Second round simplified characters were officially promoted in our country in March 1978. Having said that, he swiftly pulled the book numbered 19783 from the shelf. This action terrified the present players, chilling them to the bone out of fear they would suffer amnesia once more. Clang clang clang. The hourglass rotated 180 degrees, flipping the bottom to the top. The 20 glass beads that were originally at the bottom were now all gathered in the upper bulb. Strangely, the neck of the hourglass was visibly wider than the glass beads, yet the beads in the upper bulb simply would not drop. Seeing this, the players knew the game had officially begun. After confirming they hadn't lost their memories, the crowd rushed toward the bookshelves, scanning the titles at lightning speed. They were searching for the Book of Burials. As the saying goes, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Unsurprisingly, the teenager was the first to find the Book of Burials and yanked it out. Clink. Glass bead number 10 dropped from the upper bulb, instantly turning into an unnumbered, ordinary glass sphere. Who am I? Where am I? The teenager looked at his surroundings and the strange gazes of the people around him, his voice filled with confusion. Chen Ran stepped in front of him, pointing at the book in his hands, and asked, "What characters are written on this?" "I don't know." The teenager seemed to have lost all his memories, unable to recognize even the most basic characters. "You lied. You lied. You lied. You lied." Almost instantly, Chen Ran, Chiu Yinong, the middle-aged uncle, the tall captain, the gold-rimmed glasses man, and Zhang Jinhua all leveled their guns at the teenager and uttered the judgment command. Rans. Moreover, the eyes of every single person blazed with the furious desire to kill him immediately. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out. The teenager took 2 bullets to the head and 4 to the chest. He collapsed to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. The middle-aged uncle glared at the corpse with sheer malice. "We finally weeded this bastard out. None of these people were fools. They could naturally deduce that their amnesia was caused by someone triggering a trap within the secret room. Furthermore, they had also noticed that Chen Ran was actually capable of solving the puzzles. Logically, he should have instructed his teammate to find the Book of Burials in advance. Working together, the exact moment Chen Ran pulled out Book 19783, his teammate would pull out the Book of Burials, leaving the others without even a chance to snatch it. Yet, he hadn't done that. This indicated that it was a trap. Thus, while they had appeared to frantically search for the book, they were merely putting on an act to single out the meddlesome player. Who was the meddlesome player? Naturally, it was the stupidest among the 20 players present. In a perilous secret room like this, only a fool would let their hands wander carelessly. In other words, whoever failed to deduce that this was a trap set by the puzzle solver was the dumbest of the group, and consequentially, the meddlesome player. However, to think that after the game started, the person who triggered the trap by pulling the wrong book would suffer complete amnesia. This was what gave the solver the opportunity to ask a basic common-sense question, forcing the teenager into committing a common-sense lie, resulting in his execution via judgment. Seeing the crowd staring at him, Chen Ran thought for a moment and felt he should lay some groundwork. Right now, I can only tell you that the owner of this study room was likely an old man, and he is already dead. Factoring in our amnesia within the secret room, I believe the penalty is highly likely to be senile dementia. Zhang Jinhua looked at the characters on the wall. This is the information gap between us. Only he can read those second-round simplified characters up there. The rest of us cannot. Therefore, those second-round simplified characters must hold the clues to deduce the identity of the study room's owner. State your conditions. Zhang Jinhua stared fixedly at Chen Ran. If he kept the meaning of the second-round simplified characters a secret, he would have them all completely under his thumb for the rest of the secret room without any room to resist. Moreover, they would be forced to desperately protect him from dying, because otherwise, no one would ever know what those characters meant. The other 3 captains also caught on to this reality and fixed their intense gazes on Chen Ran. And if I refuse? Chen Ran countered. The gold-rimmed glasses man opened his palm, angling it solely toward Chen Ran. Written on his palm were 5 numbers. Just as the others tried to see what was in his hand, the gold-rimmed glasses man withdrew it. These numbers were most likely left by me during our previous bout of amnesia. Since these digits are connected to the amnesia, the ones in my palm must certainly be avoided. If you don't reveal the contents of the second-round simplified characters on the wall, we'll fight you to the bitter end and see who can successfully avoid these numbers. Is this a 1-star player? Just as expected, only trash would resort to downward compatibility. True powerhouses always clear instances that correspond to their own star rating. It's the middle. The first sheet of Xian paper corresponds to the middle, which means the second bookshelf, the book right in the very center. Hearing this, a few players tried to grab the book, but they were immediately halted by the fierce glares of their respective captains. Zhang Jinhua scanned the crowd before finally resting her eyes on the gold-rimmed glasses man. Aside from that young man, my knowledge reserves are likely among the highest of the players present. There should be similar puzzles on the remaining Xian paper. My condition is simple: show me what is written on your palm, and I will help you solve the puzzles. Deal. The gold-rimmed glasses man nodded. Such was the nature of a game of wits. They constantly sought out advantageous opportunities through conversation, leveraging those openings to obtain the benefits they desired. On the other hand, the middle-aged uncle and the tall captain paid no heed to the characters on the gold-rimmed glasses man's palm. They most likely possessed similar records of their own. Therefore, the group refocused their attention back onto Chen Ran, waiting for his answer. Chen Ran shrugged. My condition is that the first and second sheets of Xian paper will be solved entirely by me and my teammate. Deal. Agreed. I consent. The 3 captains, along with the unaffiliated wanderer Zhang Jinhua, accepted Chen Ran's condition without a second of hesitation. Shortly after, the middle-aged woman among the unaffiliated wanderers also voiced her agreement to his terms. Chen Ran then looked at the members of the 3 captains' teams and asked, "Can your words represent them?" Yes, the 3 answered affirmatively. Chen Ran looked at his own palm. There are no numbers 1 and 2 on my palm. This means these 2 numbers are very safe. Certain he wasn't making a mistake, he didn't hesitate any longer. Pointing at the second round simplified characters on the wall, he declared, translating the characters up here in order, it reads. Of, wealth, buried, me, at, wife, grave, beside, property, child. The order was scrambled. The correct sequence is. My fortune is buried beside my wife's grave. This sentence holds a lot of information. First is the wife. Normally, when leaving behind last words, if there were a child, the person would say, my fortune is buried beside your mother's grave. In other words, the owner of the study room most likely has no descendants or relatives. Secondly, how could anyone bury their fortune beside their wife's grave? If the successor wants to retrieve the fortune, wouldn't that mean they have to dig up the wife's grave? Unless he hoped to be buried together with his wife after his death. Finally, the second round simplified characters were a product of 1978. Very few normal people know them. Furthermore, the book numbers range from 19,301 to 19999. It can be deduced that the owner of the study room was born in January 1930 and died in September 1999. He is an old man. The trap in this secret room triggers amnesia. Combined with the previous deductions, the conclusion is clear, an old man around 60 years old developed Alzheimer's disease. Everything the young man said earlier was correct. Moreover, this piece of information directly linked the clues within the secret room together, which also reverse-engineered proof that the young man's translation of the second-round simplified characters was flawless. However, we are still missing a successor. The old man left behind the second-round simplified characters before his Alzheimer's worsened, so they must have been left for someone specific. This person is the fortune's successor. In other words, the final boss of this instance should be the successor. Wait, no. The second-round simplified characters were typed out and their order was scrambled. That equates to triple encryption. Who was he guarding against? Reaching this point in their deductions, everyone felt it was difficult to proceed any further. They figured they would probably only find the answers in the second and third secret room. Newbie. You may begin. With no objections raised, the group honored their previous promise, allowing Chen Ran and Chiu Yinong to go first. Chen Ran glanced at Chiu Yinong. Through this deduction, I've practically exposed my own strength, but she. At this thought, Chen Ran did not politely decline. He walked straight up to the second bookshelf. The shelf had 3 tiers, and from the middle of the second tier, he pulled out a book. Journey to the West. The very moment he pulled out the book, another glass bead dropped inside the hourglass. Everyone immediately recalled all that had just happened and found that they had not lost their memories. Only then did they look at the fallen glass bead. Its number was 1. Zhang Jinhua fell into deep thought. Just now, the gold-rimmed glasses man showed me the numbers in his palm. There were only 5. Between the teenager and the young man who just made the deduction, one pulled the wrong book, and the other pulled the right book. Judging from the results, whether a right or wrong book is pulled, a glass bead will always drop in the hourglass. The former caused number 10 to drop. The latter caused number 1 to drop. However, a glass bead dropped by a wrong pull will lose its number, while a correct pull retains its number. But the problem is, the 5 numbers in the palm of the gold-rimmed glasses man did not include 10. In other words, the number of times we have lost our memories in this secret room exceeds 5. His palm only recorded the numbers of the last 5 drops from the hourglass. Damn it! The middle-aged uncle, the tall captain, the middle-aged woman, the gold-rimmed glasses man, and Zhang Jinhua all widened their eyes. Evidently, all 5 of them had deduced the same thing. There was a discrepancy between the number of times they had lost their memories and the amount of numbers they had actually recorded. The middle-aged uncle continued to deduce further. Since the young man doing the deductions chose number 1 and 2, it means he knows. Number 1 and 2 are absolutely safe. While they were immersed in their deductions, a large amount of water suddenly appeared on the first sheet of Xian paper on the desk, completely soaking it before the sheet vanished into thin air. Bizarrely, the second sheet of Xian paper did not have a single water stain on it. Its surface remained perfectly dry and immaculate. Chiu Enong stood up. She walked over to the desk and looked at what was previously the second sheet, which had now become the first sheet of Xian paper. The contents written on it read: 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars, 7. Chen Ran paused in surprise. Anyone who writes novels or frequently reads them would be very familiar with 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars. This is an upper line of a couplet. The standard lower line would be 4 odes or feng, ya, and song. When she saw the words on the paper, Chiu Enong was also quite surprised and fell into deep thought. 3 lights means 3 types of radiance. The sun, moon, and stars all emit light. The difficulty of this upper line lies in the fact that the first word is the number 3, and it is composed of exactly 5 characters. 7. The first thing that comes to mind is 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The rules dictate there can only be 3 characters following the phrase 7 colors, but red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple consists of 7 characters. I have to compress those 7 characters into 3 characters, and they must still encompass all 7 aforementioned colors. Which 3 characters can they be compressed into? The 3 primary colors: red, green, and blue. Mixing these 3 colors can produce all 7 colors mentioned above. Therefore, my lower line is 7 colors: red, green, blue. Next is the issue of level and oblique tones. In modern pinyin terms, the first and second tones are level, while the third and fourth tones are oblique. 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars: level, level, oblique, oblique, level. 7 colors: red, green, blue, level, oblique, level, oblique, level. The level and oblique tones do not match, I have to change the words. 7 hues: crimson, green, blue, level, level, oblique, oblique, level. Replacing color with hue, since both words represent color, perfectly shifts the oblique tone to a level tone. Replacing red with crimson, since both mean red, perfectly shifts the level tone to an oblique tone. Upper line: 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars. Lower line: 7 hues: crimson, green, blue. Matching the lower line is simple. The key is to find the corresponding book on the bookshelf. The puzzle on this Xian paper is highly subjective. As long as it fits, it is correct, but who determines if my lower line fits? The boss in the 3rd secret room. The boss in the 3rd secret room. Having reached this conclusion, Chiu Enong declared clearly, the upper line is 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars. The lower line is 7 hues: crimson, green, blue. With that said, she walked straight to the bookshelf and began searching for books related to color. However, the 3 bookshelves mostly held literary works. There were no professional books on color. Chiu Enong pondered for a moment before pulling out a book on the textile industry from the shelf. The textile industry required dyeing techniques, and since it involved dyeing techniques, it would definitely use the 7 colors. Therefore, she chose this category of book. Clink. The moment she pulled out the book on the textile industry, the second glass bead dropped inside the hourglass. Glass bead number 2. Furthermore, after it fell to the bottom, its number did not disappear. This proved that Chiu Enong's line of thought was completely correct. Chen Ran looked at her in slight shock. My lower line was 7 strings: Lord, Minister, Grace. On the 7-string guqin, the thickest string represents the Lord, the thinnest string represents the Minister, and the latter strings unite the grace between Lord and Minister. Although the level and oblique tones weren't perfect, they could be replaced with synonyms. Those were minor details. I am a novel author, so it's not strange for me to have a rich reserve of knowledge. Yet, in mere moments, she was able to come up with a flawless lower line. Through this single move alone, Chen Ran gained a rough understanding of Chiu Enong's strength. This teammate is very strong. The 2 of them were safe, but the expressions of the other 17 people grew increasingly ugly. This was because, right after, a massive water stain appeared on the second sheet of Xian paper as well, dissolving it to reveal the contents of the third sheet beneath it. The 18 levels of hell, lying is forbidden here. The contents of the third piece of Xian paper read: "'Cause of the study room owner's death." These few simple words caused the 17 people to look at each other in dismay. Zhang Jinhua began her deductions. Since this question exists, it means the answer must be within this secret room. The bookshelves, the books, and the second round simplified characters can all be directly ruled out. That leaves the hourglass and the Xian paper. The hourglass is difficult to judge, it should be a memory anchor. The old man constantly lost his memories due to Alzheimer's disease. Under such circumstances, a person would generally record what they had done to determine what they needed to do next. It's just like the players recording their numbers. Only the players who recorded the numbers can determine which one is problematic. The hourglass can be ruled out. That only leaves the Xian paper. Every time a piece of Xian paper is solved, it dissolves in water and disappears. However, the paper underneath does not get soaked by the water stains. This point is highly suspicious. Under what circumstances would the top paper get wet while the paper beneath remains perfectly dry? Only when they are taken away one by one. Picking up the first piece of paper and soaking it in water, then taking the second piece and soaking it, and so on. The old man's cause of death is: someone covered his face with wet paper layer by layer, ultimately causing him to suffocate to death. Therefore, the answer to the third piece of Xian paper is papermaking. Only during the papermaking process would wet sheets of paper be stacked on top of one another. Deducing the answer was not difficult, but a solemn expression remained on Zhang Jinhua's face. That deductive young man and his teammate have already obtained their numbers, and they are consecutive. In other words, the upcoming third piece of Xian paper corresponds to glass bead number 3. The gold-rimmed glasses man recorded 5 numbers on his palm. 17, 7, 9, 19, 5. Number 3 is not among them, so logically, number 3 should be safe. But previously, the teenager's corresponding number was 10, but number 10 lost its digit after falling to the bottom of the hourglass. This proves that number 10 is problematic. Moreover, the recorded numbers are connected to the amnesia, indicating that all the recorded numbers are problematic ones. The gold-rimmed glasses man did not record the equally problematic number 10. That means his record is incomplete. There are missing gaps. We have experienced amnesia at least 6 times. Oops. At least 6 times does not mean exclusively 6 times. It could be even more. In that case, I cannot be certain if number 3 is a problematic number. Zhang Jinhua massaged her temples. If she were still in her prime, she firmly believed she wouldn't lose to the young man who had just made the deduction. But she was getting older. She fished a recovery potion out of her bag and drank it by herself to alleviate her mental exhaustion. What is your name? Chen Ran. I am Zhang Jinhua. Not knowing the young man's name earlier had made her internal deductions somewhat inconvenient. She continued her deductions. Since it is impossible to deduce whether number 3 is problematic based on the available information, I will approach it from the perspective of human nature. When Chen Ran realized that a player had caused everyone to lose their memories, he immediately set a trap to draw out that impulsive, meddling player. This is enough to prove that Chen Ran is a man of strong execution, decisive and ruthless. He tolerates absolutely no potential danger in his sights. His team consists of only 2 people, while there are 3 5-person teams present. According to the unspoken rules of the instance, infighting usually does not occur in the first 2 secret rooms. Only in the final secret room do people engage in mutual lie judgment. However, Chen Ran's team is at a numerical disadvantage. What he needs to do is reduce the numbers of the 3 5-person teams as much as possible within the first 2 secret rooms. This attrition requires careful calculation. Keep those who are good at deduction and possess a wealth of knowledge, and eliminate the players who are just coasting along or know absolutely nothing. The problem is, he doesn't know who in those 3 teams is dead weight and who possesses genuine talent. Therefore, He will hand the elimination quotas over to the three captains, letting them choose for themselves who to eliminate from their respective teams. Simply put, given his personality, he will definitely set a trap that forces the three captains to actively trick the completely useless members of their teams into sending themselves to their deaths. After all, we have lost our memories at least 6 times. That means there are at least 6 problematic numbers. Excluding the dead teenager, at least 5 more people will die. If the 3 captains don't take the initiative to trick their useless members into dying, the ones who die will very likely be themselves, or perhaps the players who are actually useful for solving the puzzles. This is why Chen Ran did not publicly reveal how many numbers he had recorded on his palm. Once revealed, no one would be willing to face the problematic Xian paper. This would lead to no one solving the puzzles, and everyone would ultimately starve to death inside this instance. With this realization, Zhang Jinhua's subsequent deductions became much simpler. First of all, when Chen Ran stated his conditions for revealing the second-round simplified characters, everyone assumed he only spoke up because he was forced by the pressure from the crowd. But in reality, he subjectively wanted to say it out loud, using it to exchange for the priority right to choose which Xian paper to decipher. As long as he holds priority selection, he can lay down a trap that forces the 3 captains to dispatch the useless players in their teams to die. He just proposed letting him and his teammates solve the first 2 pieces of Xian paper, which shows he has absolute confidence that numbers 1 and 2 are safe. In other words, his palm might have recorded the corresponding numbers for every single instance of amnesia. How can he be so sure that his palm has recorded the number every time? The answer is number 10. Glass bead number 10 was the first to lose its digit. As long as he has the number 10 on his palm, it proves that his recorded numbers are complete and nothing is missing. Simply put, he knows exactly which ones are all the problematic numbers. And so, his trap has been sprung. He had to find 2 adjacent, non-problematic numbers. At the same time, the number immediately following these 2 must be a problematic number. Number 3 is a problematic number. This way, whether or not the 3 captains can deduce the trap he laid, they will all send the useless members of their teams to act as cannon fodder to decipher the problematic number 3. The resulting consequence is that Chen Ran and his teammate have first positioned themselves in an invincible spot. As for the rest of the players in the secret room, no matter how they struggle, the outcome will always be: useless players die. Useful players live. However, there is one issue. How did he know that the numbers recorded by the others were incomplete? That's right. It was the gold-rimmed glasses man. He showed Chen Ran the 5 numbers recorded on his palm. Therefore, Chen Ran concluded that these people's records of the multiple instances of amnesia were flawed. Having deduced up to this point, Zhang Jinhua was completely at a loss for words, but she still formed a conclusion for her line of reasoning. Number 3 is problematic. Moreover, number 3 is at least one of the numbers from the first 3 instances of amnesia. Only in this way could Chen Ran ensure the success of his plan. The numbers from the first 3 instances of amnesia are either number 10, unknown, number 3. Or number 10, number 3, unknown. What I must do next is absolutely avoid participating in this puzzle solving, no matter what. Zhou Yinong also realized what was happening. The result of Chen Ran's layout is: when the others fail to deduce the solution, they will send useless players to act as cannon fodder. And when they do manage to deduce it, they will be even more inclined to send those useless players out as cannon fodder. No matter how things play out, this guarantees that those who are good at deduction and possess extensive knowledge will survive to reach the second secret room and help decipher the puzzles. It is like fishing. By changing the size of the net's mesh, he can selectively filter out the exact fish he wants to keep. For them, figuring out Chen Ran's setup is only the beginning. The ensuing psychological warfare is the real crux of the matter. Zhang Jinhua silently retreated behind the rest of the group. The middle-aged woman's eyes darted around shiftily as if she were plotting something. If they dare try to make me cannon fodder, I will throw a massive tantrum. I am on my own here. If I refuse to go, what can they possibly do to me? The middle-aged uncle caught a glimpse of the 2 women's subtle movements and sneered inwardly. These 2 unaffiliated wanderers still do not see the problem clearly enough. The moment those two deduced the setup, they already placed themselves in an invincible position. There is only one key to this entire scheme: whoever deduces that there is a problem with number 3 gets to live. As for the ones who figured it out, no amount of deception will trick them into becoming sacrificial cannon fodder. The middle-aged uncle swept his gaze over the team, ultimately landing on his teammate, Wang Yan. The tall captain did the same, his eyes finally settling on his teammate, Li Chenglong. The gold-rimmed glasses man also shifted his focus to his teammate, Liang Jing. Hell was a cruel place where the rule was better them than me. However, considering their bonds as teammates, they still had to make an attempt to salvage things. Ran empty set beta. The middle-aged uncle spoke first. There is a problem with the Xian paper. The top sheet was soaked, but the one underneath remained dry. This indicates that the stacked sheets of Xian paper were taken away one by one and submerged in water. The old man's cause of death was suffocation, brought on by having wet sheets of Xian paper placed over his face one after another. A book that fits this exact scenario is one about papermaking. During the production process, pulp scooped from the vat is stacked aside for natural dehydration. Now that we have deduced the answer, we need to decide who goes to pull the book. Hearing this, the respective team members all looked toward their captains. The tall captain and the gold-rimmed glasses man both wore troubled expressions, simply because they knew. There is a problem with number 3. Just a moment ago, the teenager triggered a trap while pulling a book, causing him to completely lose his memory. In other words, whoever steps up to solve the puzzle of the third sheet of Xian paper will inevitably trigger a trap that leads to total amnesia. If a person who has completely lost their memory is not killed, no one can guarantee what kind of insane actions they might take. Who knows? They might just end up getting everyone killed. Therefore, whoever loses their memory entirely will be tricked by the others into uttering a common-sense lie, and ultimately executed through judgment. Seeing the expressions on the two men's faces, the middle-aged uncle already had his answer and suggested, since that is the case, I will propose a relatively fair solution. Stop right there, the gold-rimmed glasses man interrupted mercilessly. I do not even need to think about this so-called fair method of yours to know that it is highly likely to be in your favor. I believe the most relatively fair method in this world is flipping a coin. As he spoke, the gold-rimmed glasses man fished a coin out of his pocket and declared, whoever flips tails gets priority for their team to solve the puzzle. If 2 or all 3 of us get tails, we keep flipping. Hearing this, the 2 captains nodded in agreement. However, Chen Ran, who was crouching on the ground smoking a cigarette, cast a surprised glance at the gold-rimmed glasses man. Acceptable. Fine by me. All 3 of them understood that if they continued to argue, it might spark infighting, and even more people would die as a result. Next. The 3 of them supplemented the rules. For instance, determining heads or tails would strictly depend on the face-up side, and for the remaining 18 Xian paper puzzles, they would cycle through the order established by the coin toss. At the same time, the middle-aged woman and Zhang Jinhua were allowed to cut in line at any point. That was not all. The trio also established an additional rule for their teammates: when it was their team's turn, the captain would designate who had to step forward and pull the book. Some team members hesitated, but considering they could barely figure out the puzzles to begin with and were entirely at the mercy of their leaders, they ultimately agreed to the terms. Who goes first? The middle-aged uncle gave him an odd look, took the coin, and flicked it into the air. The coin hit the ground. Tails. Next was the tall captain. He took the coin from the ashen-faced middle-aged uncle, weighed it in his hand a few times to ensure there was no tampering, and tossed it upward. It landed. Heads. Finally, it was the gold-rimmed glasses man's turn. He simply gave it a casual toss, and the coin fell to the floor, landing perfectly on heads. You. The middle-aged uncle pointed furiously at the gold-rimmed glasses captain, thoroughly frustrated but at a loss for words. You what? There are 2 types of people I despise in this life, those whose skills are inferior, and those who are sore losers. Accept your defeat gracefully. If you want to break the agreement, you will have to answer to the liar slayers in our hands, the gold-rimmed glasses man stated coldly. The others watched with cold detachment. The tall captain, however, stood with flickering expressions in his eyes. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "Now it is down to the two of us to flip the coin, but my new rule negates the previous criteria. Whoever gets heads facing up gets priority in solving the puzzle." Hearing this, the unaffiliated wanderer Zhang Jinhua nodded subtly in approval. The reason the tall captain proposed a new rule and adopted a different judging standard is because he fears the gold-rimmed glasses man tampered with the coin, and thus he reversed the winning condition. Acceptable. The tall captain looked suspiciously at the gold-rimmed glasses captain, who had agreed without hesitation. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, he said, "You go first." The gold-rimmed glasses captain picked up the coin from the floor. Staring unblinkingly at the tall captain, he gave it a casual flick into the air and did not even bother to look. Perhaps he already knew the outcome in his heart. The coin landed on the ground. It was tails. The tall captain looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he asked, "Before you died, you did not happen to work in a casino, did you?" "Oh my, you figured it out," the gold-rimmed glasses captain said, spreading his hands. "Actually, the moment I replied that it was acceptable, I already realized it. The 18th level uses points as currency. Why would anyone carry around something as useless as a physical coin?" Unfortunately, it was already too late. Even as he spoke, he casually tossed the coin back into the air. It landed €1, heads. Puzzle-solving priority, the middle-aged uncle's team, the tall captain's team, and finally, the gold-rimmed glasses man's team. The middle-aged uncle's gaze darted back and forth between the two speaking men. He could not shake the feeling that things were not quite so simple. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. "Wang Yan, go. Pull out a book related to papermaking from the bookshelf." Wang Yan, who had just been called out, maintained a normal expression. Not a single trace of fear could be seen on his face. He walked slowly toward the bookshelf, but halfway there, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without even turning his head, he said, "There is definitely a problem with the number 3 glass bead in the hourglass, right? To be honest, I always knew this day would come. Hell. I have been lost, I have repented, I have prayed devoutly, but, none of that matters. Without strength, a person is ultimately nothing more than cannon fodder." Ong Yen stood with his back to the group. He approached the bookshelf. If anyone had looked closely, they would have noticed that the serial numbers on this row all began with 1986. However, Wang Yan's earlier words had shocked many of them, and they were still reeling from the emotional impact. "It has to be you." A look of pure madness surfaced in his eyes. He reached out. He moved swiftly to grab the book numbered 19866, but the very moment his fingers brushed against the spine. "You lied. You lied." The ones who uttered the judgment command were Chen Ran and Xiao Yinong, both dripping with cold sweat. Yet, just as the two of them were about to fire, all light vanished from the secret room. Bang! 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 4 gunshots rang out. In the pitch darkness, they sounded like the roar of some unknown beast, putting everyone's nerves on a razor's edge. I should have known. There are no good people in hell. How could anyone ever willingly act as cannon fodder? If it were me, I would drag everyone down to the grave with me too. Damn it. A miscalculation. The middle-aged uncle's face was livid, yet a seed of doubt remained in his heart. If Wang Yan wanted to drag us down with him, the best approach would be to end the game first, then pull a random book to trigger the trap. That would cause everyone to lose their memories again. That way, we would lose even more memories, maybe even forgetting that this is a hell dungeon, OBEs. Chen Ran mentioned earlier that the second round simplified characters were abolished in 1986, but that guy is incredibly sly, he never specified the month. To end the game, Wang Yan could only try his luck and pull a random book numbered between 19,861 and 198612. He did not have much time. His previous impassioned speech made us empathize with him, but it could not hold our attention for long. According to our previous agreement, the designated person must pull whatever book the captain orders. Once we snapped out of it and realized he was not pulling a book related to papermaking, we would absolutely sentence him to death through judgment. Therefore, Wang Yan had no time to think things through. He simply went with a number in the middle and reached out to pull book number 19866 from the shelf. All of this makes sense. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chen Ran and his teammate were not completely enthralled by Wang Yan's earlier speech. This might be because they are newbies and simply could not empathize with his plight. The deduction up to this point is perfectly understandable too. But during that entire sequence just now, the biggest anomaly appeared. How did Chen Ran and his teammate know for a fact that the book Wang Yan intended to pull had nothing to do with papermaking? Unless book 19866 corresponds to the exact time the second round simplified characters were abolished. That is the only reason why, the instant Wang Yan touched that specific book, those two uttered the command simultaneously to sentence him to death via judgment. A short while later, the lights in the secret room flickered back on. Chen Ran and Qiu Yinong stared at Wang Yan's corpse. They saw that his hands were empty and that book 19866 remained undisturbed on the shelf. Only then did the two have a moment to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. After all, the second round simplified characters were indeed abolished in June of 1986. It was just that coincidental. As expected, how could players in Hell ever surrender without a fight? The two examined Wang Yan's corpse. He had been shot twice. Chen Ran frowned. 4 gunshots rang out just now, but only Qiu Yinong and I issued the Slayer command. That means, of those 4 shots, 2 were for judgment, and 2 were from a liar hunter skill. He glanced at Qiu Yinong. He did not notice anything amiss with her, but when he looked at the others, his pupils constricted violently. There were so many Qiu Yinongs. Everyone present was wearing Qiu Yinong's face. Not just that, their height, their build, and even their clothes were completely identical. Is this another ego-tier illusion skill? Qiu Yinong also looked back at Chen Ran. At first, she thought nothing of it, but when she turned to look at the others, she discovered. There were so many Chen Rans. Everyone was wearing Chen Ran's face, as if they had simply been copied and pasted. The others experienced the same phenomenon. In their respective visions, everyone shared a single face, yet the specific face each person saw was completely different. The group remained dead silent, terrified of misidentifying someone and inadvertently telling a lie. They turned their attention to the desk. Inside the hourglass, the number 3 glass bead in the upper section was completely gone, and a blank, unnumbered glass bead had appeared in the lower section. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Only then did they look at the Xian paper, only to see that there was absolutely no text on the 4th sheet. There were no illustrations either. For the others, this was only slightly surprising, but the tall captain and his teammates turned deathly pale. Because it was their turn to solve the puzzle. The tall captain sank into deep thought. First, I need to figure out if the puzzle is supposed to look like this naturally, or if it was caused by a liar hunter skill. There is only one suspicious point here. Wang Yan only touched the book just now, he did not pull it out. How should the system judge this action? Is it considered pulling the wrong book, or is it judged as not having started the action of pulling a book yet? If it is the former, that means Wang Yan has already provided an answer to the puzzle and got it wrong, bringing the 3rd Xian paper to an end. If it is the latter, that means Wang Yan had not started solving the puzzle. And since the 3rd Xian paper puzzle hasn't concluded, how could the contents of the 4th sheet possibly appear? The tall captain lit a cigarette. I've got it. Since Chen Ran and his teammate sentenced Wang Yan to death via judgment, it means Wang Yan had already committed the action of pulling the book. That was why he was judged for violating the previous agreement, which constituted a future lie. In that case, Wang Yan reaching for the book counts as submitting an answer. The 3rd Xian paper has already ended. The tall captain took a deep drag. Deducing the mechanism wasn't enough. The 4th Xian paper was blank. He still had to figure out the answer for his teammate, even if this teammate was mere cannon fodder. Blank. White paper. Wait, the homophone. Dehurian angelica root. Dehurian angelica root is a traditional Chinese medicinal herb. It has the effect of dispelling wind, relieving pain, reducing swelling, and draining pus. Right now, the fourth Xian paper is literally just white paper but devoid of the Dehurian angelica root. This indicates that the medicinal herb has already been used. A physical beating. The old man suffered a severe beating while he was alive. The corresponding book must be related to physical assault. However, most of the books on the shelves are literary works. Books related to criminal offenses. Upon realizing this, the tall captain looked at his teammates, only to find that everyone was wearing Li Chenglong's face. After a moment of thought, he stared straight ahead, pointed at the Xian paper on the desk, and said without turning his head, "Li Chenglong, you go solve the puzzle this time." The answer is. Before he could even finish his sentence. To his absolute horror, he realized that a glass bead had just fallen from the upper section of the hourglass. Clink. The glass bead bearing the number 4 landed in the lower section of the hourglass, producing a crisp, clear chime. And more importantly, it had not lost its number. Which meant that number 4 was perfectly fine. A sudden realization struck the tall captain, and he abruptly jerked his head up to look at the 3 rows of bookshelves. There he saw Li Chenglong standing in front of the shelves, holding a copy of the Judicial Examiner in his hand and waving it at him like a trophy. Having successfully pulled the book, Li Chenglong drew his Liar Slayer from his waist and aimed the muzzle at the group. Liar Slayer, danger lurks everywhere. Dispel. In the very next moment, everyone's vision returned to normal, and the Li Chenglong, who had just pulled the book from the shelf, was revealed to be. The middle-aged woman ignored Li Chenglong's furious glare and walked over to a corner. Just like Chen Ran, she assumed the role of a bystander, quietly observing how the others behaved. The atmosphere inside the secret room was incredibly oppressive. The 3 captains first seemed to be recalling something. Soon after, the 3 of them nodded at one another. They took out marker pens from their bags and wrote 10 digits on their palms. The 3 of them compared their notes. They discovered that, aside from numbers 3 and 10, they did not share any other identical numbers on their palms. They turned their heads in unison, staring at Chen Ran, who was calmly smoking a cigarette. "Is it really that hard to just give us a way out?" the middle-aged uncle asked with a darkened expression. Chen Ran remained silent, but Xiao Yinong sneered, "We don't have a very precise understanding of one-star players, so we need you all to show us what you can do." 5 minutes earlier. Gold-rimmed glasses looked around at the crowd and realized that everyone was sporting Liang Jing's face. It was not just her face, their height, physique, and even their clothing were exactly the same. This is a liar hunter skill. Who is using it? No, I should be considering the strategic significance of using a liar hunter skill at a time like this. Gold-rimmed glasses could not deduce a clear answer, so he shifted his line of thought. All I see is Liang Jing. Why is that? I treated her as cannon fodder, preparing to send her to her death, so I feel guilty toward her in my heart. Wait. These versions of Liang Jing all seem to be exact replicas of the real Liang Jing herself. What if I feel guilty toward Chen Ran? Just as he had this thought, gold-rimmed glasses suddenly realized that everyone's faces had morphed into Chen Ran's face, with even their height and build matching perfectly. Rob. Overjoyed, gold-rimmed glasses hastily looked at the palms of these Chen Rans and found that 10 numbers were recorded on all of them. Just as I thought. The owner of this liar hunter skill is trying to use this method to obtain the 10 digits recorded on Chen Ran's palm. Gold-rimmed glasses immediately pulled out a marker pen from his bag and jotted down the 10 numbers on the palms of the surrounding Chen Rans. Copying them went very smoothly. After all, among real players, not many recorded the numbers, so they did not deliberately protect their palms from view. Very quickly, he obtained the 10 digits. Chen Ran's teammate should have also recorded the numbers corresponding to each bout of amnesia. Just to be safe. I feel guilty toward Chen Ran's teammate. The next moment, everyone transformed into the appearance of Xiao Yinong. Sure enough, gold-rimmed glasses saw 10 digits on their palms. He quickly recorded them down as well. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. Chen Ran and his teammate have different numbers recorded on their palms. Out of the 10 numbers, 6 are entirely different. Just as he wanted to continue, the middle-aged woman deactivated her skill, returning to the present. When the three of them compared their findings and saw 6 entirely different sets of numbers, their feelings on the matter could well be imagined. These two are smarter than us. During the entire process just now, because the middle-aged woman acted first, the 10 numbers she obtained were genuine. Immediately after, it was Chen Ran and his partner. The two of them quickly realized that this liar hunter skill had the function of copying all the characteristics of an original subject and pasting them onto others. Of course, it was all an illusion. But, one could still obtain information about the original subject by prying into these pasted copies. Therefore, the two of them instantly altered the numbers written on their palms. By the time they had done that, we three captains were still trying to figure things out. The result was predictable. They anticipated our predictions. If we had not been cautious and carefully cross-checked everything, we very likely would have been completely screwed over by those two. These two are absolute traps. Not only are they newbies, but they also possess intellects far surpassing those of one-star players. Yet, they lack a clear understanding of the overall strength of players in Hell. This caused the two of them to remain in a state of high tension and constant vigilance at all times. They needed a point of reference to determine whether they themselves were truly strong or weak. And so, they set their sights on us. The moment they realized we were utilizing the middle-aged woman's liar hunter skill to peek at the digits on Chen Ran's palm, they instantly falsified their own numbers. Their whole focus was on making things difficult for us. Inside the study room, the atmosphere grew unusually quiet as the three captains sank into deep contemplation. This was simply how the Hell dungeon operated. If an instance lacked a time limit, many players would take their time to carefully ponder the stakes involved, parsing out who their primary and secondary opponents or enemies were. They would also assess each other's personalities or try to bait out liar hunter skills. After all, this was a life-or-death struggle. Chen Ran was in no rush either. He scanned his surroundings, checking to see if he could find any traces left behind by the second person who had just used a liar hunter skill. First were the physical entity type skills. He found that the surrounding environment had not changed in the slightest. Not a single object had appeared out of thin air, nor was anything missing. Next were the people. He meticulously counted the number of people present, and then deduced how many people should be inside the secret room based on the quantity of glass beads in the upper section of the hourglass. He cross-referenced the two facts. He could not find any discrepancies. Since it was neither an external physical change nor an illusion. Then the liar hunter skill must act internally, perhaps altering my mental state. My memories. My common sense. My cognition. Which one has been tampered with? Chen Ran turned his head to look at Xiao Yinong. He saw that the current Xiao Yinong was draped in a grey coat, sporting silvery white hair and a face full of wrinkles. When she smiled, she revealed 2 rows of missing teeth, looking like a toothless crevice exactly identical to the Xiao Yinong in his memory. He watched as Xiao Yinong looked toward the 3 captains with a grin. If you lot want to clear this stage smoothly, you'll have to show us what you can do. The 3 captains stared at the senile-looking Xiao Yinong, who was nonetheless capable of speaking in such a bossy, arrogant tone. They thought to themselves, Chen Ran's elderly teammate is truly aggressive. Zhang Jinhua, meanwhile, was playing dead. She knew she could not speak right now, otherwise, she would be dragged into the vortex of their conflict. She cast an envious glance at Xiao Yinong's silvery white hair, sighing internally, it really is better to be from the older generation. Look how perfectly white her hair is. Unlike me, stuck being young, left with a head full of pitch-black hair and a complete set of teeth. And you, Xiao Yinong, suddenly snapped her head around, pointing right at Zhang Jinhua. Stop hiding. Show us what you've got in a bit too. Chen Ran frowned. Xiao Yinong seems to be talking a bit too much today, and her tone feels somewhat off. Oh, I remember now. Just earlier, Xiao Yinong used her liar hunter skill. I saw it with my own eyes. Which means. Her liar hunter skill is capable of altering her personality. That's quite a bizarre skill. Since it's a consequence of her liar hunter skill, I don't need to pay any mind to her personality change. Thinking this over, Chen Ran felt relieved. He stopped harboring doubts about Qiu Yinong. Of course, just to be on the safe side, he remained tight-lipped after all, he still had not found the source of the second liar hunter skill. Chen Ran yawned. He felt he could no longer keep thinking, he desperately needed a short nap. Turning his head to Qiu Yinong, he said, "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to rest my eyes for a bit." Seeing his drowsy state, Qiu Yinong suddenly retorted, "What do you mean, you? Do I not have a name?" "Your name is..." Chen Ran mumbled, unable to finish his sentence before falling asleep. Perhaps yawning was contagious. Behind the group, Zhang Jinhua lowered her head and let out a yawn as well. She soon found a spot, leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Just a moment ago, because the middle-aged woman had cut in line to answer the puzzle on the fourth sheet of Xian paper, the next turn for the fifth sheet still fell to Li Chenglong. The tall captain looked at his palm. Previously, during the amnesia cycle, he had recorded 5 numbers. 5, 19, 9, 7, 17. Number 5 was clearly among them. The tall captain's eyes reflected flickering expressions. He thought to himself that since Chen Ran's teammate had already shown her hand so brazenly, it was about time he revealed some of his own capabilities. The currently known numbers, 1 and 2 are safe, 3 is dangerous, 4 is safe, and 5 is also dangerous. However, there is a problem with the order in which the glass beads drop from the upper half of the hourglass. When the teenager drew incorrectly, the problematic glass bead number 10 dropped. When Chen Ran and his teammate drew correctly, the safe glass beads 1 and 2 dropped. When Wang Yan drew incorrectly, the problematic glass bead number 3 dropped. Why did number 10 drop first? That is not all. When the teenager pulled the wrong book, the first sheet of Xian paper he answered did not disappear. Yet when Wang Yan also pulled the wrong book, the third sheet of Xian paper he answered vanished completely. Why is that? Number 10. Just now, during the activation of the middle-aged woman's liar hunter skill, it seems I wasn't completely empty-handed either. Even though Chen Ran rewrote the numbers, there have always been exactly 10 digits. A with ring above new. In other words, we have lost our memories 10 times in this secret room. And the number 10 glass bead dropping first was a hint, reminding us that we had experienced amnesia 10 times. Simply put, the reason number 10 dropped first was to alert the players to 2 points. First, you have lost your memories 10 times. Second, pay attention to the order. The first point is easy to understand. The second point can be deduced from numbers 1 and 2, which dropped in ascending numerical order. And now, among the first 3 numbers, 1 and 2 are safe, while 3 is dangerous. Since 1 and 2 are safe, then out of the 10 dangerous numbers, 3 is the smallest. Therefore, excluding the hint from number 10, number 3 is actually the first dangerous number. Just now, 4 was proven safe, making 5 the second dangerous number. 1, 2, and 4 are safe, 3 and 5 are dangerous. I have numbers 7 and 9 written on my palm. So then, among the 10 numbers from 1 to 10, 1, 2, and 4 are safe. 3, 5, 7, 9, and 10 are dangerous. Numbers 6 and 8 are unknown. But I also have 17 and 19 on my palm. Which means out of the 10 dangerous numbers, I already know 7 of them. 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 17, and 19. There seems to be a pattern. For single digits, there are 7 and 9. For the tens, there are 17 and 19. For the single digits, there are 3 and 5. Would the tens have 13 and 15? No, that's not right. If that were the case, that only accounts for 9 dangerous numbers, which means either 6 or 8 must also be dangerous. What if it is number 6? Following the previous logic, number 16 should also be a dangerous number. But if that happens, there would be 11 dangerous numbers in total, contradicting the deduction that there are only 10. Where exactly is the flaw? Wait. Since the deduction for the dangerous numbers has hit a wall here, I should start from the safe numbers instead. 1, 2, and 4 are safe. Among the known dangerous numbers, all are odd numbers except for 10. However, number 1 is a safe number. Assuming out of the 20 numbers, all odd numbers are dangerous and all even numbers are safe. But number 10 is an exception. It pushed out an odd number and became dangerous itself. By the same logic, number 1 crossed over to the even numbers, pushing out an even number, making 1 a safe number. This means that among the 20 numbers, exactly 1 even number is dangerous, and exactly 1 odd number is safe. Aside from those 2 displaced numbers, along with 1 and 10, these 4 digits, the remaining 16 numbers all follow the rule. Odd numbers are wrong. Even numbers are safe. In the known numbers, 1 and 2 are safe, 3 is dangerous. 1 and 2 are adjacent in value and share the exact same attribute. Which means, if 2 adjacent numbers share the same attribute, the number immediately following them is absolutely dangerous. Among the dangerous numbers, the 2 adjacent ones can be confirmed as 9 and 10. That means number 11 is dangerous. Combining the above deductions, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 15, 17, and 19. 9 dangerous numbers. Still missing 1 dangerous number. This number has to be an even number, the even number that was forced into the odd camp by number 1. Meaning, if an even dangerous number appears next, then all of my deductions will be proven correct. His deduction was complete. Despite being mentally exhausted, the tall captain still revealed a confident smile. Go on, Li Chenglong. I can explicitly tell you that number 5 is problematic. But I remember you have a younger sister. If I make it out of this instance alive, I will give all the points on me to your sister. All you have to do in a moment is not play any tricks. A promise like this wasn't worth a damn. After all, lies within an instance and lies in the 18th level were mutually independent. Within the instance, whether it was a lie or a promise, everything would vanish the moment one left the instance. However, to a drowning man, even false hope was still hope. Even if that hope was as insignificant as a single straw, he would desperately cling to it. Li Chenglong nodded without hesitation. I did a lot of terrible things when I was alive. I ran with gangs, and I hacked down plenty of people. Going to hell is completely justified. But if I die, there's a high probability I'll turn into a 1-star instance. Lu Xing, you better remember this. If you dare break your promise and get matched into my instance, I'll kill you. The tall captain's real name was Lu Xing. He nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Li Chenglong turned his attention to the middle-aged woman. I could have lived. It's all because you cut in line that I'm now facing certain death. However, I don't think you're very smart, and you most likely won't make it out of this instance alive either, so I won't waste my breath throwing out cruel words. With that said, Li Chenglong didn't even glance at the contents of the Xian paper. He casually approached a bookshelf, reached out, and prepared to pull a book. But then, he withdrew his hand. Just as everyone was feeling confused, they saw Li Chenglong stretch his jaw. Fuck. 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 This dog's hit hell doesn't let you swear, it's been suffocating the hell out of me. Go fuck your mothers. Stupid hell, stupid players, stupid liar slayer alliance, and stupid deceiver alliance. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort, Li Chenglong then swiftly pulled out a book. Clack. The number 5 glass bead dropped, falling into the bottom half and losing its numerical marking. As for Li Chenglong, he also lost his memory completely. Li Chenglong lay in a pool of blood, having taken 5 shots to the head and 6 to the body. In the team led by the gold-rimmed glasses captain, Liang Jing's body trembled uncontrollably. She had a sinking feeling that she would be the next piece of cannon fodder. Only now did she realize in hindsight that the 3 captains tossing a coin to decide priority earlier was all an act. Their true goal was to trap their group of cannon fodder into making the promise to follow the captain's orders. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Is number 6 safe? or is it dangerous? The middle-aged uncle, Lu Xing, and the gold-rimmed glasses captain all fixed their gazes on number 6. Numbers 6 and 8 were crucial. If either one was a dangerous serial number, they could deduce the 10 numbers corresponding to the 10 memory losses. However, speak of the devil and he shall appear euro, all three men glanced intentionally or otherwise toward Liang Jing. This beauty most likely will not submit easily, it might be a bit troublesome. The gold-rimmed glasses captain sighed inwardly, looked at Liang Jing, and offered, I know you are unwilling to accept this. How about this? We will still use the coin toss method. You pick a side. If it lands on that side, I will not assign you. Fine, I choose heads. You will be the one tossing. Toss it 100 times, and if heads appears even once, I win. Seeing her ferocious expression, the gold-rimmed glasses captain spoke with a trace of apparent pity, you are a newcomer who arrived in hell 10 days ago. You might not fully understand some of its unspoken rules yet. I will give you one chance to change the rules. I will not change them. Liang Jing insisted. She understood one thing perfectly, this was her only chance to turn the tables. If she missed it, she would very likely die. The gold-rimmed glasses captain sighed helplessly and once again fished the coin out of his pocket. Tails, tails, tails. The coin was tossed over and over, landing on tails time and time again, as if caught in an endless cycle. Liang Jing's eyes were bloodshot as she stared fixedly at the coin, looking exactly like a pathological gambler who had lost their mind. However, the outcome of the coin toss would not change according to her will. Tails, tails, tails. Clink. The coin landed for the 100th time, still showing tails. Gold-rimmed glasses looked at Liang Jing, or rather, he looked at the lyre slayer in her hand. What is the meaning of this? At this moment, Liang Jing no longer looked like a crazed, losing gambler. Her entire demeanor was radiant, like a drowning victim who had just pulled herself ashore. The weight and mass of both sides of a coin are nearly identical. How could anyone possibly toss tails 100 consecutive times? You are a ghost whisperer. Now, based on the result of 100 tails and 100 coin tosses, I deny that the object in your hand is a coin. You just said you were tossing a coin, but the prop you used was not a coin at all. Liang Jing narrowed her eyes. She felt she now had the right to enact judgment upon this man at any time. Once the captain died, no one would be left to assign her orders. A with ring above N. She could live. Hearing this, both Lu Xing and the middle-aged uncle frowned, wondering inwardly if this guy was about to capping in a shallow ditch. If her deduction holds up. Then, the thing gold-rimmed glasses used to turn a lie into truth was the word coin. Now, by using his result of tossing 100 consecutive tails to negate his deceiver's tongue that turned a lie into truth, that deceiver's tongue would revert back into a lie. This is the point-to-surface expansion commonly used when dealing with ghost whisperers. By finding an illogical point and negating it, one entirely unravels the deceitful narrative woven by the ghost whisperer. However, her negation. Lu Xing and the middle-aged uncle exchanged a glance. They were absolutely certain that gold-rimmed glasses was a ghost whisperer. However, Liang Jing's angle of negation was entirely wrong. 100 tails was outrageous, but it was nothing more than outrageous. The gold-rimmed glasses captain did not try to argue. He merely glanced at the muzzle of the gun and challenged, you can try. Since Liang Jing had issued her denial. Then, if her denial was successful, she was telling the truth. If it failed, she was telling a bold-faced lie. She had no way out. You lied. Speaking the command, Liang Jing immediately pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the bullet jammed. This proved that the object in the gold-rimmed glasses captain's hand was indeed a coin. No, no, that is impossible. Liang Jing collapsed onto the ground in a daze. I warned you earlier. You have not been in hell for long, so you do not yet understand a certain unspoken rule. In hell, liar slayers often masquerade as ghost whisperers, likewise, ghost whisperers frequently disguise themselves as liar slayers. It is specifically meant to deceive players like you, whose logic is flawed. The probability of tossing a coin 100 times and getting 100 tails is 1 in 2 to the power of 100. It is not zero. Since the probability is not zero, then it is entirely possible to achieve. Therefore, no matter how you try to deny those 100 tails, you will never succeed. Negating the deceiver's tongue of a ghost whisperer requires a 100% absolute negation, not a probabilistic one. Simply put, if it were probabilistically and absolutely impossible to get 100 tails in 100 coin tosses, yet I still tossed 100 tails, then your earlier denial of the coin would have been valid. The gold-rimmed glasses captain had no intention of enacting judgment upon her. Instead, he delivered a relentless lecture to completely break her down psychologically, paving the way for what was to come next. Soon, Liang Jing also realized the reality of the situation. She looked around at the present players in bewilderment. She had just failed her judgment, yet no one was stepping forward to cast judgment on her. After all, whenever a situation like this had occurred before, everyone would scramble to claim the kill. So that is how it is. The reason you are not judging me is because you want me to solve the puzzle of the 6th piece of Xian paper. Exactly, the gold-rimmed glasses captain said, giving her a thumbs up. Right now, the Xian paper puzzle is on its 6th piece, which corresponds to number 6. We have no way of knowing whether it is safe. If you obediently go and solve the puzzle, we can promise that as long as number 6 is safe and you pull the correct book, we will not judge you for the next 10 hours. Liang Jing calmed down. I think I was completely played by him. I did not want to be cannon fodder. He was afraid I might copy Wang Yan and decide to take everyone down with me, so he suggested the coin toss. He guided me step by step into the abyss, tricking me into uttering a lie. If I took even a single step toward bookshelf 19866, he would cast judgment on me in advance. Even if I could pull out 2 books at the same time to instantly erase everyone's memories again, that assumes I would even survive long enough to reach the bookshelf. In other words, my option for mutual destruction has already been completely severed by him. I only have one path left now. And that is to gamble. Gamble that number 6 is safe. Moreover, to ensure I chose to gamble, they promised that if I won the bet, they would spare me from judgment for 10 hours. This is a very generous offer. As long as my gamble pays off, I can tell as many lies as I want over the next 10 hours. What a despicable man. He played a naive girl like me, like an absolute fiddle. As expected, the more gentle the man, the more deceitful he is. It seems I do not have a choice. With that, Liang Jing stood up and walked over to the desk. She looked down at the 6th piece of Xian paper. The hearts of the 3 captains leapt into their throats. As long as they could determine whether number 6 or 8 was a dangerous number, they would be able to deduce all 10 dangerous numbers.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.